We've already spoken about the peak biting times of the Anopheles stephensi, that is from 6 p.m. to around 9 p.m. But is it just about the peak biting time? What about temperature? We have heard that it's able to withstand high temperatures. Really?
For extreme temperature, I'm not sure we can say it is adapted to extreme temperatures. What we do know from knowledge available is the fact that it has high tolerance. I mean, the spectrum of tolerance for temperature is broader compared to that of the Anopheles gambiae. For example, it's been reported that it's able to endure temperatures about 3.4 degrees Celsius lower and higher than that of the Anopheles gambiae. So which means that if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive somewhere 16, 17 degrees Celsius, is able to go lower, 3.4 degrees lower than that. And if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive 33, 34, 35 degrees Celsius, it's capable of going 3.4 degrees Celsius above that. And so, I mean, perhaps that gives it the ability to adapt to broad conditions of temperature, and perhaps one of the reasons why it's able to invade Africa coming from.
So, protect yourself against the Anopheles stephensi mosquito by sleeping under insecticide-treated mosquito nets, wearing long clothing, making use of insect repellents, and using indoor residual spraying. For Joy News, Dr. Detta Pasram.
Well, on that health note, we wrap the news. But stay with us. Up next, we're joined by energy analyst Kojo Poku for the news review. We'll be right back.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Proudly made in Ghana, Signal Cable has served the motherland in West Africa since 2018 as a leading cable manufacturer in the sub-region, providing homes and commercial spaces with top-of-the-range and global standard cables for all your electrification purposes at very convenient prices. With strong confidence in our effectively standardized cables, we bridge the gap between quality and safety, giving you the desired peace of mind to enjoy your homes and be productive in your commercial spaces with zero fear for fire outbreaks due to installation of inferior cables. Our trained team provides you with excellent customer service and give you expert advice that guarantees value for money. No matter the quantity, we provide you with free delivery within Accra and Tema. You can never get it wrong with Signal Cables.
Contact us for more inquiries and free delivery on 0246 304 309. Signal Cable, then
a fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
normally if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again. The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
Hi there, my name is Evans Mensah. I would like to tell you about the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards and why you should be excited about it. Because you see, there are people who dedicate themselves to a cause they care deeply about. These are everyday people who go the extra mile to make their communities better. I'm talking about the people making real impact on humanity. The JoyNews Impact Award is about these individuals. Many of you have nominated that person you feel truly deserves to be celebrated as a JoyNews Impact Maker. Our panel of judges is receiving the entries. In May, 10 of these amazing and outstanding people will be selected at an event that would celebrate their remarkable dedication and service to humanity. This is the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, where we celebrate ordinary people who are making extraordinary impact. Join JoyNews and the multimedia group to recognize, honor, and support dedicated people and their inspiring work. JoyNews Impact Makers Awards. It's time to celebrate greatness.
Everything has a meaning.
If you recklessly and maliciously destroy reputations, you must suffer the lawful consequences.
For every story, there are many versions of what is true.
If you compare last year, which is 2,589 deaths, added to this year, we've already passed 3,000 deaths in 15 months.
Every opinion can be debated. The political construct of the national interest can be interrogated.
You cannot call for abolition of the Fourth Republic in the name of seeking constitutional reform.
But some facts are hidden in the depths of interpretation.
It's Al Maktoum Father Christmas that he'll give you vaccines 20,000 and not receive payment.
So we check the facts.
The truth is that we are in the third wave. I don't think we should kid ourselves that, oh, maybe it's about coming in and all that. It is here.
Raise the standards of intellectual discourse and present the issues on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This altar is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis program.
We must practice independent, credible, and fearless journalism.
Newsfile with Samson Ladi Ayenine.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, for staying with us for the news review. This morning is a bare morning, and that is because none of the papers is available. But we're going to be reviewing the online portals and also focusing on some crucial matters that have taken place. Joining us for the conversation, energy analyst Kojo Poku. Kojo, I see you. Happy holiday.
How are you, my brother?
I'm very well. How about you?
I'm okay. Back at the Salah.
Barka Kadi. I didn't see that one coming. You're good. You're good. But would you like to hazard anything else in Hausa?
I'm training to be a good politician, Ben.
I see. So you're cultivating the Muslim caucus as well by way of learning a bit of Hausa. Is that it?
The Nasara base is one of my biggest base, and they love me to death.
I see. We'll be exploring that, and I'll be looking forward to what happens in that respect come election day when all of you go head to head. But let me just let you know, those of you watching, that this segment, the news review, is brought to you courtesy of Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. They're offering, if you're a man, free prostate screening. If you're a woman, free female fertility screening. And here's where you can locate them. Here in Accra, at Spintex opposite the Shell signboard. In Kumasi, Kronuma Bwehia. That's behind the Angel Educational Complex. They're in Takrady Anaji Estate. They are in Tema Community 22. They are in Techiman Hanswa and Siama and Zema. If you'd like to call them, which you should, these are the numbers to call. 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to prostate or chronic diseases. But let me just say this. I was going to pose that question to you about your prostate, which is why prostate kept coming into the last bit about Endpoint. When was the last time you checked your prostate, Kojo Poku? You can decide not to share.
Hold on. No, I'll tell you, because it's a funny thing you are. Today is what? Today is Monday?
Today's Monday.
Friday,
you did?
Yes, I did a whole, you know, the funny thing is that I have a friend who is always in my ears about doing these checkups, and I don't. And I've not been feeling very well for about a week. So, wow. I mean, I wasn't well when I went to WA. I wasn't well when I came back. And you know what? We have a senior in school who has a very good medical practice around the school junction in East Legon. Okay. And my friend said, look, you should go and see our mate and he would look after you. So I went there and he said, look, he asked me the same question. When was the last time you did a full medical checkup? And I said, look, I don't remember. He said, look, you're not leaving here until I do that. So he drew blood, he drew urine, and did a full spectrum. And it's only my pressure that's a little bit on borderline, cholesterol a little bit high, but the rest I'm 100%.
So you know your high density lipids and all of that. That's very good. So what I do is every year around my birthday, I get it done. So I let it coincide more or less with my birthday. This year I've not done that, but I just want to get certain things out of the way. Within a month, I should get that done. And of course, every time I do it, I also check my prostate because, look, you're an older man than I am, but we see that nowadays, even people in their late 20s and 30s are coming up with, flaring up with prostate issues. So I'm really happy you've done this. KSM, Kweku Sintimisa, came on the show and shared with us. He actually came partially purposely for that, to share with the world that you can work out, you can exercise, you can be fit without necessarily being healthy, because there could be a whole lot going on within your body. So I'm really happy to hear. Kudos to you that you've done that.
Health is about genetics. I think your genes play a big role in what happens to you. I think you should know your family history. I think most people don't look at family history. Family history, in the past, in Ashanti, when you go and even want to go and marry into a house, they're like, oh, let's go and ask the background of the house. Not only to go and find out if there are bad people there, but to also look at, are there certain illness in the house? So every individual should know their family history. And if you know that the family has a history of diabetes, hypertension, and most of these things, then you should know you should be on a checkout for these things. And I think the education, for me, I think where the problem is the education of what the person and where the person has to go to do this. In terms of the checkout, all the medical things that you need to do, most people feel like you need to go to a hospital for something to be wrong to do that. Yeah. Okay, but clearly it's not. You can just walk into any hospital and say, look, doc, I want to do a full medical checkout. And look, it's a bit on the high side, but look, it's better than going through a year not knowing what's wrong with you.
Well, Thank you for sharing that. But let's slice and dice the major issues this morning. We don't have the newspapers, but we have a lot to talk about. And I'm going to start, Kojo, from your own end, the NPP. Professor Frimpong Boateng, former minister, has, been in the space a lot recently. And it has to do with his allegations, his claims, what he says is fact, that the Jubilee House itself is mired in Galamsey, and that it knows people who are prominent within this government who are mired in Galamsey, who are polluting our environment. And he mentions names. Now, there are names that he mentions. And it's interesting because some of those people have been reacting to the comments by Professor Frimpong Boateng. In fact, two prominent ones. And I only single them out because Professor Frimpong Boateng has rebutted some of the assertions that these two people make. But first off, the Jubilee House, the seat of the presidency, responded by saying all of these were more of a figment of his imagination, if you like, that these were based on hearsay. And if I may just reference that point very briefly, that they are based on hearsay and that they contain a catalogue of his personal grievances. That is how it is addressed. But then you get into the report, over 30 pages, some 33 to 34 plus pages, depending on which one you're looking at. It goes as high as 37. And he makes quite some interesting assertions, even going to the extent of giving photo evidence to substantiate his claims. Now, I would like to get your response on that specific matter, but also weaving in his response to the likes of Gabi Ochredako and the likes of Information Minister Kojo Ponkroma. So I'll just take that and then you give me your very, whole view, reflection on Professor Frimpong Boateng, the assertions in this report, why the report never became public, the response from the Jubilee House, and then the rebuttals to what Gabi and co have said. So starting with Gabi, he says, I have come across transcripts of statements made by Mr. Gabi Ochredako during an interview he had on City FM on Thursday, the 20th of April, 2023, just last week. After listening to the words of Mr. Ochredako, I became sad for Ghana. I wondered what happened to get us to this state, where a person who is supposed to be the lawyer of a mining company exhibited such industrial scale ignorance about mining laws and regulations. Going over the videos and pictures depicting the monumental environmental degradation in the areas of operation of Mr. Gabi Ochredako's clients and seeing his ignorance, I'm no longer surprised that he has such a pixelated view of the illegal mining landscape. I'll just skip and read a little bit and then I'll go to the Kojo Ponkroma bit. Gabi Ochredako seems to have forgotten that his client has a strong history of acting with impunity. Donald Ensua, who operated both CNG Alaska and Heritage Imperial Mining Company Limited, has a history of abusing mining permits and regulations. He goes on to mention Honorable John Peter Meu, the first NPP Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, wrote to the CNG Alaska regarding the Juabo concession and directed that, quote, in view of the fact that CNG Alaska does not have a valid mining operating permit and that the ministry has not yet ratified your mining lease, you are directed, quote, not to carry out any mining operations in the concession until your mining lease has been ratified. I mean, it goes on and on. Anybody who is interested would have to read the full document. I cannot do all of that here. But then you go to the bit in response to Kojo Ponkroma, and that's much shorter. It's a one-pager, so I'll just take some points from it. He says, Dear Mr. Ponkroma, I've read your response to what I wrote about you in the report I sent to the Chief of Staff a little over 2 years ago. You have denied what I wrote, and that is normal. Very few people in your position will own up to their wrongdoings. I have good advice for you, though. When I was part of the government, we were colleagues, and I related to you as such. Now I will advise you as my son, just as I do my children. After all, you are same age as my fourth-born son. When I returned to Ghana from Germany to start the cardiothoracic project, you were just 6 years old as my fourth child. I will not lie to you or insult you or be harsh on you. My advice is always remember that political power is both short-lived and effervescent. In about 2 years' time, you may no longer be in government and you may experience the real world as former high-profile political power holders do. I will urge you to do your work diligently and avoid the coded and evil tactics, he mentions somebody, boastfully and unashamedly told the world on Good Evening Ghana that you employ to deal with your real and perceived enemies. Again, it's about the allegations he makes about Kojo Nkrumah, and he ends by saying, as you well know, illegal mining does not only refer to non-possession of a concession or mining permits, but also the following. And he makes 6 points. 1, mining close to water bodies. 2, the diversion of tailings into water bodies. 3, mining in the water bodies. 4, use of dangerous chemicals such as mercury and cyanide. 5, engagement of foreigners in small-scale mining. Important point. Engagement of foreigners in small-scale mining. And finally, non-reclamation of mined-out areas. That's how he ends. So I intentionally did this as well as a simple exercise for those who may not have followed the developments to have some sort of holistic view of what has been happening. Now, over to you, Kojo Poku. I nearly called you Kojo Nkrumah. Kojo Poku, what is your understanding of this? And what does it mean for the fight against Galamsey?
Okay, Ben, thank you for the introduction and putting the context, putting the whole picture in context. Look, as far as I, Kojo Poku, am concerned, the words of the former minister is not allegation.
Okay.
For me, it's not allegation. He was a minister. He supervised what was going on. He was in charge. He got briefing. He had all the facts on his table. So what he comes out to say, and bear in mind, Bert, that document is not being written now. It's not like he got up and decided to write that document. That document was given to government in 2021. So it's an old document that never saw the day of light. And the minister or the former minister is bringing it to bear. Now, the reason I say that what the minister says is not allegation is that I have had an instance of reading a letter from Mr. Kweku Bakun, okay? And Mr. Kweku Bakun basically did not deny the fact he called him and
just to clarify, which Kweku Bakun are you referring to? Are you referring to
Bakun, it's the crusading guy.
Okay, I just wanted you to clarify that.
Okay, yes. And he, in his letter, which I saw on social media, I wasn't sure if that's true or is a true document, but he goes on to now sort of confirm some of the things that the former minister said, but only tried to clarify the point that he was only seeking an appointment for a friend. And at the latter end, even render some level of apology. Then let's go to my brother Gabi's interview. For me, I would have rather wished Gabi had not said anything on air or on TV. Because, look, prospecting license is different from a mining lease. One of the things that people don't know about me, Kojo Poku, is that I think I have done almost everything in the face of this earth. I once had a mining concession in Asankregwa called Cape Poku Mining. Okay? And that concession was from Dunkwao all the way to Asankregwa through Nananko. Now, I was granted a prospecting license.
So that's in the Offin area, right? In the Offin area.
Dunkwao Onofin area. Because you go through Dunkwao Onofin to Nananko all the way to Asankregwa. And my mining lease, my concession was about 50 kilometers square. Now, I was given a prospecting license. Now, let me tell you what a prospecting license do. You are supposed to take samples from the site, dig some trenches, and basically take those samples to the lab for processing. Now, if somebody tells me that the equipment that you need for mining is the same equipment you need for prospecting, that person doesn't know what he's talking about. And for me, it was sad that Mr. Ochidako said that. that he asked and he was told that the equipment you need for prospecting is the same equipment you need for mining. It's not true. They are two. Prospecting is like going on to do exploration. You are exploring to see if there is gold on the site. So that's what the prospecting license allows you to do. But in Ghana, we are all aware that people have been abusing the prospecting license. They go into Minerals Commission to get prospecting license and use the prospecting license to now enter the land and start mining. While meanwhile, they don't do any prospecting. So it's a known fact that the prospecting license is being abused. And clearly, not only one minister, but other ministers have written to the company to tell them that, look, this is what you are doing. Clearly, they have documentary evidence to show what the gentleman or the company involved was doing. So to now say that you are not aware of any breaches that your client was doing and you are only finding out was very strange. But look, my brother, I think that we've lost the fight in Galamsey not because we don't have the will. We've lost the fight on Galamsey because the president, should have had a no policy. Not some, not if, not no. Now, let me tell you something. If Gabi knew the anger and the frustration and the fury of the president when it comes to Galamsey, I don't think he would have taken anybody as a client if that person came to him with Galamsey issues. Because as you rightfully said, you see, the word Galamsey is used loosely. But in that letter point that you put out, there are so many activities that comes under Galamsey. Because there is a law that says that you should mine or stay away from certain meters from a water bank. Not the water body, the bank of the river. You are supposed to stay away from a certain meters away from that. You are not supposed to put any chemicals or put any tailings into the river body. You are not supposed to have foreigners in small-scale mining. All these are classified as Galamsey. Now, if somebody forgets mining away from the riverbank, these people are mining in the riverbank, in the river body. Forget staying away from forest reserves. These people are not on the fringes of forest reserves. They are in the forest reserve. So how can anybody defend some of these things? But, in the past, if you go online and search, I have really had this fury at a point. I said that, look, if the military goes out there and see the level of what these guys are doing and they ask them to stop and they stand their ground, they should shoot to kill. Because in some areas, the Chinese have guns and they threaten the security forces. In which country can somebody go into another man's country, have ammunition, and do illegal mining? Can any Ghanaian go to China and do that? No. But look, there are Chinese who are mining today as we speak, and they have military protection. Today as we speak, they have national security protection. Why? So like I said, there shouldn't have been not this one, not that one. He can do it, but let him do it well. Let's see how it goes. No means no. This government's policy on illegal mining from 2017 should have been no. And if that was the case, I don't think we would have gotten to where we got to. But the minute we started selecting which one is selecting which one can be done, and ask yourself, when the former minister was on the seat, did he report these people to national security?
In fact, there has been counter accusation. Now, some others have also accused him that he was also engaged in a number of things. Some of these people whose names have been pointed out. But when you go to myjoyonline.com, which is where we're going to continue from here, I'll let you land. I'll just introduce some interesting aspects of what you said. There is that quote there. I did not operate mining information service, Professor Frimpong Boateng, responding to Gabi Otredako. But what I find curious, so government says the allegations contained in Professor Frimpong Boateng's report are at best, hearsay. You are saying you disagree. They are saying it's a catalog of his grievances, personal grievances. Maybe he's getting emotional. That is what they are saying. So I have two questions just to wrap on this so we move on to other pertinent matters. Where then does that leave us in the fight against Galamsey? Mind you, Mr. President said he would put his presidency on the line. According to most of the reports we've seen, according to our reporters going out there to look at the state of our water bodies, things have become much worse. Then point number two, staying with the president. You say if the president had known that Gabi was engaging in all of this, representing people mired in Galamsey and all of that, he would have been furious. But I asked, if the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, had been as furious as you claim he would be, wouldn't this report have seen the light of day much earlier, until now some 2 years on? Quick reflections on that so we move on.
No, you see, I normally, unless there are clear evidence on the table, I always like to isolate and insulate the high office of the presidency. And this is the reason why. The letter from Mr. Frimpong, from Professor Frimpong Manson's
Boateng.
Yes, from the former minister's statement, he gave the report to the chief of staff, not to the president. Now, let me make this statement. There is a cabinet for a reason. And for me, I think in governance in Ghana, we've lost it. Professor Frimpong Boateng is a cabinet minister. If he could come out and show us a cabinet memo where this document or these things that he has gotten information was discussed, that would take this conversation to a whole new level. Because bear in mind, cabinet is where sensitive information, things that you need the president's attention, is discussed. Now, we don't have that. He's saying that he gave it to the chief of staff. So the next question is, did the chief of staff give it to the president? The fact that something was given to the chief of staff doesn't mean that it got to the president. So for me, that is where I said that until there is hard proof on the table, I like to insulate the high office of presidency. That is why I said what I said. Because one, if the reason the Jubilee House or the office of the president can come out and say that, look, these are unfounded, blah, 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 because for all you know, yes, he went to the chief of staff and the chief of staff sat on the matter. He never got to the next floor. Okay? So the point is, why didn't Professor Frimpong Boateng take this to cabinet? If he felt so strongly about it, why isn't there a cabinet memo of this discussion? Because in his report, he gives us a cabinet reference.
Kojo, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Looking at the names he mentions, cabinet ministers are pointed at in these what you say are not allegations, okay? For you, they are factual. I mean, there's a lot of truth to them. How do you feel that would have panned out in cabinet, at a cabinet meeting, for a cabinet minister to put this forward with other cabinet ministers? What do you think would have happened? It would have been a melee, wouldn't it?
Ben, isn't that where the most frank conversation is supposed to be had? When, as a minister, because look, if he's trying to tell us he is the person we want him to be, Ben, can you imagine, like me, Kojo Poku, have something like that and I'll take it to cabinet? Hell yeah, I'll take it to cabinet. I would like to see the fight at cabinet. That's how I am. I will take this document to cabinet and in front of the president and the vice president, mention the names and see what goes around the table. I will do that because that's the kind of person I am. But listen, like you're saying, now there's counter-accusation of him. I have seen documents of certain things involving him on social media. I don't know how far that is true. But what I'm saying is that today, him coming out with some of these things, the conversation will be different if we would have heard that, hey, have you heard there was a fight or rancus or uproar at cabinet when the minister came and mentioned certain people around the table who are doing Galamsey and put it to the president to stop it, and then what next? That is the way forward.
All right. Let's make tracks from there. We'll have a full conversation on that. But of course, since you're not going to be a part of that conversation, I just wanted your take on that matter. But going to the economy, which is another major issue now, I just want to run you by a few of the stories we have on myjoyonline.com. World Bank to advance almost $1 billion to Ghana under IMF program. That's according to Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. He also says we will protect the public purse. We will spend what we earn. Again, quoting Ken Ofori-Atta. And he also says, in terms of the IMF deal, we intend to take the community across the Jordan. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta getting biblical one more time. Get the country across the Jordan, or our community. And finally, this one. We will protect the public purse. Or in fact, Ghana may have to wait several years before going to the international capital market. That's according to the finance minister. So a number of things he said. A $1 billion program to be extended to Ghana. That's what he says. He talks about protecting the public purse and spending what we earn. Important point. And Ghana may have to wait several years before getting back on the international capital market and then crossing the Jordan. Quick take on where we are in terms of our program, the economy, and how much weight you give the words of the finance minister.
Are they new statements or statements made in 2017?
These are new statements.
Oh, it cannot be. I'm sorry, it can't be.
Why?
They can't be new statements. How can they be new statements? Protecting the public purse, shutting the bolt of the hull of the barn when the horse have now bolted. Come on, what are you protecting? You are going to now shut the barn when the horse have bolted. What are you protecting? 1 billion from the World Bank. We are getting 3 billion and we don't even know what it's going to do. And then the 1 billion is going to do what? This is a country that have a huge deficit. We are being told that we are nearly going to run out of our reserves. Okay, we are an oil-producing country. What is 1 billion to an oil-producing country? I think there are old statements being rehashed. I saw that, but I honestly thought there were old statements being rehashed by the journalists or the media, because those cannot be something that he honestly believes in as well. Because look, the economy where we are on overdrive in expenditure, where our revenues don't catch up. Clearly, if you do not have the revenue and you believe in that statement that you're going to spend what you earn, then your revenue, if it's 70 billion, your expenditure will be 80 billion at best. 80 billion. Let's say you are even doing 10 billion Ghana cedis more than, because you can't do like for like. So if your projected revenue, but you see, we have a template in the Ministry of Finance where we are always doing hyperbole, where, they come and read the budget and say, expected revenue 120 billion. Meanwhile, you can't achieve 120 billion, giving you the room to now put your expenditure at 140 billion. When your real expenditure from the year before, in business, when I sit in my boardroom and I ask the CFO or the managing director to do their budget statements, we have what you call your budget, your proposed budget, and your actuals. Then we have a variance, which is the third phase. Now, when you have a negative variance, it means you are overspending. You have positive variance because you are now achieving your target and not spending as much. If anybody that sits in the Ministry of Finance and see the previous year's revenue statement and look at what the revenues were, what we collected, and the proposed of 120 revenue, you realize that you are always achieving a negative variance. But then when you now have an expenditure where it's in positive variance, then there's a problem. My brother, I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because the issue is that you cannot spend what you earn just by the budget you've read. You are expecting to earn so little and spend so much. So how do you believe in that statement of, I will spend what I earn, when your budget says otherwise? When you are an oil-producing country that can easily earn that $1 billion a month, and you've ignored that space, and you're going to the World Bank to receive that $1 billion, how am I supposed to basically even read that statement and think that you're a serious person? Then secondly, protecting the public purse. We all know that's not true. It hasn't been true from 2017. It hasn't been true till now. So for me, one thing I wonder is why is he still the finance minister? Because everybody in this country has told the president that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta should not be the finance minister. We don't have anything against him. But for his track record for the last 5 years, we don't think he should be the finance minister of this country.
Anyway, let's wrap with some interesting thoughts. Two issues I want us to end the conversation with. We know, and we'll go to graphiconline.com, but the police has arrested a police officer, Inspector Ahmed Chumesi, who is alleged to have shot and killed a female adult who was believed to be his girlfriend. This occurred in Kumasi in the Ashanti region on Thursday, the 20th of April, 2023. I mean, there's been so much on social media on the back of this killing in Edum, and the suspect, who had been on the run, was arrested at Setre near Efidiasi in the Ashanti region, and that is the latest development there. We've had some interesting developments with people in the services, from Sheriff, unfortunately, who was killed in Ashaiman, to this one. It appears, and then to the Axim issue, then to the beating of some police officers and all of that. There's quite, I don't know what is going on, but what do you make of that? And just to add this one, there's also that story, interesting, of the University for Professional Studies, Accra, a lady whipping a younger colleague in a viral video, and that lady is said to have been dismissed. Maybe you spotted the video, but the student of the UPSA was captured in a viral video whipping another student, and she has been sacked. In the video posted on social media earlier this month, Mabel Tay Nomo was seen in the hallway of the school's hostel hurling insults at the much younger victim while assaulting her with a cane. Now the question is, why? The allegation is that the victim was being punished by the senior for spreading rumors about her. And there is talk about some claims that they were giving sexual favors for grades to teachers and so many things that have been alleged. But again, these developments in our schools, I do not know. It's getting out of hand. It is this intimate tape today. Tomorrow it is that intimate tape. The next day it is all kinds of craziness. What do you make of these two issues? Just to wrap the conversation, Kojo.
Ben, for me, it's funny how technology has evolved some of these things, and how some of these, it's wrong what is happening there. I don't know how there are two students, and that's where I find it baffling, that a student can have a cane to beat another student. But when I was in Opokuwari back in the day, but the culture was a bit different. The sort of punishment that we had and the sort of things that we went through in secondary school, you take it in your stride and you move forward, becomes a senior, and you do so.
No, but this is a tertiary institution. I mean, for crying out loud, whipping out a cane and caning the person for supposedly claiming that you sleep with lecturers for grades.
Because that's what I'm saying, that's why I find it confusing how somebody who is probably 2 years your senior can actually take a cane and beat you. It's baffling why she is not fighting back, or anybody is not going to the aid of the lady. And clearly, what is really happening in the world, which is baffling, is that when something is happening, instead of people to help the victim, everybody is just happy to stand by and just film it.
Yeah.
Why are you filming it for? Help the victim. The person with the camera should be ashamed of him or herself. Why are you filming it? Go and help, because this is not a teacher beating a student. This is not a headmaster beating a student. This is a student beating a student. Why are you not helping the victim?
The perpetrator has been sacked now, and I feel these are instances where the law would have to step in as well, because you simply can't do this.
Yes, but Ben, my point is that let's educate Ghanaians and the people around the world to intervene to help victims. Stop filming. It's annoying.
Right.
Who are you filming it for?
Right.
Somebody's being victimized. You've seen people being robbed. You see people being beaten. And the only thing everybody can do is take a camera out and film it. Why? Why can't you help the person?
Right.
Okay, so for me, that the law will take its course, but these things, this culture of filming and trying to be the one that put a story out there, for me, look, it doesn't make sense. Let's go to the police issue.
Yeah.
The police issue for me is psycho-evaluation that the police need to start doing of the service personnel. We need to psycho-evaluate all police personnel. There is a group of students in KNUST and other universities that are doing these psychology and all these things. I think the police should recruit people into the police force who psycho-evaluate all police personnel, whether once a year or everybody has to go for psycho-evaluation to know the profile of the people who are in uniform. Because the manner in which we are recruiting into the force is also becoming a problem. because not everybody wants to be in the police, but because there are no jobs, everybody thinks, oh, there's a recruitment going on, let me go and get involved. They know a politician who can get them in, they get them in. But a lot of people don't want to be in the police.
Right.
And the frustration of the job and all that comes with it might affect the person mentally. Some people have mental health problems, okay? But we don't know that in this country. Then we take them and give them guns and uniform. It becomes a problem, okay? So people in the military, people in the police, we need to psycho-evaluate these people to know the mental health of the people who we are giving guns to and the people that we are giving uniforms to. Without that, we are not safe. And this poor girl, I don't know what the story is or what could have aggravated him to the point of shooting the lady, but it's unfortunate that it has to come to that. But I think the police should take this advice and recruit a lot of psychologists to psycho-evaluate the personnel once a year.
All righty. Thank you very much, Kojo Poku, for sharing your thoughts. A senior colleague, though, I'm not going to mention the name, shares some thoughts. The bit about what you said about filming, though, that's what I'm going to share with you. The person says, but for filming, George Floyd would not have had justice. You remember the George Floyd incident and the knee on his neck and all of that. So some would say, yes, someone should assist, but at the same time, someone should also get photographic evidence of this. What do you think?
The instance is not the same. A police victimizing somebody, yes, film it, because you can't intervene. It's the police. Look, the police doing their work. If you intervene, it's obstruction of justice, and you can also be arrested for that. So the most you can do is film. The security forces, that's fine. But my point is that this is a dormitory. This is a hostel. These are colleagues. Okay, and there are so many instances of people that can assist in that instance, especially when somebody is being robbed and you film it. Somebody is being caned and you film it. And there's somebody in the room, in the hostel room, filming it. Why didn't you tell the person to stop? I can understand somebody filming because, look, from filming, forget George Floyd. You remember there was one way back some time ago that caused a big rout in America. What's the name again? Rodney King. The Rodney King incident was the biggest, and that one became a big issue in America because of filming. So yes, filming is good, but that is when you have institution bullying or security services doing the wrong thing and you film it and put it to light. That's good. But individuals doing something, please let's stop the filming and assist the victim in that instance.
All right.
But like I said, Ben, let me take this opportunity to wish Baka de Salah to all the MPP Nasara community and then the Muslim community who have gone through a month of fasting, and I hope they prayed for well-being of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kojo, for joining the conversation. Kojo Poku is an energy analyst, and he says he's a jack of all trades. In fact, he has done some mining as well. He had a concession that he explored. Kojo Poku joining us this holiday morning. Kojo, thank you. But right before we get into sports, Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic is offering you free prostate screening, free female fertility screen as well. And this is all you have to do. Just reach out to them at their various centers. Here in Accra, they are located at Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard. In Kumasi, Kronoma here, behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's also Takrade Anaji State Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa and Esiama in Zima. Their call lines are, note them down, 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. And it was also the end of the road for, was it Brighton? One of those clubs that locked horns with Manchester United. Manchester United has been flip-flopping in recent times, losing to Sevilla by a thumping of 3-0. But they came through on penalties yesterday, scraping through to the finals of the FA Cup. They won the Carabao Cup earlier. Will they be able to beat Manchester City? It's the first time there is a derby at the FA Cup level. And here, Adriana also stunning Accra Hearts of Oak, among others. But we'll be taking Joseph Agbeko, who speaks to Muftau Nabila on this morning's Sporting Edition.
The first time I won the world title, you know, every boxer's dream is to become a champion.
Yeah.
So on that night, I knew I was going to win, but immediately the referee declared the fight as a technical knockout. You know, the brain was just running, you know, everybody came and they start carrying me and so on, and I was like, wow, this has been the dream that I had from childhood, and today I have been able to achieve that dream by God's grace. I was so the joy was serious. That night I actually slept with my belt, you know. I have to lay the belt beside me and then sleep with the belt.
I can imagine that.
Yeah,
the excitement alone of finally laying your hand on the world title after that.
But winning it for the second time was, I mean, the joy was more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was more.
Why?
You know, in boxing, right? Floyd Mayweather is a fighter who has never lost before. And I've always loved him for that. But to the boxing community, they do not respect fighters who has not lost before. You know, you can call yourself the great and they still don't respect you.
Because you've never lost?
Yeah. You know,
Why?
I think if you not lost, that means you didn't give yourself the chance for anybody to beat you. Floyd was on his toe, making sure that he fought all the top fighters at his time, and he made sure he beat all of them.
Yes.
You know, so to me, that is the greatest to me, you know. But to the boxing community, for you to be called a champion, it's not about you winning a title. The road for you to win a title is very long for the first time. It's long, and you go through it and then you become a champion. It's very tough. But when you lose the belt, for you to win it again, believe me, that is the most toughest. You see, after losing the fight, you see yourself among the top-rated fighters. You see yourself among the best. So it makes it easier for you to be able to get a chance to fight for a championship again. Unlike you climbing from the ground to the top.
Yeah.
So you are already there. But winning it there is the most toughest because you've already tasted defeat. That thing has entered into your brain. The courage and a lot of things that you used to go into the ring with is no more there. Now, whenever you're going into the ring, the brain is to win and lose. It's the most toughest part of every boxer.
So when
you lose and you are able to come back and win again, that is when they call you a champion.
When you lost your title, how was it like for you?
It was like the end of the road for me. When I lost it the first time, it was like the end of the road. I was like, wow, I come from Africa. And for Africans to get opportunity is very, very hard. So when am I going to get this opportunity again? Because you know, Africans doesn't sell tickets in America. We don't like to buy plane ticket from here to America to go and watch boxing. And the most toughest part for any African is that even when they buy ticket, the most expensive ticket from Ghana to board a plane to America, when they come to America, they want you, the fighter, to pay for hotel for them. They want you, the fighter, to give them tickets to go watch fights. So it doesn't give the African fighters any value. African fighters doesn't get any value in America when they're fighting because they don't bring nothing to the table. They don't sell tickets, they don't do anything. So for an African boxer to get opportunity, it's hard. They would rather give those opportunities to the Spanish people because they watch boxing a lot. So I was thinking, like, when am I going to get that opportunity again? So when it came back again, I made sure I have to do my best to win it.
I recall in 2013, when you came up against Abner Mares, I think that is a fight, if I'm not mistaken, it's a fight since you had, especially after that second, that rematch that you had with him, your career took a complete nosedive. Talk to us about the first one. I remember that first fight where most of the punches were quite low because I watched that fight. They were quite low, so when you lost, there was an opportunity for you to have a rematch. But the rematch never worked out. Joseph, it never worked out. What happened?
If I would say I have any regret in boxing, I would say my only regret was to fight Abner Mares for the second time. That would be the only regret I would say I had in boxing. I fought Mares the first time when I was sick. Nobody knew about it. Even my team, I couldn't tell them because I fell sick a day before the weigh-in. That was when I fell sick, and we were all on high spirits. So I couldn't even tell my coach. I couldn't even tell anybody because I don't want to, like, destroy their brain. I want everybody to be on their high destiny. And at that particular time, there's no any treatment that I can go through because any treatment that I'll go through around that time will come with some drug that may stop me from fighting. So I have to go ahead and take the fight.
Did you have a psychologist in your team?
A
psychologist?
I have never had a team. So I've never had a team, so don't ask. So
you didn't have a psychologist?
I had never had a team.
Did you have a medical doctor?
Yes.
You had a medical doctor?
Yeah.
But you didn't consider it important to have a psychologist?
You know, there's a lot of things that has to do with boxing and boxers that Africans, we the Africans doesn't get that opportunity.
There were people who actually even accused you of deliberately losing to Abner Mares. Sometimes when you hear these things, how do you feel?
Which one, the first or the second?
The second one.
Okay, so maybe you have to allow me to learn. So I would say that before the fight, I felt sick. I kept it to myself. That was a day before the fight.
Yeah.
I went into the ring. From the beginning, I was a little slow. When I say I felt sick, it wasn't like I felt seriously sick. I was reducing my weight, so I took a hot tub bath to relax my muscles. And there's a salt called Epsom salt.
Yeah.
It relaxes your muscles.
Yeah.
So you put it in the hot water, you relax yourself in it, and it relaxes your muscles. It's like a massage kind of therapy. So I did that, but when I was doing it, because I was reducing my weight, I made the hot water a little hotter so that I can sweat more, so I'll be able to reduce more weight. So because of the heat that went into me, the following morning, I couldn't wake up healthy as I used to be. So I had to take some paracetamol, like just to
was that an advice from your doctor?
For what? For the Epsom salt?
Yeah, for the...
Yeah, we do it all the time. It's something they make us do it all the time. While when you're preparing for a fight, after every time, you do it just to relax your muscles. It relaxes your muscles. It's a salt, you put it in the water, you make it a little warm, you lie in it, relax for some 30 minutes, and it goes inside your muscle just to relax your muscles. When you ask the boxers, they know about it. So I think because of the heatness of the water, that made me feel ill. So I went into the fight. From the first 2-3 rounds, I was very slow. Mares was looking good from that side. And then after those rounds, I started picking up, but the low blows continue going up and down. The low blows were coming on and on. And the referee was supposed to stop the fight or disqualify Mares, and they didn't do that. And then they gave the decision to Mares. And then I had the opportunity to fight for the rematch, which was actually ordered by the IBF. And I'll say it was a regret for me to go into the second rematch with the second fight with Mares, because the first fight with Mares, I felt like Golden Boy did everything they could do to make Mares a champion, because Golden Boy has had a lot of champions, but all those champions weren't Golden Boy's fighters. They were fighters from Ahemo and other people. But Mares was their only grassroots fighter who they took from the grass, and they want to do everything possible to make Mares a champion, so they can use Mares as
a selling point.
A selling point. So they were doing everything possible. So on that first fight, which they couldn't disqualify him and they gave it to him, when the rematch came, I felt that there was a lot of things that went into that rematch, because the fight was supposed to be Duncan and Golden Boy promotion, but the rematch became only Golden Boy promotion. So all right was given to Golden Boy, and the fight was actually promoted in the hometown of Abner Mares.
Abner Mares.
And during my preparation for the fight, I got a lot of distraction from Duncan, a lot of distraction from my own promoter who want to see me win. And 1 minute we have a fight, another minute there's no fight. So my training camp has been on and off to some time, and then I actually wanted to pull out of that fight because my training camp hasn't been good. But I think
it means that your boxing career has always been full of issues.
Yeah. So at that point, there is a press conference that we always do. The media press that we always do before a fight. So on that media engagement, I said to my managers that I'm not going to go on that this thing because I'm not going to fight.
But do you think, on a hindsight, do you think that you should have had a psychologist? If you had a psychologist could have helped you better, because this is purely psychological issue.
If I had had a team, or I have had a manager who was on my side, maybe my mind has been on fighting in the ring, maybe somebody would have requested that, oh, okay, let's do this or let's do that. Do you understand me? So that has to do with me not wanting to fight for that fight. And then Duncan went on that
tangent.
That media, I don't know how they have a name that they call it, that media engagement. Yeah. And then Duncan said to Showtime that I want to pull out of the fight. You know, but Showtime doesn't know whatever is going on between myself, my management, and Duncan. They don't know. So at that particular time, if I decide to pull out of the fight, I'm going to destroy Showtime's fight. So I went into the fight. Going into the fight, I realized that the fight wasn't mine. Even the first referee Rosamora, was even better than the second referee. During the fight, the referee disabled me. He disabled me in every angle. Everything that I want to do, the referee is going to give me warning on it. Everything that will work for me is going to give me warning on it. So now I became too conscious. Whenever I'm going to go all out or anything I want to do, I get scared that I don't want to do anything for this referee to warn me or to disqualify me. And whenever the referee comes after me, he comes after me with some anger in his face and some arrogance.
So you felt the world was against you?
Against me. So I wasn't allowed to be able to, to fight. And I lost the second fight. And the second fight was actually a proper loss.
When you lost the second fight, and many Ghanaians were like, oh, Wama, Obabu, Abina Mary, and what was that?
Abina Maris.
No, they were saying Abina Mary. Like, Ghanaians were jokingly saying that you've allowed a woman to beat you. And how did you feel when all this came out?
Yeah, this is what I have to tell Ghanaians. Boxing is a very, very, very tough sport. And the one in the ring wants to win more than you, the one watching. And one thing they have to know is that the government does not invest into our preparation towards any fight. And they're the fans that watch us. They don't even come over there to pay so we can have get some value in terms of bargaining value for our earnings. Do you get me? They only sit here and they watch. And whenever you lose, everyone wants to insult you. Whenever you win, they want to share the glory with you. But whenever you lose, everyone wants to insult you. But you win. You want to win more than they want you to win. You want to do everything more than they want to get it. So if Ghanaians know that they want to criticize boxers, they should be ready to be investing into the preparation of fighters. They should put pressure on the government so the government can invest in the preparation for fighters. Then whenever a fighter loses, like how Black Star, they give money to Black Stars, and when they lose, everyone can insult them. They should be able to put pressure on the government so the government can invest into the preparation of the fighters so that whenever we lose, they can insult us.
That's quite an interesting one. But there are people who also argue that national team is a team sport. Boxing is an individual thing. So there are people who can argue that. And when you're going for a major tournament, it's a tournament that the country has registered to be part of. Boxing is an individual boxer who has gone to register.
So when the individual goes and he wins or he loses, they should keep quiet so that he can come home and have his rest. because it's an individual sport. So they should take their loss individually. They should take it individually so that once they come, it's for them. You didn't do anything. So they go, when you see them, you wave at them or you don't, they are, you know, but if you know, that's all, don't say anything.
After that fight against Abner Mares, your career took a complete nosedive. What happened?
I think that those low blows from Mares took me a very low.
It took loads of energy out of you?
It took me very low in terms of my career. Not because it took energy of me, but that particular fight actually took a lot from me. If I hadn't engaged in the second fight, my career would have looked a little better, but I would say God knows best. God knows why everything went that way.
So would you describe that fight as your lowest moment as a boxer?
Yes.
Wow. You also had many planned fights that were cancelled. What happened? Remember those ones? That,
yes.
In fact, when we became partners and in some of your fights,
yeah.
I remember one, we went for the weigh-in, we were there when the opponent was not coming. What happened? What happened that most of your fights were cancelled?
I would say at a point of time between 2012, 2013, I was installed at Warrior Chief, Toby Kaleto, in the Volta region. And after that installment, a lot of things started going off in my career. Even in the US, before I have to move from the US to Ghana, I was facing a challenge. I was facing a challenge in the US where, because I was staying in New York before I moved to Vegas.
Okay.
So staying in Vegas for some time, I have to now change my my license from New York license to Nevada license. So, excuse me, going through medicals to get the Nevada license, there were a few, I failed, not fail, but there was a problem with one of my medical. So I have to go back and do other exams just to confirm what they see. And when I went to do all those exams, there was nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong with me. But still, when I go to the other one, there's still problem. But when I go to check, there's nothing wrong with me. So I was having challenges getting the Nevada license. So I decided to come back home. I decided to come back home. When I came back home.
You said you were in Skin as a chief, right?
Yeah.
You have some roots from the Volta region?
Come again?
Do you have some roots from the Volta region?
I'm 100% Voltarian.
But you were born in Sukura?
I was born in Sukura, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I'm 100% Voltarian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when I came to Ghana, I went for the check, the same medical again over here, and there was nothing wrong with me. I did it twice, and there was nothing wrong with me.
So medically, there was nothing wrong with
me, but I don't know why it keeps showing over there that there was a problem, and whenever they even check it, they review it, they can't see anything. But when I came to Ghana too, there was nothing wrong with me. So I just had a feeling that there was a strong force against my career if I want to. I just had a feeling like that. And every time I try to do anything, I always have...
As in a spiritual force against your career in what?
Yes, I'll put it that way. I will put it that way. there was a strong force against me in my career. Every time I tried to do something, any boxing match, anything, one way or the other, I always have challenges. I always have people trying to pull me back. I always have other challenges. Things are not working. In few years ago, I was supposed to fight for the WBO final eliminator in the UK. One way or the other, something happened and it couldn't happen. About over a year now, about a year ago, I was supposed to fight for the WBO World Championship in Dubai. We were in Dubai, we prepared for the fight and everything. Even preparing for the fight, I fell sick. I had to go through the sickness, overcome it, go to Dubai, prepare to fight. And about 2 to 3 hours before the fight, the opponent called that he can't take the fight anymore. You know, so the fight got cancelled.
There was also a similar one. You were supposed to fight a Kenyan opponent.
Yeah.
We were in Bochum waiting for arrival for weigh-in and all that. All of a sudden, the fight did not happen again.
Yeah, I've had a lot of those.
And there's no reason why those fights were cancelled. Yeah. They didn't give you any concrete reason. They would just tell you, I don't want to fight again.
It has always been going like that.
But there were also people who claimed that you had issues with the Ghana Boxing Authority who were not sanctioning your fights.
I would say I do not have any issue with the Ghana Boxing Authority. If I will have any issue, maybe it will be an individual people on the board who may have issues with me. I don't know if for a tribal reason or not. I grew up in Bese. I spent most of my time in Bese. So I see myself more of a Ghan than even an Ewe. You know, so I don't know why, but the boxing community does not appreciate me, does not love me. They don't treat me like how they treat the other fighters. I don't know if because I'm from the Volta region or whatever, but I actually live there. But for some reason, there are a lot of people in there that they don't like me.
So you felt marginalized?
Even with the Bochum boxing arena. When you go inside the Bochum boxing arena, there is a place where they have all the champions' picture in there.
Yeah, I can even picture some of them. Yeah.
When you go in there, you know, Joseph Agbeko was not a fighter who just won a world title once. When you look at the champions, from the greats Azuma Nelson, DK Poison, everyone, if you want to mention about 3 or 4 great champions among all the 10, you mention me. Because I was 2 times world champion. I even added a bonus one, which is IBO, and IBO is not a recognized world title. Yeah. So I would say 2 times world champion. Azuma was 3 times. Nana Okonedu was also, I think, 2 or 3 times or 2 division. So, but I was behind those top great fighters. So I have achieved a lot in the boxing fraternity, you know. So there's no way anybody trying to put pictures of fighters who has achieved for Ghana and they wouldn't think about Joseph Agbeko.
So you feel that people of Bochum don't appreciate you, and even the boxing?
The boxing, I don't think
they don't respect you.
It's not. I wouldn't say they don't. They don't appreciate me. I don't know. But
do you feel hurt by this?
Come again?
Do you feel hurt that, despite all the successes you've chalked, if you're putting up an arena that is dominated by boxing legends and they don't consider you in there, it's quite an insult. Do you feel hurt?
Yeah, I would say, yes, I feel hurt sometimes because I feel hurt sometimes.
Sometimes, but not all the time.
You know, I just feel like maybe as I'm thinking that they hate, maybe it's part of me. I was born like that.
You were born to always have issues surrounding you and all that.
The joy of every tiler is using the ideal tile adhesive for a lasting bonding. It is for this reason that tilers and builders always use Webercore tile adhesives. They know that Webercore tile adhesives are of European quality and produced locally by St. Gobain Weber Ghana. They know that Webercore tile adhesives have all the additives and chemicals, and all you need is water. They know that Webercore tile adhesives are what you use for indoor, outdoor, and swimming pools. And they know that if they have to tile right and tile once, then it is Webercore tile adhesives. Webercore tile adhesives are available at major outlets like City Ceramica, Interstar Ceramics, Skyview Express, Atala Limited, Antis Limited, Wafo Depot, Tago Cantamanto and Koforidia, and an outlet near you. For retailing and your project, call 0556 486 342.
Weber, we care.
Water is life. Water gives life. Water moves through nature in a never-ending cycle. Observe the beauty of water as it flows all around us, refreshing and restoring. Gaze in wonder at the stillness and beauty of nature. There's harmony in nature everywhere around. Water revitalizes the body and keeps you going strong. Water is life. Water gives life. Drink Awake Purified Drinking Water, one for life. So relax and unwind, and in the calmness of nature, find the rest you desire. For every bottle of Awake you buy, an amount to be donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is FDA approved.
It's another beautiful opportunity, and this is Drive Safe. My name is Benjamin Akakwo. I am back at Top Tech Transport and Logistics, and this is where you really need to come if you want to know how to drive properly and do the right thing on the road and save your life as well as that of other motorists. Thank you for joining us. Now today, we're going to be talking about night driving, yes, but with a different dynamic. It is raining. Extreme weather conditions while you're driving at night. Driving at night already is problematic. Throw in other conditions and it becomes chaotic if you are not careful. How do you manage the situation? Before I get to Mr. Gabra though, let's take a quick look at this signal. So you think you know, but do you know? So you've seen that signal and you've seen the different answers. Which answer do you think it is? Curious, huh? So we'll find out at the end of this segment. But let me say hello to Mr. Cecil Gabra. Thank you once more for joining us.
Many thanks. Many thanks.
Great. Now, night driving is the conversation we just had. And we're now throwing in, let's say, a spanner in the wheel. You're driving at night, you're already struggling like those of us with 4 eyes. And there are extreme weather conditions. Let's say it is raining heavily. What changes? What should you do? How should you react as you drive?
Thank you so much. But then, first of all, do you have very good wipers? That is what you have to ask yourself. Wipers in Africa can only be used for a period of 3 months because of the scorching sun. Rubber is not permanent. Rubber doesn't last, and therefore you cannot use rubber in this hot scorching sun for more than 3 months. So first of all, you need to get a good wiper, and that is why you should always have a set of wiper blades in your vehicle. Now, as soon as you start putting on your...
So basically, just as you have spare tires, you should have spare
wiper blades. Yes. Now, when you put on your wiper blades and you hear that squeaking sound,
it means it's come to the end of its lifespan.
That gives you that warning that very soon it's going to go away from, the system that holds the blade.
Right.
Yes. So that's number one. You need to change your wiper blades. That when you switch on your wiper, you will not hear any sound from your windscreen.
So just to get it clear, once you start hearing that sound, it means you need to replace
time
your
for
wiper
replacement.
Right.
Right. So that's the warning. Right. So when you set off, you should have what we call the wiper fluid. I think I mentioned it the other time. The wiper fluid must be fully topped up. Okay. And that thing is not soap. Don't use Omo or any hard soap.
So I go to my filling station and there's a specific watery liquid soap kind of thing.
Precisely.
I actually buy it. It's specific for and that's what I use.
Yes.
Blue colored liquid.
Yes, that is it. That is the wiper fluid. A lot of people don't know, and that is why they try to mix up their own chemicals, because some of it also will destroy the rubber. Okay, especially if it's gotten any petroleum products in them. Right. Your wiper blades will go even before the 3 months. So change your wiper blades. Let it be new always. Now, as you set off and then you see that it's raining, you need to ask yourself so many questions. Okay, if you have your phone, you stop, you look at the weather conditions. What your phone says, what Uncle Google will tell you is fairly the truth, right? If you are traveling and then, it's raining heavily, what you need to do is look for somewhere to stop your vehicle, park your vehicle, not under a tree anyway. A plain place is okay. You don't drive in heavy rain. If it's drizzling...
How heavy is heavy?
Well, heavy means that your wiper, number 2, that's how I call it, that's the fast... Okay, and it's cleaning so fast, but still you can't see. Yeah, that's
so it's at the highest point, and you're still struggling.
Precisely. And then also there is a switch in the car that people don't know. Now that switch produces a lot of heat for the windscreen. Okay. Now you need to put that. It's called a defroster. You put it on. Because obviously you will be using your air conditioner, or you will be using, you'll be driving whilst your glasses are up.
So is it that button that I think it shows, when you want to heat up? Is that the button you're referring
It's a defroster.
Right.
And then you have it both at the front and then the back glasses. Okay, so you need to put it on. So that will give you that clearance. So whilst you're driving and then you notice that, hey, I cannot drive again, you look for somewhere and park. Don't force yourself to drive in that rainy condition. Now, before it gets to that point, road crashes occur when it's even drizzling, daytime. Okay, because this is a situation where, especially we are driving on a bitumen road. Okay, when it drizzles on it, the whole road becomes very oily. Your brakes wouldn't be able to work well. You have a situation where you go on your brakes and then you find your vehicle moving towards a direction. Even with all the systems that you have, may not be able to work well.
Your car might even skid.
It will skid off, right? So night driving, when you are driving in that situation, is very, very difficult, and then very tiring, and therefore you must not attempt. Park your vehicle, let the rains calm down, and when you set off, look for floods. In this situation, look out for the vehicle coming in front of you. Okay, if there are no vehicles, put on your most powerful lights, which is the high lights, and drive slowly, because you may be entering a flood which you may not know, especially when you are traveling and you don't know the condition of that road.
Because you can't see too far ahead because of the weather conditions.
Yes, drive gently, don't be in a hurry, and this time, roll your glasses also down so you get the ambience of if there's any water passing. It's really important.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Very interesting. Because water moving at a speed will make that noise even before you get there.
Right.
And it kills a lot of people because those driving the 4x4s are so funny. Not every 4x4 is a 4x4. I always say it. We have vehicles like RAV4, Toyota RAV4, that looks like a 4x4, but it is not a 4x4. However, if you are using the most powerful 4x4, you cannot drive in such situation, okay? And then I think at another time we'll talk about how to drive a 4x4 using all your auxiliary gears.
Okay. Right before we wrap on driving at night under extreme weather conditions, I also want to know, when it's raining, you're driving at night, what should you know when it comes to the application of brakes? Very briefly on that.
Well, thank you so much. You have to look out for the vehicle in front of you. When it moves to the left, move towards the left. If it touches his brake, touch your brake. That is it.
The person in front of you should be your guide.
Yes, the person in front of you must always be your guide because he will not go on his brake if there's no emergency. If he taps on your brake, on his brake, tap on your brake and wait for the next thing that you do. It's so interesting. Don't think that a person in front of you is not driving well. He is a good driver and he is guiding you. So if you're at the fourth car, you see all the cars in front of you doing the same thing, tapping on brakes, moving to the left, moving to the right, and sometimes abrupt stop. Speed limit must not exceed 60 kilometers per hour at night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabra, for walking us through this. Today, we've taken a look at driving at night under extreme or certain weather conditions, specifically rainy conditions. 60 kilometers per hour. Look out for the vehicles ahead of you in terms of how they are braking and all of that. Just follow suit. Don't be in too much of a hurry to get to your destination. Better get to your destination alive than not get there and be dead. That's how we wrap up on a Drive Safe for another segment. Like I always say, drive safe and stay alive. But so you think you know. Here's the answer to today's quiz question. And that's a wrap. My name is Benjamin Akakpo. Thank you for watching.
Are you sick or you want to check your health status? Then Chrisport Hospital and Diagnostic Center is the best choice for you.
At Chrisport Hospital and Diagnostic Center, we have the best doctors who are specialists in MRI, laboratory services, inpatient care, specialist care, and emergency services.
We have CT scan, X-ray, ultrasound, ENT, ophthalmology, and mammography.
The gynecology, pediatrics, pharmacy, ambulance services, and not forgetting our morgue.
We accept NHIS and any accredited private insurance.
Call us on 050-6675-037.
You can locate us at Dome near Parakou Estate, adjacent CFCC Church.
Chrisport Hospital and Diagnostic Center.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. Who will be careful M-Punch one?
Chese na me ankasa me period na say problems wom. Ntina ma wo ho idea ma me. Papa chese na nya asem ketewa. Na me coin point no mo hwe me mogya mu no mo hwe bibia na so mo meduro. Mo meduro me fire no. Ene ma won kra me enu. Foforo kwa na mkwan mu a eba.
Head everything yourself. Me ma me no adwojo eda ho a wontumi nante. And then the end point, or Mamma Nura, and then the white dear, what's me a sorry ananti.
That's end point for you. Of Roberto.
Hello.
Hey, what chair? Okay. A free bra with the end point, what dance? I'm a choir. Me Joseph Sama name Koye, and plus one of my rain and then Magina Sabema. Now, let me be here for the hard in Jarissa. You heard everything. I have secret. End point is my secret. End point homeopathic clinic. I'm free.
It's good to try something new every day. It's good when you get the rest you need because your family has got you. Fritol, you deserve a life of goodness. This advert is FDA approved.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us on the AM show. Time now for us to get into our big stories. The first one we're getting into, and we're going to be talking about the Jubilee House, which has taken on Professor Frimpong, former minister with this administration. And it's all about that report he put together and what it has generated in recent times, the conversation it has generated, the angst it has generated from some quarters. But what are the main details? We already started the conversation from the newspaper review, or the news review, I should say. We didn't have papers today. Well, now we're joined by Professor Ashanti. He is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Ghana. He joins us for a conversation. We'll have another crucial guest joining the conversation shortly via Zoom. But Prof, a very good morning to you. Thank you for joining the conversation.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
It's always good having you. And I should add, happy holiday to you.
Same to you.
Let's get into the main, thrust of the matter. What do you make of this report that for some 2 years did not see the light of day? Some have said, well, if he had any real grievances, he should have put that before cabinet when he was a minister. But others have said this report, which was presented to the chief of staff, was swept under the carpet. What is your sentiment on that?
Yes, for me, I think the matter was swept under the carpet. Because if you look at the reports, it is not just an ordinary report. It's not just an informal discussion as it is being alleged. Of course, we don't have all the complement of facts to come to a definite conclusion. But if you put the pieces together, the evidence can be corroborated to come to the conclusion that this is not just a personal rantings by the former minister about an issue that he confronted while doing his work as a minister and as part of the chair of that committee that was set up. So it is unfortunate that is the spin that the government is putting on it. But it is obvious for well-meaning people to discern and to see that this is a deliberate attempt to sweep something under the carpet and to come up with some justification which does not seem to fly.
To come up with some justification that does not seem to fly. But what do you feel could have led to this situation? Why do you think, you say it was swept under the carpet, but why do you think that was?
Well, for a number of reasons. I think one is the obvious fact that who is running the show, the governance system that we have, who is running it, it's not just the government that has been brought to power. And so in this situation, you have some forces that work behind or are working behind the government. And it's not only peculiar to Ghana. It's as a result of the kind of democratic system that has been imposed on us. And so we have a system where people support campaigning and people need to be paid back for what they have put into the campaign exercise. And so for that matter, it's difficult for government to, expose such people. And for that matter, it creates a situation where some issues are swept under the carpet just to protect people who are in high places and who are involved in such practices. I think that is the bottom line.
Do you concur? Do you agree with those who say there were other routes if he wanted this to actually get to Mr. President? He could have done so at a cabinet meeting, for example, or he could have put it before cabinet. Do you feel that would have been prudent? Because others have also said that, look, if he had done that, especially when you're naming people who are members of cabinet, that could have been problematic. How do you respond to that?
I think indirectly,
well, we have connectivity issues with Professor Afriyie. We'll try to rectify that and, of course, get back to him on that substantive question. But if you just joined the conversation, it's our first big story this morning. And we're talking about the back and forth between Professor Frimpong Boateng and establishment, government, and some responses as well. We'll get to those responses from the likes of Kojo Nkrumah, from the likes of Gabi Otredako, and the counter-response from Professor Frimpong Boateng. But we're getting into that 30-plus page report that he put together, which the Jubilee House has described as merely being basically hearsay. Hearsay. They say they are effusions, if you like, emotional effusions of the former Minister of State. And we're getting into that all-important matter. In fact, quoting what the Jubilee House says, it refers to it as containing a catalogue of grievances, personal grievances, if you like, and hearsay. That is how, or that is the posturing of the president on the matter. So an investigation was called for, but then, again, you would have people talk about the fact that the Jubilee House then started castigating other elements within the Jubilee House, or the setup started castigating Professor Frimpong Boateng for these utterances. The question remains, where do we go from here? We'll try to see if we're not getting Professor Afriyie. Maybe we'll put some of the statements on and proceed from there. Do we have Prof back on the line? Right, so as we wait to connect with Professor Afriyie, we'll take some of what Gabi Otredako has been saying on this matter as he was pointed at in this report by Professor Frimpong Boateng. Let's watch what he had to say.
Professional to drop an aid on a matter that was purely about a lawyer asking questions about his client. My lawyer comes to me and says that his client, with all these permits and licenses, goes on site with equipment to do prospecting, and the soldiers have come to seize the equipment. Now, what do you do as a lawyer? So I call the minister for clarification. I have a client who has all the documents or permits and licenses required to do prospecting, everything. And he goes on site, and then soldiers come to basically stop, not just stop them from working, but seize all the equipment. So I asked the minister, but they have permits, so what really, I want to understand the issue. And then the minister fires back and says, they are not prospecting, they are mining. Are you challenging the permit as fake? I said, no, but it shouldn't have been issued. I said, yeah, but that's a different matter. But I just want to understand really what the issues are. Is it that, so essentially he gave me his side of the story, which is that he believes that what they were doing was mining, not prospecting, even though they had just gone on site. And that was the conversation that we had.
All right, so having heard Gabi Asare-Ochodako, let's also respond, or let's listen to someone else who's also been responding to the assertions by Professor Frimpong Boateng. Lord Kome of the MPP has been responding as well.
And granted that he wrote that, whether he's in his right frame of mind, because this is a minister that I have never spoken to him before in my life. You heard it. I've been national organizer of this party for years, okay? When I knew him, all through to becoming a minister of state and thereafter. Never, ever have I spoken to him in my life. So I don't know what he's talking about. In any case, which of them is he tagging me with? That I'm the frontal person, or I am the influencer or interfering person, or that I am the main person. It's ridiculous, okay? And in fact, he should not play on the minds of Ghanaians. This is a whole professor, okay, highly respected in the Ghanaian society, that the president gives you a tax, okay, and a huge tax as one. What did I hear you read? That he was trying to accuse the president of total disregard? For goodness sake. Was he the one who advised the president to set up an interministerial committee in the first place? For him to now call it total disregard. The man who sets the committee up, if he were not serious and didn't mean it, he would have set it up and appointed you. The president had some serious confidence in you. That is why he put you there. You failed. And instead of bowing down your heads in shame and accepting the responsibility, you try to throw names around. I am not part of the names that he's going to. I have been director of operations since 2017. Okay, when the president set this committee up. Okay, the president in his own wisdom thought that he wouldn't want to add his director of operations to this committee. And so be it. Never ever. Okay? And I repeat it, never ever. In any case, I heard about some 2-3 weeks ago that he was throwing some wild accusations around, and the president had asked the CID headquarters to investigate that. Okay, so he should go there and face it. And then if he has the balls to mention my name, I would meet him there. Okay, he has to prove beyond reasonable doubts. I am not the type that people can just run around throwing my name around and get away with it. Especially so far as that his terms of reference of managing this whole very important operation is concerned. I am not part of it. I couldn't have been part of it, and he should come again.
Well, we'll get to that list of NPP bigwigs who are pointed to by the former minister. But we have Professor Asare back on the line via phone now. Prof, thank you so much for doing us the honors, the courtesy. You were talking about addressing the matter through cabinet and what you felt about it right before the connection failed us.
Yes, thank you very much for reconnecting me. I think that, as I was saying, the cabinet, one way or the other, ought to have known about the report of the interministerial committee. And you cannot set up a committee, expect the committee to work, and you don't have any inkling of the happenings of the committee. And the only time you have a report of it is when the professor is alleged to have had a conversation with the chief of staff to talk about his wranglings and his informal discussions with the chief of staff. I think that is hitting below the belt. I think the government should not insult the intelligence of Ghanaians. You can put 2 and 2 together and easily infer that cabinet knew about this. It may not have been formal, but cabinet knew about this. It may not have been formal, but JoyNews, other networks have reported about this. If you go on YouTube, you find the information there. If you go on Facebook, it is there. If you go on various WhatsApp platforms, the information is there. So what the Professor Frimpong is saying is not something new that we don't know. So it is therefore a serious government. And it's also part of the mandate of the Minister of Information that he gleans through the newspapers and the online portals and so on to know the major happenings in the country and report that to Cabinet. So, and I think that's exactly what the Minister of Information was also saying. So Cabinet knows about it, and therefore it doesn't lie in the mouth of whoever wrote that piece, trying to rubbish what the former minister has said. It is simply disingenuous on the part of the government to do that. And I think Ghanaians deserve better. We need to know what is happening, and if it was to be in some other country, heads would have rolled by now. There is no way the former minister, will only be sidelined for everything that he wrote, that these are all falsehoods or hearsays and so on. So we should come again. Government should come again. Government should come again and accept some responsibility. Otherwise, we don't see how we can run a country and deal with this Galamsey canker, which is affecting everybody in the country, in the environmental sense, in the area of human rights, in the area of the impact on the economy. People have been dislocated, some have been relocated. So many social vices being committed, social values themselves being degraded. And so we need to really speak to the issues in a more serious manner than the kind of feedback we are getting from the government.
Now, when you look at this game supposedly being played, the statement emerges, the report emerges, then there's a lot of talk about it from civil society to the media to the ordinary Ghanaian on social media. And then there is a call for an investigation. But while that is going on, even before we hear that supposedly this is all frivolous per the Jubilee House, that it is all hearsay, we have some castigation from the powers that be in different quarters. What does that say to you? How does it speak volumes about the purported fight against Galamsey from where you sit, Prof?
Well, I think various organizations and individuals working on the Galamsey issue have come out to say clearly that the government is not being serious about the Galamsey fight. And we cannot deny that fact, except the government that is saying that it is doing the best it can, and the government, the president, has an unassailable, is making unassailable efforts to deal with the Galamsey canker. But the results speak for itself. We have to look at the results. What has been achieved? So much money has been pumped into this exercise. The different soldiers, groups and bodies have been sent into this Galamsey zone. Some senior officers as well, and some have even lost their lives as a result of this. The Galamsey fight is not working. And we see somebody who was making efforts to make it work. That person's appointment was not renewed. It could be other reasons. But clearly this gives you an indication that probably his appointment as minister was not even renewed because of the problem in quotes that he was creating within cabinet or within government circles. That, listen, this fight can only be won if you come on the side of the people, but you are on the other side. And it's because, you know, as a political scientist said, politics is based on self-interest. But this self-interest, much as you gain something extra by going to politics, it is not at the expense of the ordinary person. So as for the Galamsey fight, we all know it, that it is just being fought as a public relations thing. The committee, there have been committees and institutions and bodies set up by the government, and it is seen as being serious about attacking a particular problem. But at the end of the day, because when the problem is solved, it will benefit the larger society, but not
the few people in government who are bent on fleecing the country, they put impediments in the way of such committees. And this is one of the such committees. Talk about Office of Special Prosecutor. The office needs money to be able to perform its work. The office has been stifled of money. You talk about SHRASH. SHRASH has also been muzzled because they don't get the resources they need. Talk about the enthusiasm and energy that the new IGP brought to the Ghana Police Service. That enthusiasm and that energy and that focus is dying out now. Talk about the court. Some decisions that have been made by the court are being questioned. So we don't seem to know where to turn to now. And the government needs to really sit up, and the talk has become too much.
All right.
And that it's not a good indication at all that the government is fighting the Galamsey money. Not only Galamsey, but others. But Galamsey is connected to the other problems. It's connected to corruption. It's connected to state capture. It's connected to efforts to undermine the integrity of certain institutions which are critical for democracy in the country.
Just hold for me on that point, because there are other crucial areas I want us to tackle. But someone who has also taken a keen interest in this latest report and the development so far has been Kobena Arthur Kennedy, Dr. Arthur Kennedy. And he is the former flag bearer aspirant of the party, parliamentary aspirant as well within the MPP. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Arthur Kennedy, all the way from the United States.
You and good morning to all your panelists. Good morning to Ghanaians listening and watching.
I'm going to start on a rather interesting note because I've followed some conversations in the past and concerning your party, the NPP. Are you still a member? Just to start off the conversation, because sometimes people say that, hey, he's not even a member of our party. Don't refer to him as a big wig or an MPP member. He is not. Just clarify for us this morning. Are you still a member of the NPP before we get to the substantive issue?
Member of the NPP, but for this conversation, I think what is required is to be a Ghanaian.
Okay, so you started by saying you are a member, but for this conversation, what is required to be a Ghanaian? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Now, let's get into the main meat of the matter. You've seen, undoubtedly, Professor Frimpong Boateng's report. What do you make of it? Even before we get into the surrounding issues, what do you make of that report?
I think it's a damning, substantive, fact-filled report, and the idea that it sat on the president's desk for 2 years is unimaginable and unfathomable.
Some have said that it was presented to the chief of staff and that the president may not have seen it. Some have even gone as far as suggesting that if Professor Frimpong Boateng wanted this to gather the sort of steam he is putting out now, then he should have addressed it at the cabinet level. How do you respond to such concerns or comments?
Well, I mean, those saying that are not serious. To begin with, all around the world, everybody knows that when you hand a report to the chief of staff, it is as good as handing it to the president, unless the president wants to say he has no confidence in his chief of staff. As for presenting it at the cabinet level, at that time he had left the cabinet, so he couldn't have presented it to the cabinet. Furthermore, the report itself contains clear, unambiguous instances of him bringing up to the president the problems that the Interministerial Committee Task Force was having. Particularly, for example, with regard to the senior minister, with regard to Sir John, with regard to a lot of others, and the president promising to address those. He didn't. So the idea that if he wanted to be serious, he would have presented it at the cabinet level is really a non-starter, and no serious person will say that. I think that not only that, I actually am happy that we're doing this on JoyNews, because you and your reporter, Erastus Asaridonko, did some very brave reporting in which you highlighted a lot of the problems in Galamsey. There were instances where two groups of military people almost came to blows, with one group with the interministerial committee, another group protecting the Galamseyers. And this was aired and everybody saw it. So the idea that this report has been on the blind side of the president is really a joke and an insult both to the president's intelligence and integrity, as well as to Ghanaians.
Both to the president's intelligence and integrity. Why do you say that?
I mean, it is obvious that those making the argument are not serving him well. You know, when you say that a president's chief of staff has had a report for 2 years, but he didn't know about it, I mean, that's really not on. And secondly, I'm also saying that the reporting by Joy FM and other news outlets should have come to the attention of the president. So the idea that he didn't know about it is really something that serious people should not claim.
Earlier today, I actually interacted with Kojopoku, who interestingly is a flag bearer aspirant for the MPP come November. You've been in that position before, and he said that he didn't take this as allegations. In fact, for him, they were fact. Now, do you take everything in this report by Professor Frimpong Boateng as the gospel truth?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but I would say that he has put on the table significant issues that require interrogation. I think some of them obviously are facts. Others we haven't verified, but, you know, for example, when he says that I had a problem with the senior minister and I reported him to the president, and the president said I would deal with it. You know, I had a problem with Gabi and I reported to the president and the president said he would deal with it. I think those can be taken as facts. I think the professor has put on the table substantive, reasonable, very verifiable facts on the table. And at this point, it is beyond speculation. And actually, it also begs the question about when the president himself pledged to put his presidency at stake to fight Galamsey, what he has done. And I can tell you that a week after the president made that claim, I was talking to a friend of mine who is a seasoned journalist. I don't have permission to mention his name. He told me candidly that in his view, the president's claim that he was going to fight Galamsey was an empty boast. When I asked why, he said, quote, "There are too many big people in his family and in his government and in his party involved, and he does not have the balls to deal with them." Actually, we placed the bet, I on behalf of the president, that he will win. And now, when I go back to Ghana, I owe him the bet because he won it.
So this is quite an interesting picture you paint. I would like to ask you then, are you disappointed in the president based on what he said, that he would put his very presidency on the line to combat Galamsey, tackle it and bring it to its knees, versus what you're seeing now on which you've lost a bet? Are you disappointed in the president?
That's an understatement, and you should be disappointed too. I mean, I do not see any evidence anywhere that anything has been achieved in the Galamsey fight. Not only that, the repeated reports of powerful people in the government and in the party being involved in Galamsey, while we see our water bodies being dirtied and our environment being degraded, there is nothing positive about it. And I am heartbroken because I was so excited when I heard the president's promise.
Let's look at that recent statement you put out. You titled it "The Echoes of Galamsey in Ghana," and you start by saying, I'll let you expatiate on it, but you say Galamsey has come to symbolize, unfortunately, the capture of our governance by criminal elements bent on channeling public resources into private hands to our collective detriment. You go on and on. But I'd like to find out from you. You speak about this interesting bit that, ironically, even while the investigation ordered by the president was ongoing, there was a statement from the government seeking to undermine Professor Frimpong Boateng and his report. Looking at how this is played out from the different parties, from the standpoint of Gabi Asare-Otrodako, the president's cousin, to ministers and others whose names have been mentioned, the likes of Lord Kome, a bigwig in the MPP, the likes of Information Minister Kojo Nkrumah, who has had cause to respond. I'm only bringing up these names because these are people who have come to the fore, responded, and all of that. What do you make of that game being played, and whether that shows any commitment from the presidency, and how you feel, for example, Mr. President should be addressing the issue from the standpoint of what he tells his subordinates, his ministers and others who have been pointed at?
Well, I don't even know where to start. I think that we are witnessing a full-blown demonstration of why our country and our governance has become a charade. There are people who believe that a lot of third world countries like Ghana and Nigeria and others, that we keep bemoaning and wondering why things don't work, are working the way those who control it want it to work. I believe that the purpose of our governance these days has been the transfer of public resources into private hands and control. And we are witnessing that full-blown. Not even one of those against whom allegations have been made in Galamsey have been interdicted. The excavators have disappeared and reappeared, the allegations of this. But at the end of the day, all those speculations don't matter. We can look on the ground and see how the rivers are being polluted. And I want to commend Joy FM for their very brave reporting. I think Erastus Basardonko, I even feared for his life, standing between two groups of military men. And right now, questions we ought to ask is, aside from the Galamsey industry capturing the political space, the question is whether they have also captured the military and security space, and that we can no longer trust our security forces to enforce Ghana's laws. And what is happening right in front of our eyes is very sad, that we're destroying our environment so recklessly and nobody seems to be willing or able to do anything about it.
Now, there's this point, lest I forget. You speak about the attempts at impugning, the author of the piece in this recent piece that you put out. But some have also said, in firing back at Professor Frimpong Boateng, some have said that he himself was mired in a way in illegal mining while he was minister. He has parried that, but does it matter to you that the author himself, if he is not whistle clean, would it matter to you, Doc?
A little bit, but I am a serious person. And I believe, the analogy I used is the equivalent of going to take an exam and you have questions, you have about 5 questions, and the 5th question is for 5 points. All the others are for 95 points. And then you are focused on, I've got to get this question which has 5 points right, otherwise I won't tackle the other questions. I think we need to know whether Professor Frimpong Boateng himself is corrupt or has been involved in Galamsey. But that issue, the answer to that, would only underline the extent of the problem we face. Regardless of whether he himself is involved or not, I think we are beyond that. He has put on the table significant, credible, disturbing allegations, most of which are verifiable, independent of whether he himself is involved or not. I mean, whether he is involved or not, will not change the fact that the president promised to deal with all these senior people he didn't deal with. Whether he is involved or not will not change the fact of whether people at Flagstaff House are involved or not. It will not change the fact of whether Galamsey was done right up to the president's backyard and it affected his garden. It will not affect the fact that senior party people are doing Galamsey or not. And we can verify all those things independent of whether or not the professor himself has clean hands. And I think we ought to be going on to do that. It will not change the fact that members of parliament are using their positions to get concessions so they too can do Galamsey. And more to the point, it will not change the fact that our river bodies and our environments are being destroyed right in front of our eyes.
A crucial point you make in this, and right before we get to that tall list or long list, you write, predictably, a network of interested parties have begun not to challenge the substance of the report, but to impugn the integrity of the author. That report, together with a bold and chilling documentary by JoyNews and Erastus Asaridonko, and you mentioned Kevin Taylor's recent expose, should trouble the conscience of every Ghanaian patriot. And it has sat on the president's desk for 2 long years. We Ghanaians must ask ourselves some important questions, and you go into those questions. But I'd like to find out from you, this bit about what you say, impugning the author rather than challenging the substance of what he says. If you've listened to the likes of Gabi Otredako, in fact, Kojo Nkrumah found it a surprise that he was in there. Gabi Otredako has also had cause to respond to this. Why do you think they are attacking the author and not the substance of the matter?
Because maybe the substance is unassailable. That is my point. If Eko Ewusi, I think, says 80% of what the professor is saying is true, but he himself was involved, then which 80%? Let's deal with that. If somebody in the position of Gabi, who I am sure is a good lawyer, has toiled most of his life to make his cousin the president, and the president has pledged his presidency to fight Galamsey, yes, Galamseyers must be defended, but must they be defended by Gabi? I mean, isn't that a conflict of interest?
But he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. It is reminiscent, if you permit me, of the Freddie Blay issue, where his chamber or whatever was representing someone supposedly, I think Aisha Huang or something of the sort. And some said, wait, he may be a member of the MPP, he may be a former chairman, but he's a lawyer, he's a practitioner, and he's free to do this. What do you make of it?
Yeah, but he's not the only lawyer in Ghana. I'm just saying that there is a huge conflict of interest, and there are people who have said, I don't have evidence of that, that maybe the reason why Gabi was the lawyer was not really because of his law skills, but because of his connections. I'm just saying that it's unseemly for people involved in Galamsey to be defended by Gabi when the very government, led by the person whose private lawyer and counselor he is pledged to fighting Galamsey. It's just not appropriate. That shouldn't be happening. And I also talk about all these other people who say, oh, most of what the professor is saying is true, but he is involved. What is it that he's saying that is true? Let's deal with that, so that afterwards, if you have evidence that he is involved, you can add to it. But whether he is involved or not does not change the fact that this fight against Galamsey is an abysmal failure.
You say the fight against Galamsey is an abysmal failure. Let's get into some of the points you raised. And Professor Appiah, just hold for me. I'll be coming to you shortly. I want you to take stock of the points that Dr. Arthur Kennedy makes, so that when I walk through them with him, I can come to you on the same points for you to give me your take. So back to you, Dr. Arthur Kennedy. You're right, and I'm not going to read all 9 or so of them. I'll just pick and choose a few. You can expand on them. You start by saying the questions that Ghanaians ought to be asking themselves or ourselves. 1, when the president pledged to put his presidency on the line to fight Galamsey, did he mean it? And did he fight? 2, When the president got this report 2 years ago, what exactly did he do with it? 3, looking at all that has happened since the president took office, is this president fighting Galamsey or fronting for it? You put those in caps, fighting and fronting. Then 4, are our security forces enforcing our laws or protecting those breaking our laws and destroying our environment? 5, are members of parliament committed to protecting our resources from criminals or just seeking their concessions to line their pockets? 6, are our traditional rulers true custodians of our wealth and lands and environment who will protect it for posterity, or accomplices of Galamseyers who are betraying us like their ancestors did to slave traders and colonialists? And that's a very important point you make, because traditional rulers have also been called out, but we've heard from the likes of the Ashanti Otumfuose II, and among others, talking about the fact that they have no real powers when it comes to this. We should look to the executive. So that's a crucial point. 7, is it moral for the cousin of the president, Gabi, to be defending Galamsey while his cousin has pledged to put his presidency on the line to fight it? 8, why is it that whenever our governments come to crossroads between good and evil, moral ministers get sacked while corrupt ministers are retained? And final point, can small-scale mining be done legally without destroying our environment? What made you reflect on all of these, and what is your verdict after having penciled these 9 points? What is your verdict, Dr. Arthur Kennedy?
Well, I like you said, there are a lot of points there, but to my mind, there are 3 of them, or 4, that are very crucial. The first thing is whether the president has been fronting for Galamsey or fighting it. And I say this painfully because my most exciting day was the day I saw him make that pledge that he was prepared to put his presidency on the line. I think that on the basis of the evidence we have, he has not been fighting Galamsey. As to whether he's been fronting for it, I don't have enough evidence to say that. But I am not persuaded that he has been fighting. That's on the president. The second point is that I think that all this sudden interest in Professor Frimpong Boateng's report is really a PR exercise rather than an exercise in leadership and accountability. If they were going to do leadership and accountability, all the 2 years that the report has been sitting there, they would have dealt with it. The reason they didn't deal with it was that they didn't want to do anything about it. And right now, all what people are trying to do is to protect their legacies and their reputations rather than do something for Ghana. Then I go to the role of the chiefs. With all due respect to our chiefs, including respectfully Otumfuo, if the chiefs, regardless of whether they have power or not, decided that they were not going to let their forests and river bodies be polluted and poison poured into their waters, I am telling you, no executive authority will be able to stand in their way. And everybody knows that if the Asante said not 1 inch of a river in Ashanti will be polluted, and I will mobilize young men to go and defend the river bodies, regardless of authority they will be. And most of the chiefs in Ghana can do the same thing. Actually, a few of them, I'm told, are doing it. So respectfully, I just don't buy the idea that the chiefs have their hands tied behind their backs. If this was something they wanted to do, and it is something they should want to do, historically, morally, and ethically, if they wanted to do that, no authority would go over them to do it. And the last point about Parliament is that I think that these discussions we are having, it should be taking place in terms of parliamentary hearings so that we know what has been done, we know what hasn't been done, we know the state of our laws, we update it. If you go to Mali and Venezuela and a few other countries where they do small-scale mining without destroying the environment, You have to have a rigorous legal regime. You have to hold people accountable for breaking the law. You can't do it with a situation where you have an interministerial committee trying to stop the illegal mining, and then lands and mineral resource and others giving people permits to, in effect, undermine the very fight the government itself claims to be committed to. No, we are not serious.
Just hold for me, Doc, as we wind down on the conversation. I'd like to bring in Prof as well, and then we'll share our final thoughts on the way forward. Professor Afriyie, listening to everything that has been dilated on by Dr. Arthur Kennedy and his 9-point on which he elaborates, in fact, he just elaborated a short while ago. What do you make of it, and what do you make of the 3 points he just, shared with us? Hello, Prof.
Thank you. I think I've made this point before, and I will repeat it, that the criminals are becoming politically minded, and politicians are becoming criminally minded. And that is a very bad combination in the fight against the Galamsey menace we're talking about.
Just a quick point. Are you suggesting then that in a way we have criminals infiltrating our governance system? Do we have criminals in government?
What is Galamsey? Galamsey is an illegal act. And if you are committing an illegal act and the laws are clear in the Criminal and Other Offences Act, you are a criminal. So the fact that you have not been arrested and prosecuted doesn't mean that you are not. And we have a situation where the governance has been infiltrated by such criminal gangs and groups. And I've also made a point that Galamsey is an transnational organized crime, where it cuts across boundaries. There are networked groups that operate in that domain. And at the end of the day, it's not just the criminal activity they are engaging in. They affect the very fabric of governance in the country. Governance has now been diluted, and it's become a hybrid form of governance system that we have in the country. And there are state-embedded actors that are involved in this. If you are not ready to join the fray, you are cut out. An example is what Professor Frimpong Boateng is facing now. He's being fried for trying to do what is right. I mean, as has already been said by Doc, some of the facts are there. They are unimpeachable. And so you ask yourself, for example, what is the police doing? The police is supposed to fight these criminal activities. There was a clear case where Akunta mines were fingered, and you would have expected that the police would at least call this the chairman of the Ashanti Regional MPP for questioning and for him to provide evidence contrary to what has been alleged that he's been engaged in. Erastus's report is there. There are so many reports by the media coalition and so on, and nothing is being done about it. And at the end of the day, we have a situation where the issue about the role of the chiefly authorities are also questionable, because they see some of these things going on in their communities on a daily basis. You also need to talk about the district assemblies, the municipal assemblies. They all know what is going on. So if you have a situation where government is unable to act, then it comes down to the influence such criminal minded people have put into the machinery of governments, and then the fact that they want to reap back what they have sown. And that is what state capture is about. It is no more the government that is running the show, but people who directly or indirectly have aided the government to come to power and is supporting the government in some other activities, and therefore they are running the show. Otherwise, there's no other explanation to postulate, to support the claim that what is going on is not being influenced by by criminal activities. Because at the end of the day, when criminals are able to influence governments, they are able to prevent government from using its machinery to stop them from operating. And so if you're able to influence that and you're able to buy your way through, that is what gives you unfettered powers and unfettered authorities to do whatever you do with all the impunity that goes with it.
Just tell me, especially as you operate in the sphere of the law, heading into election 2024, what could this imply if literally criminal elements are infiltrating government? And even beyond 2024, what could that mean for our democracy, for the fight against state capture, as Dr. Arthur Kennedy makes mention of, among others? What do you think of that? Briefly on that, so we conclude.
Well, this is not the first time we are witnessing criminal involvement in politics, but it has been taken to a higher level under the NPP. The NDC did the same thing or did similar things. And if you go to places like Guinea-Bissau, which is called a narco state, police officers, ministers of state, even the president at the point in time were alleged to have been involved in narcotics deals and so on. So it's not something new. And some political scientists point to the way our financial campaigning structure in terms of finances that go into campaigning during elections are organized, because you need a huge amount of resources and people don't have it. Therefore, they propose, for example, that the state should sponsor political parties so that they will not be forced to rely on financiers, the godfathers, who at the end of the day who lurk behind the scenes and control the affairs, the destiny of the country. So going into 2024, the situation is not going to get any better. And one thing I've also realized about Ghanaian politics is that when one regime comes to power and does some bad things, the new party that replaces it or takes over power does not take serious efforts to deal with the problem, because they have identified a gold mine that they also want to dig into, and they dig deeper. So if you're not careful, and I'm not imputing any wrongdoing on any political party, but it may get worse whether NPP retains power or whether NDC comes to power. Because remember, Professor Afriyie Boateng's report also identified some NDC activists involved in the Galamsey exercise. So it's not on only one side. But so long as the NDC has come to realize that this is how deep NPP could go, if they should come back to power, they may even dig deeper. And that is the worry.
As we wrap the conversation, I would like to go back to Gabi Asare-Otredako and his own reactions. He speaks about the fact that Professor Afriyie Boateng deliberately twisted his mediation to cause public disaffection for him. But Prof comes back to say, Mr. Gabi Otredako, it is laughable that you claim to have called me to seek information on your client. If you needed any information, you could have called the Minerals Commission. You know I did not operate mining information services. He goes on to add, you called to tell me that your client had a valid mining license and all necessary permits. I told you that Heritage Imperial Company Limited did not possess documents permitting it to undertake active mining. That notwithstanding, through your intervention, the Chinese who were arrested were released by the task force. The many soldiers who were providing security services to your client's company attacked the IMCIM task force team and damaged the vehicle carrying journalists who were covering the IMCIM operations. The unfortunate scenes were captured on camera and shown on JoyNews. You can check out the rest of the story on myjoyonline.com. But gentlemen, for both of you, and I'll start with Dr. Arthur Kennedy on this. What do we need? Further investigations. The Galamsey issue is broad, but on this specific matter tied to Professor Afriyie Boateng, what do we need? further investigations, and where do we go from here? I'll start with you, Dr. Kennedy.
I think that we need to have hearings by Parliament. I do not trust the CID to properly investigate this. I think that they are compromised and too beholden to the government. And the investigation should not be just to assign blame. It should be to look at how we can make small-scale mining legal, environmentally sound, and beneficial to our country. The second thing is that I am very concerned about the idea of state capture. I think that we are watching the unraveling of this Fourth Republic and our country. So I urge all Ghanaians not to sit on the sidelines. My fellow Ghanaians, we are the men we have been waiting for. If we don't do this, nobody else will do it, and they are destroying our country right in front of our eyes. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kwabena Arthur Kennedy, joining us all the way from the United States. He's a former contender for the flag bearership slot of the MPP, as well as a parliamentary slot as well. We're grateful so much for your time, Dr. Kennedy. Let me take the final words of Professor Appiah on this matter. Same questions to you.
I endorse what Professor Kennedy has said, that a parliamentary probe, a probe from a parliamentary probe will help deal with this canker that we are confronted with. And I also want to call for looking at the roots of the problem. And for me, the root of the problem lies in campaign financing. If you're able to plug the holes as to who finances a political party, if political parties are made to account for after every election how much they've spent, and at the end of every year or so, according to the rules, the laws that deal with political parties, I think we'll be able to plug some of the loopholes whereby, and then we also look at the possibility of states funding political party campaign activities. We should be as stringent as we are, for example, the situation we have in the US, where it can lead to even criminal prosecutions for campaign financing issues. So that will help deal with the matter one way or the other. And I think it's also important that people should look at issues, not just personalities and not just political parties, because sometimes when you make these commentaries and you want to bring out the problems, the reaction seems to be that so long as my party in power, I don't care. And so the fact that our democracy needs to move to a higher level is highly recommended, so that we look at issues, not just personalities or parties, and to be able to properly inform as to who we vote for. That will make a difference, in my opinion.
Thank you so much, Professor Appiah, for having joined the conversation. Professor Appiah, of course, a lecturer at the Faculty of Law of the University of Ghana. Ghana, we've come to the end of this conversation on Professor Frimpong Boateng's take, his mentions names. Only time will tell how the situation pans out. But right as I get ready to take a breather, take a sip of water, you know what I'm going to be sipping on. Water is life, and Awake is premium purified water treated through a strict purification process to ensure that every bottle on the market refreshes you better. And no matter what you're looking for, you're covered. If you're looking for 330 or 500 ml bottles, maybe something that can fit into your child's backpack or their lunch bag, you're sorted. If you're a big drinker, you want 750 milliliters or 1.5 liters, you're catered for as well. But wait, how about if you're at your office or at home? You need something even bigger. They've got you covered too. They have their 19-liter jar bottles, which are ideal for those situations. So all you must do now is drink Awake Purified Drinking Water and get yourself nourished. Choose a bottle of Awake purified drinking water today and get quality hydration. It's one for life as well. Now, something I find very heartwarming. For every bottle you purchase, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center as a token to contribute to those who cannot afford treatment. It's another quality product by Casapreco Company Limited. If you'd like to purchase in bulk, just call them on 0262 351 251. 0262 351 251. This advert, of course, is FDA approved. We're taking a breather. When we return, look forward to my interaction with Swiss ambassador to Ghana, Simone Giga. She talks about matters arising, what lessons we can learn from Switzerland, and what she thinks, basically, about our food, our music, and more. All of that after the break. Stay.
Or you want to check your health status? Then Chrisport Hospital and Diagnostic Center is the best choice for you.
At Chrisport Hospital and Diagnostic Center, we have the best doctors who are specialists in MRI, laboratory services, inpatient care, specialist care, and emergency services.
We have CT scan, X-ray, ultrasound, ENT, ophthalmology, and mammography.
The gynecology, pediatrics, pharmacy, ambulance services, and not forgetting our morgue.
We accept NHIS and any accredited private insurance.
Call us on 050-6675-037.
You can locate us at Dome near Parakou Estate adjacent CFCC Church.
Chrisport Hospital and Diagnostic Center. We can.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Well, thank you for joining us. We're here in the home of, I'll be telling you whom, shortly. But she has 18 years of experience in international cooperation, diplomacy, and management, where in her residence, she represents Switzerland in Ghana. She's in the person of Her Excellency Simone Giga. She's been gracious enough to host us this morning as we get interactive. Simone, good morning.
Good morning, Benjamin.
I think it's only fitting we...
And kudos, really congratulations to you. You perfectly spelled my name, so not many people in Ghana can do that. Well
right,
done. Well
Simone
done.
Giga. I'm sure a lot of people struggle with the name.
Well, it's normal. I also struggle with Twi, so...
You know, at a point, I'll be finding out how many Twi words you've learned so far.
No, please
or
don't.
local language words
Please don't.
So far.
Don't.
Anyway, but it's going to be a very easy conversation. I'd like to start off with you telling us a bit about yourself. Who are you? I've mentioned that you have 18 years of experience in this space, but who is Simone Giga?
Yes, you said a lot about it already, and actually by fall this year, it will be 19 years of experience because I've added the year in Ghana now. And I've been in Ghana since August last year.
Okay.
It's my first ambassadorial position. Before that, I was 4 years in Bern. I was heading the global program on migration and development at Switzerland's Agency for Development and Cooperation. And before that, actually, I spent almost all of my career abroad. So I was in, if I counted correctly, in 7 different countries, mostly in the former Soviet Union, Eastern Europe. So now for the first time posted in Africa.
I was just about to ask that. So this is your very first time in Africa.
Exactly,
wow. And you have experience from the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
That goes
post-Soviet Union. I'm right. Not that old, so yeah.
So that's a very interesting background that you have, and of course we're glad to have you on the continent as well to share your wealth of experience. But what has your experience been, especially as this is your first time in Africa and you've come to Ghana? What has the experience been like? How have you found Ghana? Everything from food to drinks to the people. What has Ghana been like for you?
And I will speak for myself and my family, right? So because we're in this together. So I think Ghana is really a country that like sucks you in a good way. It has been very welcoming. Of course, there have been many news in my life, right? So it's a new continent, new country, new title, new job description, like new home, new school for the kids. So a lot of news. So it can be quite overwhelming. And I think it would be overwhelming for anyone, right? So it has been a struggle, but that is more like because of the entire constellation. But then, as I said, I think the fact that Ghana is like so open, and also I'm also talking about the diplomatic community. You know, I felt very much welcome, and through that, after less than a year, I can really say now I feel at home. And you said also, you know, talk about the food and the experiences. Yeah. So I really also tried to venture out, although it has been incredibly busy, and I wouldn't have to leave Accra because it's never a dull day here, I feel. I said, no, I really want to go out and see the country, because every country is more than it, or almost every country, unless you're very small, is more than its capital, right? So I really tried to venture out, and when we venture out, I also tried to eat a bit like the local food and really experience Ghana to the fullest.
What have you tried, local food?
Oh God! So I hope I see now where it already starts with the
you can describe them.
Right. Of course, we fufu a lot. We have it once a month. So my family, the kids, of course, they love the fact that you can eat it with hands. Your hands. You know, just that for them. Right. It's an experience. Then I like vache a lot.
Vache. Okay. The rice and beans mix.
Yeah. Right. I know what it is. It's just a. Then egusi, is that how you say it? It's like made out of pumpkin seeds.
Yes.
So I like that.
What do you have it with? Because it usually goes with eba or doughy dishes.
Yeah, something. I think I had it with banku. I'm not sure. I think I'm not sure. And then I had a lot of guinea fowl when I was in the north. Of course, jollof, not to forget. So yeah, I think I had quite a good impression of the
Looks like you've had a swell time. You should, but since you've tried wache, maybe Ghana jollof should also be on your menu moving forward. But tell me, just because you brought it up, before we move on to the next question, since you're so busy, it just hit me. What is a regular day like for you?
Oh wow, like, you know what really is great about my job and what attracts me to it with all the stress is that there is no regular day, right? Like every day is different.
It comes with its own.
No, and sometimes also, you know, you plan and then like something comes in between, or like you know, or you're called to Parliament, or you have to see a minister. So these things are not plannable, right? They come at the last minute. Or headquarter asks you, you know, we want you to see this and that person, to talk on this and that. So it's not really plannable, but a lot of my normal day is really about meeting people, getting to know the country, of course also learning about the country, and then because at one point I'm expected to report back to my headquarters, because whatever like I report back will then be part of our like strategy towards Sub-Saharan Africa. So, but a lot of interactions, a lot of really getting to know the country. And then when I say interactions, it's really at all levels. So it's, of course, government is the main counterpart, but then also with the private sector, with civil society, with interesting persons in Ghana.
I also know you've traveled a lot. The last time we had an interaction, you know, before this interaction, you told me you had been to 10 out of our 16 regions. Have you added to that number yet? Tell us, what has the experience been like as you've gone round?
I haven't added to that number yet, but you know what? I think it was very good that I forced myself to go out there, because when you have a lot to do, it's always hard to take time and really say, no, I go on that trip no matter what. Because what I learned about Ghana is that, you know, you travel in one direction and you get like one Ghana, right? You like we went to the Volta region, and there you have like the lush, you know, forest, jungle, and you feel like, oh, I'm in a different Ghana, right? Then you travel west and you have, of course, the historic sites, you have the beaches, and you're like, oh, that's so different. Then I went north, and you have like savannah, and also the food is different. The people look different, you know, the clothes they wear are different, the traditions are different. So for me, it was really a kind of an eye-opening experience to say like, wow, you know, there are so many little Ghanas in the bigger Ghana, and the fact that that you know you exist as a nation, and all this diversity is contained in one, that I find like really, really impressive. And
Switzerland itself has its own diversity in different ways, from flora, fauna to the population itself.
Absolutely.
And maybe some other time we'll get into the details of that. But looking at our bilateral relations, Ghana, Switzerland. In fact, on the very day of Ghana's independence, Switzerland, you know, acknowledged that a country called Ghana existed. I think the first missionaries, the Basel missionaries, came to our shores in 1828, thereabouts.
And that's the figure I have, yes.
Exactly. And since then, there has been some sort of relationship between Switzerland and Ghana. We'll talk about the trade end, but what does this really mean, this relationship, Switzerland and Ghana? For which reason you are even present in the country?
You know, so you just mentioned it, 1828, so almost 200 years, right? So it has been a very long relationship. And what I've learned in my first months here, that I believe it has been really a very positive and strong relationship. So all really the reactions I get when I mention the Basel missionaries are like outright positive. So there's a lot of goodwill from the Ghanaian side towards Switzerland, and I hope, of course, that we can reciprocate that goodwill. You know, then that the relations have just grown in terms of the scope of what Switzerland does here in the country. So you mentioned we basically recognized Ghana on the day of independence, and then 3 years later, in 1960, we opened a full-fledged embassy. And then since then, especially in the last few years, we have really broadened our cooperation with Ghana. So political relationships, I think, are at a very good level. Your president, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, visited Switzerland in 2020 on a state visit, and it was actually only the third sub-Saharan president, that was given that honor. So that just speaks of how close our relationships are. And then our federal councillor, Sionetta Somauga, at that point in time, she came to Ghana the year after, and we signed a bilateral cooperation agreement, we signed a climate protection agreement. So right now, at this moment in time, we really have so many different activities. So I said, we have political relations, we have economic trade relations. You said we would talk about that. We have the climate protection agreement, which, by the way, is really a first in the world. So Ghana and Switzerland are the first two countries that concluded a climate agreement under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement.
Right.
And that's really something that I believe also speaks to the strength of our relations. And then,
in fact, our president heads the climate vulnerable group.
Absolutely,
group of countries.
Absolutely. And
I remember last year he represented us in the Netherlands at an event where I was, and that really came to the fore. And
you have brilliant experts here in Ghana. So my colleagues, like the technical experts, when I talk to them, and I always ask, why Ghana? Why? And they're all excited. They said, well, because they have really good people, at the technical level, in the ministries, in the agencies. So the cooperation at the working level is very, very good.
I have a sweet tooth. I don't know whether you do. The last time I came, we had chocolate.
Oh la la, we have to.
I know about 47% of the cocoa used for chocolate in Switzerland comes from Ghana. On that plane, what has the relationship been like, and what, in the future, could Ghana look forward to?
It's even more. The figure I have is more than 60%.
I see.
And Switzerland sources most of its cocoa from Ghana because it's of very good quality, and I hope that doesn't get me in trouble with any other neighboring countries. But Ghana is known. I
think that is a well-known. It's
exactly,
a global fact.
It's a global. Okay, it's a global fact, right? So, so we source a lot of our cocoa from Ghana, and I always say our world-renowned chocolate is only what it is thanks to the Ghanaian cocoa. Well, not only, but it's a very important ingredient. So what we try to do, we have in Switzerland a so-called a Swiss platform on sustainable cocoa. It has more than 80 members, and it's really like a multi-stakeholder platform. You have civil society, you have the private sector cocoa producers, you have government entities in there. And we have actually established a dialogue here with the Cocoa Bot, but then also with, we try to more and more integrate integrate also civil society, private sector here into the dialogue. And through our cooperation program, we really try to finance programs that are tailor-made to the situation in Ghana, that are in line with Ghana's needs, and they can be, there's a disease called, and I hope I get it right, the swollen shoot disease that affects
swollen shoot disease.
Swollen shoot
cocoa
disease,
pods,
exactly.
Right.
So, Switzerland, together with Ghana and the Creek at Cocoa Bot, they try to develop new measures on how to detect and treat that disease. Or we have also activities trying to prevent child labor. Then we have initiatives in agroforestry, how to make cocoa production more sustainable. So a lot of cooperation, and I think what is very important is that we have these this kind of, I don't know how you say it in English, eye to eye, or arm's length relationship, and we start with the dialogue, and we really try to see what Ghana needs in that area, and what is the expertise we can provide.
At the tail end, I would like to find out, much later, about what you look forward to in respect of that. But in terms of economic cooperation, again, long-standing. If I recall, in 2020, the trade between the two countries, at least from Ghana's end, was about 2.9 billion. And that was about 97% of the trade. And it was more focused on gold.
Yeah.
From your end, we get pharmaceuticals, machinery, and all of that. Now that you're here in Ghana, I'm sure there's a lot more that we can do. What are you looking at on the economic, plane?
It's, as you said, like Ghana is actually Switzerland's number 2 or 3 trading partner in sub-Saharan Africa, depending on the year you look at. And as you said, it's mostly gold, because the gold goes actually to Switzerland, and Switzerland refines 2/3 of all the gold in the world, right? So that's in a way not a natural process. It goes to Switzerland, it's refined, and then it's exported from Switzerland. But when you come here, and we have about 50 Swiss companies, that set up their shop here in Ghana, and there are new ones coming also, and they're like, you mentioned it, in the pharmaceutical industry, of course. You have Nestle, everybody knows Nestle, they're producing here in Ghana. We have the chemical industry. We have some companies, smaller ones, in mining, in oil and gas. So it's really very diverse, and that's also what I like. Looking for, when I came here, so before August last year, I really thought, Ghana, thanks to its stability, macroeconomic stability, but also political stability, would actually be a very good entry points for companies, right, willing to invest in Africa. So we had big plans on attracting more investments from Switzerland. And then, like August, the situation was not really very favorable. So we really hope that now with the forthcoming IMF agreement, it will stabilize again. And then we can really talk about, bringing more investments in the country. But so far we have more been probably busy, with I wouldn't say calming, but making sure that the investors that are now in Ghana, the Swiss investors, that they can cope with the situation in an adequate manner.
Right, so you just made mention of the IMF, and you know where Ghana is now. We're seeking a bailout, we're seeking an approval of our program. But in terms of Switzerland, one of the biggest economies across the world, and you have quite a bit of a history, small country, but you've made waves across the world. On the economic front, what do you think are the lessons Ghana could learn from Switzerland? So maybe, of course, we don't end up at the doorstep of the IMF one more time.
I don't know whether it's about lessons to be learned and all that. I'm not here as a teacher, but what I can tell you is a bit about the elements of what I call like the Swiss success model, and how we developed and how we somehow maintained that stability over quite some time. And I believe they're like economic and political ingredients to that. So on the economic side, when we think back, like 200 years ago, Switzerland was a poor country. People were like emigrating, they were like, there was famine, So we have a lot of emigration. And then at one point there came like the turnaround, and it had a lot to do with infrastructure, like investment in infrastructure. And then actually what a lot of people don't know, like the Swiss banking system, was in a way a side product of like the fact that Switzerland needed money to build the railways, so they established like the Swiss banks, right? So that was
which are world famous.
Well, which are world famous, exactly. So, but it was a byproduct of the infrastructure and like the connectivity. Since we are very mountainous, it was extremely important that we could get to all and very diverse, that we could connect all the parts of Switzerland. So that was like the in a way, the precondition for development. And then later, I think. On the economic side, what is very special about Switzerland is that we have quite liberal framework conditions, so that I would call it like a soft touch approach by the government, and we leave a lot actually to the private sector, to develop, to thrive, they know best. So, and at the same time, we have a very close cooperation between the public and the private sector. And one case in point is, for instance, our vocational education system that we call dual, right? And that actually a lot of countries are interested in, where you don't just get a theoretical education, but actually you spend 2 to 3 days of your week as a trainee, you spend in an enterprise and you learn your trade, your profession on the job with the mentor.
So there's a technical end to it.
Absolutely, and very close. We also have very close cooperation between public and private sector when it comes to research and development, investing in innovation. So all this is really part of the package. And then I also said, I believe a large part of the story is actually political in nature. So it's our political system that, of course, I'm Swiss and I'm the ambassador. I think it's a tremendous system, but it is so unique, and it's so geared towards Switzerland's needs. So we do have parliamentary democracy, but then we also have direct democracy, which means that citizens in Switzerland, like 4 times a year, every 3 months, they can vote of issues of concern.
4 times a year.
4 times a year.
So every
exactly.
3 months.
Every 3 months, if I'm not completely mistaken. Yes, but it's frequent. So you go and you vote, and that of course constrains a bit the freedom of the parliamentarians, and there's always an additional level of accountability if you want so, because if you're not very happy with what your politicians do, you can actually overturn part of that, right? And then we also have a very decentralized political system. So we are a federation, and then we also give a lot of power to our municipalities. And we have a brilliant principle that is called subsidiarity. And it means that you try to solve a problem at the lowest possible level.
So don't let it escalate. If you can solve it at the lowest level,
and then you go to the next level, like I always say, like municipal waste management, right? It's municipal. So how we solve it, we transfer the money to the municipality, they solve the issue. Then there's other things like education, right? You cannot have like 2,500 municipalities and each with their own education system. So education is actually managed at the regional/cantonal level, right? And then there are issues like national security, foreign policy, all that. Again, doesn't make sense to have that at every canton, so we have it at the national level.
Quite an interesting setup, and we've had our own stints with decentralization and all of that. And like you mentioned, it's interesting you make the point. 200 years ago, Switzerland wasn't what we know it now. We're only 66 years. There's a lot more we wish we could have done, but we know that it's a gradual process as well, and we'll definitely get there. But this being your first year in Ghana, what has the relationship been like with other members of the diplomatic corps? In fact, you have a caucus. What has your experience been like with your brothers and sisters, your colleagues who are also representing their own countries in Ghana?
I think that was really part of that positive experience that I mentioned in the beginning. And especially when you're a first-time ambassador, you don't really know the ropes yet. So you need a lot of advice and support from your colleagues, and that has been completely forthcoming. And of course, I really appreciate the fact that we have so many female ambassadors in Ghana. There's a Women in Diplomacy Index, and Ghana was actually among the top 10 countries, which means if you look at the percentage of female ambassadors to the overall number of ambassadors, so Ghana, I think, is even top 5, right? So there's a lot of female peers here from whom I can learn, and I never feel left alone. So if I have an issue that I cannot solve, I know exactly whom to contact, and I know this person will be helping me in solving the issue. So no, I mean, the diplomatic community is really, I think Ghana attracts good people, maybe we can put it like that.
We're good to hear that. But since you're talking about women, let me just sneak in this bit. I know women's empowerment is something that you're passionate about. In fact, for the first time, we have a head of mission being you as a woman. Your deputy head is also a woman. The head of Chancery is a woman. First time that we're having such a situation. What does this mean to you, and what more would you like to see on that front? Not just from the Swiss context, but from what you've seen so far in Ghana as well?
You know, it's actually quite a lucky coincidence because I didn't select the people, right? So, but I have to say also for Switzerland, it's unfortunately still quite unique to have such a setup, you know, an all-female management team. But I'm of course happy, and I hope we can prove that, you know, we can do the job as good as any man, or maybe even better. We will see. We will judge that after like 4 years. But of course, I would like to see more of that, right? And it doesn't have to be all females. I think what the research shows is that diverse teams are the best, right? But we had so many all-male teams in the past, so it's fine from time to time to have also an all-female team. And I'm really passionate about women empowerment because. And also when I travel, when I go out, I always try to also meet with women. You know, I do like a special outreach to get to know women. And there are so many smart, intelligent, powerful women in this country. But they are not necessarily seen, right? Or not, well they are seen, but not collectively, right? So maybe something where, you know, again, it's not up to me, but something where I may want to make a contribution is really in trying to facilitate, you know, different women from different walks of life, you know, connecting and getting together and growing stronger through that. So that's something I'm passionate about. Of course, my contribution will be minor, but if I can serve as a host, as a facilitator, I'm very happy to do that.
So I know that you follow the creative space a lot in Ghana. I've been watching your Twitter post. I've seen that you've engaged quite a number of people. You've had an encounter with Black Sheriff, and you even go into sports. You were interacting with our goalkeeper, Lawrence Atizigi, and enjoying Kofi Brokman. That's what we call it, the roasted plantain with groundnuts. I found that hilarious.
Post, yes.
Anyway, so tell us how you enjoyed that meal.
Yeah.
Tell us about your engagements with the creatives and others in Ghana. And maybe, what's your taste in music? Which artists have you listened to in Ghana?
Okay, good. Oh, a lot of questions. So, you know, why do I meet with people, again, like from different backgrounds, different walks of life? I think that's, you know, like, again, I wanna get to know the real Ghana in its diversity, and also meet, like, of course, my first counterpart is government, but then I learned a lot, really, meeting with these people. When you talk about musical taste, so with Black Sheriff, it was really like me reaching out, because I felt there was something very raw in his music, and he was speaking from his soul, right? So I wanted also to get to know him, not only because I like the music, but just the fact that he's from Konongo Zango, he's like Muslim minority, and then what he went through in his life, I thought he really has a story to tell, right? And I felt also that he's someone who has a kind of a social consciousness. He wants to do something for his country. So that's, you know, for me it's always, and also in my taste in music, I like any type of music, you know. I couldn't tell you, you know, I'm into hip hop or Afro beats or whatever, but then I guess in the different genres, then I have some artists I connect to, and I hope, of course, to meet more in the future. Then with Ziggy, Ziggy is, of course, I don't know if you know, but he's a superstar in Switzerland, right? So like when I went back over Easter holidays, and then my friends in Switzerland saw on Twitter that I met Ziggy, they were like so jealous. They said, I can't believe that you're meeting him, and he gave me the signed jersey, and so with him it was really, we have that relationship. He plays in a club that is like 20 minutes from my hometown, right? So it's like even more than just Switzerland, it's like next door, right? So we could exchange on life in Ghana, life in Switzerland, food. That's how we ended up at the joint, basically. We were talking about food and what Swiss food he enjoys and what Ghanaian food I enjoy.
And, did you enjoy the Kofi Brokman?
And we realized that I haven't had roasted plantain yet, you know.
Right.
And I liked it, especially with the peanuts on top. So the combination was really good. Yeah.
Awesome. So it's been pretty interesting, this conversation. But just to cap it off, what next can we expect from Simone Giga? No one knows how long your stay in Ghana is going to be. I'm sure after that you'll still have many more experiences, hopefully on the African continent, so you get to know more about us. But what can we expect from you, and what legacy would you like to leave behind when that time comes for you to knock off, leave Ghana?
Again, I don't think it's about legacy and about me. It's about Switzerland, right? I'm representing my country. Of course, I try to give it my personal touch. So it's all about, like, first of all, maintaining the excellent relations we have with Ghana, and then strengthening them. And I think my personal touch is really, you know, to also increase these people-to-people contacts, you know, to make our two countries connect at that level. And then, like, the topics, the issues I'm passionate about, right? So I really want to, like, leave maybe a trace or like a footprint, you know, in women's environment, women's empowerment. Then I'm also passionate about environmental protection, recycling. We do a lot here at the embassy. We work with different, like, youth groups. And again, they're, like, I see the embassy more as a connector, like bringing different strands, groups, movements together. That's also then also the link with climate protection. You know, if you really can move that agreement forward and say, like, you know, Ghana, Switzerland together, champions in fighting climate change, that's wonderful. And then also, you know, because I'm really attracted to the creative sphere. So we were also thinking about, like, bringing women empowerment together with, like, giving it a creative angle, and maybe also, like, supporting female musicians, artists, like, let them network among each other. These are a bit like the highlights maybe that I would like to set in my years to come.
Well, all the best with that. More power to your elbow. Environmental issues are crucial in Ghana. There's also women's empowerment, and there's a lot more that we all project can be done in parliament, in governance, in so many areas. So we wish you the best on that journey. Simone Giga, you speak French, and
yes.
German is your first language.
German is my first language.
So I think it's only fitting as we cap off the conversation. Simone Giga, merci beaucoup.
Merci
Dankeschön.
beaucoup à vous. Ah, dankeschön. Wow.
I saved that for last. Thank you very much for joining us for this conversation with Her Excellency, the Swiss Ambassador to Ghana, Simone Giga.
This year, the NDC and the MPP elect their flag bearers
and parliamentary candidates for the crucial 2024 general elections.
Your election headquarters is rolling up its sleeves to bring you the most comprehensive coverage.
We will be at every press conference, every party meeting. We'll hear from delegates, the candidates, and party executives.
We will be your eyes and ears, bringing you every breaking news from constituencies,
regions, and across the length and breadth of the country, till the delegates decide.
Our crack political team of reporters will bring you special features of each flag bearer aspirant, and with the best political team on radio, television, and online,
we shall dissect each battleground constituency with special shows powered by the very best research and analysis.
This primary season, there's only one place you want to be: on your election headquarters, on Joy 99.7 FM,
JoyNews, myjoyonline.com,
and across all our social media platforms.
Your election headquarters. Don't miss a thing.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again. The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
Welcome back. It's yours truly on the AM show. We're good. We're glad actually to have you joining the conversation. Right from here, it's going to be you telling us what your thoughts are on the discussions we've had so far this morning. Remember, we had that discussion earlier with Kojopoku, energy analyst. He was telling us about what he felt about this Professor Frimpong Boateng expose, if you like. I think in a way we could call it that. That report and the different chess game players that we've seen, pulling their punches here and there. But then we also had the substantive conversation with Dr. Arthur Kennedy, a stalwart of the MPP. I started the conversation off with him by asking him whether he still belonged to the MPP, because there are some who have said he's no longer a member of the MPP. The MPP USA came out to say he wasn't a member and all of that. He says he is a member. And of course, he has that piece he's put out there on the developments surrounding Professor Frimpong Boateng's take on why he was ousted, on those in government who apparently are mired in Galamsey. Then we had Professor Afriyie, a law lecturer at the University of Ghana. So quite an interesting discussion we've had this morning on that subject matter. But then again, I just had an interaction with the Swiss ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Simone Giga. Interestingly, she likes Kofi Brokeman. Yeah, she had that with Lawrence Hatizigi, goalkeeper. So just share with us what your thoughts are on the discussions we've been having this morning. And another bit of interest, you see the UPSA video where one is caning the other person. If you have any thoughts on that as well, you can share with me. But let's start with Sammy from Nima, who joins the conversation. Sam, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Agbeko. How are you?
I am well. I'm very well. How about you?
It's been a while.
It has. Good to hear from you.
Oh, fine. My concern is about the Galamsey issue, the Professor Frimpong Boateng report. I think I totally agree with the Prof interview from the University of Ghana. In fact, they shouldn't, undermine the intelligence of Ghanaians. We are all here. You are stationed here. Show us documentary where some policemen went to a Galamsey side just to encounter some people, and then a policeman made a call. A soldier made a call, and another group came. To sack them. We've seen all this, and if the big men are not involved, how can this happen? Two, we have seen videos that have shown people involved in Galamsey, but the president refused to take action. And lastly, when this report gets to the president for the past 3 years, why didn't they say anything about it? And today, when the thing is out, they are trying to play, games with our mind that they are not. Even if the explanation given us is laughable, I think we should allow for independent investigation to go into this thing. Before people can come out, we should allow them to come out. Just tell us we should deal with the report with contempt. We should not. Trying to disregard this. I think Ghanaians are far away. We know what is happening. If you do the connections, you can see clearly they are guilty of this thing. So they should apologize to actually you, the media, who create a platform for them for this campaign against Galamsey, and then they end up, betraying you. Have a blessed morning.
Thank you, Sam from Nima, for sharing your thoughts. Let's go to Lambert from a bit close by, Awashi. Lambert, good morning. What are your thoughts for us?
Good morning, boss.
Yes, Awo, what are your thoughts for us?
Please, I want to have a say about the student beating harassment and UPSC.
Right, go ahead.
Please, so that student, is he the mother or a caretaker or what?
It's another student.
Wow. And you touch somebody just like that, and other people are just standing doing it.
And just so you know, she's been dismissed.
Wow. Okay, that's good. And can you please educate me about a little bit about Gabi Ochedako? Who is he?
About what?
Gabi Ochedako. Who is he exactly?
I think we all know that. He's a legal practitioner. He's cousin to the president.
House of Ghana for a while now. It is just sending the peace. You see, I just don't know. I'm really shameful, man. Things that is happening is very weird and very bad. They know about it, but they refuse to tell the truth. Some of us are very emotional. When you look at the Galamsey and stuff that's happening. The last time I visited Colombo, people are dying. And our big men are just there using expensive cars. They don't even care. When you journalists go on the street and bring the story out, they're trying to look at it, you guys are not working. God help God.
Well, God indeed help Ghana. But what are your thoughts for us? You can share them via the phone line 0302-211-691. 0302-211-691. What do you think? And there's an interesting portion of what Dr. Arthur Kennedy says. He calls on Ghanaians 9 points to question ourselves on a number of matters. If you know, if you have this expose or this piece by Dr. Kennedy, you can share with us. But we have Kweku from Adenta, is it? Kweku from Adenta. Kweku, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Ben. So my comment is very simple. I think that we should also, as it were, raise the standards when it comes to, people raising allegations about corruption and all that. Because personally, I think Professor Simon report it will not pass the test of objectivity, for instance. Because why are we not questioning the fact that he was the chairman of the committee when he was named the chairman? What, if you like, standard policy? Then did you ever see a policy, roadmap guiding the fight against Galamsey, and the fact that as a whole professor, you see, the report is full of, if you like, emotion, right? So yes, some people might have been named and all that, but you see, this approach of fighting corruption in all humility, it won't help. Didn't he know? The fact that he didn't even know that a time like this will come and that he would name people and people will resist, for me, is very problematic. He ought to have known that in this country, you have been put in charge of a corruption fight of this magnitude, and the processes and procedures, the policies, the standards were not there. It's like his name was mentioned as chairman of the committee, and then straight away you went ahead, fighting Galamsey. No, it doesn't work that way. Some standards, procedures, right? And the nature of the report, you should have been because it is facts that you are presenting. We don't know the truth. As somebody would say, you and I were not there. So, you see, the standard of the report, beyond reasonable doubt, unfortunately, in my opinion, he has not done that. But of course, that does not negate the fact that we should look into the people who have been named and all that. Yes, thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you, Kweku from Adenta, for calling and sharing your thoughts on this matter. Do you have a say? Do you have a take? Of course you have a say. Do you have a take on these matters that we've been discussing? The lines are active and you can call while there still is time. Make hay while the sun still shines. In this case, it would be pick your phone and call while there still is time. The number to call is 0302-211-691. It appears most people want to talk about the Galamsey related issue. Professor Frimpong Boateng, his what he puts out there as the gospel in terms of why he was ousted from office and the dealings supposedly of those in power, those who walk the corridors of power, those tied to this administration. You can share your thoughts with us on that. You could also, as I made mention of, that caning incident at the University for Professional Studies, Accra, which has gone viral. You can share your thoughts with that incident. Now, that lady in your shot who is actually caning the other lady for supposedly accusing her of sleeping with lecturers for grades has been dismissed. But I ask, beyond that, what legal remedies are available? She's whipping her like her own child, almost. And that is the development there. Very sad, really sad development. This morning, one of our guests, Kojo Poku, said that we should stop filming such incidents and rather go to the assistance of people in need, which I agree with to some extent. But again, like a senior colleague of mine rightly mentioned, it is through filming such incidents that we saw what happened, for example, to George Floyd. And so it's a two-way street. Both must be adhered to. But we have a caller on the line. Let's get to that caller. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, sir.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Benjamin, final year student, KNUST.
Benjamin, final year student, KNUST. What are your thoughts for us? Even if you're not going to talk about the UPSA caning incident, since you're a student, I would like your take on that as well.
So let me start with the Galamsey issue. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, so my take on the Galamsey issue is that sometimes if you sit back as a young Ghanaian and then you look at some of the things that is going on, then you worry about it, because if you look at this whole issue about the Galamsey, how it started, and then the promises that the Akufo-Addo government gave as to how it's going to solve the issue, and you look at what is happening now, I believe that we have failed as a nation in solving the issue. And then I also think that going forward, there should be proactive measures in place. Because if you look at the professors,
we appear to have lost Benjamin even before he could share his full thoughts and also talk about the UPSA issue. Benjamin, we still have a little time. I think in the next 2 minutes we'll be concluding on the show, so you still have time to reconnect with us. But what is your take? You can also call that number at the bottom of your screen, 0302 211 691, 0302 211 691, if you have any thoughts you'd like to share with us, and we shall take it from there. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Robert. I'm calling from Tema.
Robert, go ahead.
Yes. The issue about this Galamsey issue, that Gabi is claiming he's a lawyer. You can see that he just has book knowledge, but the home sense is not there. Because we all know that Gabi has spent the whole of his life trying to put Nana Akufo-Addo into a history. A history which will never be erased through good ways. Now, you are a lawyer to what's the name of your cousin, who has wanted to leave a good name. Now, that with his own sense, common sense, look at the waters. If assuming this kind of water is given to him to drink, as a human being, will he ever drink this kind of water? And then again, him as a lawyer, as a professional lawyer, we don't have any doubt about that. But common sense will tell you that your brother or whoever it is has put his presence online trying to do good things. So does it give you any sense as a human to go and defend such a thing? They just came for their money. That's all. That's all. So when you look at this kind of situation, just look at the waters.
In whatever instance, I agree with you to a large extent. But from the standpoint of the law, just by way of education, no matter how severe the crime, even if it's murder, even they have representation. You know that.
So, my brother, with the common sense, so couldn't you have let somebody else do it? You can see how desperation they are. So out of the desperation, common sense is not there for them to even understand the importance. Now you are telling me that this man submitted a report for a whole lot of 2 years. So do you think, if not because Calvin Taylor is able to expose this, do you think we have heard of this? So you can see that out of when a thief is stealing with double hands, he forgot about everything.
Right.
Now the food has choked him.
Thank you.
Explain to Ghanaians. Because we are seeing the water. We saw what joy. People, may God bless you people, what people have done. We saw all the expose. That's your guy. What's his name? Erastus, what's his name? He risked his life. Even they have a way to kill him, they have killed him. Because they just think money is everything on earth. Look at the waters. My brother.
This is where we're going to have to cap off the conversation. We're grateful. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but we're grateful that you took the time to join us on the AM show. My name is Benjamin Akakpo, and on behalf of the entire crew, Kingsley Otu, my producer for today, Ashilevi, Nicholas Yamwa, all of those, the camera people, Razak, Obed, and others, ensuring that I could be on your television this morning or on your phone, depending on what gadgets you used. We're grateful to you. Stay with us for Joy News Desk up next, and the AM show returns tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
This year, the NDC and the MPP elect their flag bearers
and parliamentary candidates for the crucial 2024 general elections.
Your election headquarters is rolling up its sleeves to bring you the most comprehensive coverage.
We will be at every press conference, every party meeting. We'll hear from delegates, the candidates, and party executives.
We will be your eyes and ears, bringing you every breaking news from constituencies,
regions, and across the length and breadth of the country till the delegates decide.
Our crack political team of reporters will bring you special features of each flag bearer aspirant, and with the best political team on radio, television, and online,
we shall dissect each battleground constituency with special shows powered by the very best research and analysis.
This primary season, there's only one place you want to be: on your election headquarters, on Joy 99.7 FM,
JoyNews, myjoyonline.com,
and across all our social media platforms.
Your election headquarters. Don't miss a thing.
Kunsu, a mining community in the Ahafo Southwest district of Ashanti, is fast developing with an increasing population. The Kunsu land is believed to be rich in gold. This is a vast land that once served as an illegal mining concession. It had a number of pits dug all over. Through an initiative of the community, that is a partnership between the traditional authority and also some of the miners, the place was reclaimed and gradually they are restoring vegetative cover.
As of now, we have about 1,300 coconut trees already planted. Now the whole land is covered.
But on the Osha Bose, Senate TV, we are Kataso. But we are Wakataso, Edwia Kube.
Good morning and welcome to the holiday edition of News Desk here on the JoyNews channel, coming to you live from our Coco Blameless studios here in Accra. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 144, and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up in this bulletin, the presidency has come under a barrage of criticism for the response it has authored to the report of the former chairman of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng. Also in this bulletin, the new Patriotic Party has elected Ernest Yao Enim to contest the upcoming by-election in the Kumewu constituency. We have details on that and how the constituency is shaping up for this particular by-election. Also, we'll take you to the UAE, where Ghanaian students there have been using the Ramadan period to pray for the economy of this country. More plus business coming up in this hour. My name is Samuel Kojo Brace. Do stay with us for details. Well, the new Patriotic Party has elected Ernest Yao Enim to contest the upcoming by-election in the Kumewu constituency. He attained 195 votes to beat closest contestant Ama Sewa, who polled 181 votes. Dr. Acosta Boaji polled 27 votes, while Kwame Appiah-Kubi and Osei Shre Bempa shared 15 votes. Nana Aljima has more in the following report.
All delegates, after the introduction of the aspirants in the NPP primary, were made to pledge support for whoever is elected as parliamentary candidate. The aspirants for the primary were also made to pledge unity after the election. Issues of vote buy leveled against aspirants were openly denied. Mr. Kodia alerted the police to arrest any individual who attempted to make their ballot open.
And this is one some of can I am sure me boa. Abana eba betono MPP edi ehune. Yeah, this year no obi abeto amani bia no. Ye nyina be ka bo meboa.
Delegates were called in turns to cast their ballot. After about 2 hours, all 419 delegates had cast their ballots.
Based on the results, we hereby declare Ernest Yao Enim as the elected parliamentary candidate for the Kumawu by-elections.
The elected parliamentary candidate, Ernest Yao Enim, called on all contestants to support his bid to win the Kumawu by-election.
From this moment, I dissolve my campaign team and I'm committed to forming an inclusive campaign team that will bring together everyone from the divide so that we can collectively fight for the battle ahead of us. I know my people believe in my vision, and my vision is to bring everyone together. And I believe that as we are committed to ensuring peace, everybody following me will be shaped in line, and we would all come together and understand that this victory is not just for Ernest Yao Enim or my group, but for everybody who is a party member of our great party here. I know my people believe in me, and they are committed to ensuring that we work together as one unit. I believe that once we work as a unit, victory will be our portion. Kumawu, as we all know, is an MPP seat, and once party members are committed to ensuring that we are working together, I believe that victory would be on a silver platter for us.
The losing candidates have reiterated their support for the NPP candidate.
It was a close contest, but MPP is the winner. We have a winner. I congratulate Ernest. And like we said, we pledge to support him. I'm happy he has won. Congrats to him.
Congratulations to Ernest. He's done it. He's done it for Kumawu. We will all support him. It was a good experience. I mean, it's my first time, and I think I made a little bit of impact, but all the best to Ernest, and we will all support him to take the seat to retain the seat. So congratulations to Ernest.
MPP na adi nkunim. Kumawu na adi nkunim. Minim se wey adi nkambo mu ababa ye nyina ye ntem. Na me so me pledge me support. Adi ma mi nua pani Ernest Yao Enim.
For JoyNews, Nana Yaojima, Kumawu.
So already the NDC had 8 candidates. Now the MPP has, and there's an independent candidate there. So once all the parties have their respective candidates, how's the race shaping up in the constituency? Nana Yaojima joins us live with some update. Nana, first, how's the constituency shaping up for this election?
So the by-election is set to be one of the closely contested by-elections in recent times. Mind you, the NPP winning the previous parliamentary election, which was in 2020, won by a very slim margin by the numbers we've been seeing over the years. They won this time by 3,000, beating the independent candidate. Now, Kumawu is a traditional seat for the New Patriotic Party. Over the years, they've been winning by margins above 20,000 when you compare their numbers to that of the NDC. The emergence of the independent candidate in 2020 closed in the gap from that 20,000 and over margin to about 3,000 votes. Now, for this reason, many believe that it wouldn't be surprising to see the independent candidate who has declared intentions to contest this election close in the gap again, and if possible, win the seat this time around, because the independent candidate, during the last conversation I had with him, he said that per his numbers and his figures that he was able to collate in the 2020 election, he won the election, and he said some private observers who were on the ground also confirmed that per their numbers, the independent candidate won the election. So he believes that if he does the things right, he will be able this time around to get the decision of to get many of the electorates within the area vote him and make him the candidate and make him the MP this time around. So it's expected to be a closely contested race. Already the NDC had brought up their candidate who had already started campaigning in the area, and according to the NDC, they are gaining roots in the area, so they believe that they are also in a proper position to win the election. Now the MPP has its candidate, and this is a candidate who is known to the people of Kumawu. He is a native of Kumawu, and over the years, from my checks, he's been working together with the late MP, Philip Baswa. He's a close ally of Philip Baswa, and many believe that due to his popularity within the Kumawu constituency, he will be able to bring unity to the front of the New Patriotic Party and help them win the election. Mind you, the New Patriotic Party within the Kumawu constituency over the years have seen lots of divisions. There have been a lot of factions that's within the NPP, and this many believe has affected the NPP negatively in the constituency, and this is why there's an independent candidate from their fold who has now emerged as a strong force and has been battling the NPP for the seat. So now what the NPP needs is unity. This is a traditional seat or traditional grounds for the NPP, and if they would be able to win the seat, it means that they'll have to get all their party members on board, especially those who helped the independent candidate campaign in the previous election to back into the NPP, and this time around work for the New Patriotic Party to ensure that they deliver the victory that they have been yearning for, and also more importantly, to many of the NPP people in the constituency, get that dominance within the Kumawu constituency. So it's promising to be a closely contested race, and the 1 month that we have ahead of us will determine whether the NPP will be able to, as quickly as possible, close all party ranks and get everybody on board to work towards the retaining the Kumawu seat.
Okay, so it's more of a race between the MPP and the independent candidates, not as we see the MPP and the NDC, right?
Exactly. From the speeches that were held yesterday at the grounds, that is where the election took place, the NPP's election took place, everything and all the speeches were directed towards the independent candidate.
Okay.
It means that the NPP believe that independent candidate is stronger than the NDC. From Chairman Bernard Nchubu-Siako Chamawun to me, to the General Secretary of the party, Justin Frimpong Kodia, and all the others who were there to deliver speeches, they were all trying to tell their party members to withdraw from the camp of the independent candidate and see a united NPP now come together and work towards the retaining the seats for the NPP. In the clip you just played, we heard the General Secretary of the party making their members, delegates and also aspirants, pledge to working for the NPP even if their preferred candidates do not win the election. And many believe that it is the first step towards ensuring that the party is closely knitted together for the election.
Okay. Now, stay with me a bit longer, because the police, we understand, has been able to arrest a police officer, Inspector Ahmed Chumesi, who is alleged to have shot and killed a female adult who was believed to be his girlfriend. Now, the shooting incident occurred in Kumasi in the Ashanti region on Thursday, 20th April 2023. The suspect, who has been on the run since the incident, was arrested at Sechere near Efidiase in the Ashanti region as a result of a special police operation which was launched following the shooting incident. The suspect is currently in police custody and will be put before court to face justice. What more do we know of this, Nana?
So immediately this story broke our checks. When we got there, we met the police there who had already gun investigation. The 9th of the incident, that's around 10 p.m. on the 20th, the police were there and they commenced the investigation. The next day, they were also there to pick some evidence and cordon off the area. And from the information that we had, there are some shops which had some CCTV cameras pointing directly towards the angle in which, or the area where the lady was shot. So police were able to retrieve some of these footages to help with their investigation. Immediately we got to the ground, there was speculation, or we picked information that the individual who shot the lady is a police officer, and he was with the SWAT unit of the Ghana Police Service. These were just speculations that we couldn't put out. And on Saturday, the story, the rumors became very strong with pictures of the person or the person suspected to have killed the lady in circulation. So it was just yesterday in the evening that we had the information that police had picked up this suspect. Police is yet to give any further information on the arrest, but reaching out to the family, this is what they were expecting, because on Friday evening I spoke to some of the family members and they could give me the name of this individual, even though they could not establish the relationship between the deceased and the police officer. But this is what they were expecting, and they hope that the law will take its due course, and this officer, if found culpable, will pay the price for committing such a crime.
We're grateful for the update you joined us from the Ashanti region. Now to other stories, and one of the conceptions in the public domain about the Anopheles stephensi mosquito has been its ability to withstand extreme temperatures. But is it really true? In the second of our series on unraveling the Anopheles stephensi, JoyNews medical correspondent Dr. Netta Prasam looks at the insect temperature resilience. He spoke to Dr. Kingsley Bedu, Vice President of the Pan-African Mosquito Control Association of Ghana.
What time is it? 7:30. Time the Anopheles stephensi is usually out. We've already spoken about the peak biting times of the Anopheles stephensi, that is from 6 p.m. to around 9 p.m. But is it just about the peak biting time? What about temperature? We have heard that it's able to withstand high temperatures. Really?
For extreme temperature, I'm not sure we can say it is adapted to extreme temperatures. What we do know from knowledge available is the fact that it has high tolerance. I mean, the spectrum of tolerance for temperature is broader compared to that of the Anopheles gambiae. For example, it's been reported that it's able to endure temperatures about 3.4 degrees Celsius lower and higher than that of the Anopheles gambiae. So which means that if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive somewhere 16, 17 degrees Celsius, is able to go lower, 3.4 degrees lower than that. And if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive 33, 34, 35 degrees Celsius, it's capable of going 3.4 degrees Celsius above that. And so, I mean, perhaps that gives it the ability to adapt to broad conditions of temperature. And perhaps one of the reasons why it's able to invade Africa coming from.
So, protect yourself against the Anopheles stephensi mosquito by sleeping under insecticide-treated mosquito nets, wearing long clothing, making use of insect repellents, and using indoor residual spraying. For JoyNews, Dr. Netta Prasam.
Now, the presidency has come under a barrage of criticism for the response it has offered to the report of the former chairman of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining last week in a report that Professor Frimpong Boateng sent to the Chief of Staff in 2021. It was leaked to the public. Now, in that report, the former minister accused some high-ranking members of the Nana Addo-led government for the active involvement in illegal mining. Let's share with you part of this report that Professor Frimpong Boateng authored. Now, in that report, he sought to name people who are involved. He says that this was reported to Cabinet at its meeting on 28th February 2019, despite the fact that Cabinet directed the Minister for Land and Natural Resources to suspend the issuance of new licenses and permits by the Forestry Commission, and also to suspend the licenses already issued for operation in 47 forest reserves. The directives were ignored and the destruction continued. Now, the report again says, was still, soldiers had officially been withdrawn from mining sites, but in many areas, regular Ghana Army personnel were seen providing security at illegal mining sites. Galamstop is a powerful tool to strengthen the regulatory agencies. Unfortunately, the Forestry Commission refused to use it, and the Minerals Commission approached it half-heartedly. It still remains an important tool for anyone who wants to achieve lasting results in managing the small-scale mining sector. Now, he again continues to say that although it was worrying, I was not surprised that the Forestry Commission did not migrate onto the Galamstop platform. Mr. Kwadwo Afriyie, aka Sir John, was actively giving out timber concessions, even in forest reserves, for logging. He also gave forestry entry permits to mining companies, both large and small scale, including those of foreign nationals, for prospecting activities at a time when the president had put a ban on that activity. Through, he mentioned a certain name, we have to edit it. Sir John had Chinese gangs doing mining on his behalf. The issue about rosewood exploitation is something that is beyond the scope of this report. Now, the report again, cited a lot of people for their involvement in this, and this report has attracted a lot of public outcry. Now, this compelled the presidency to come out with a report. And in that report, or that release that was brought over the weekend, the presidency described the document as a catalogue of personal grievances and claims made by Professor Frimpong Boateng intended to respond to some issues he faced as chairman of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining. Now, let's share with you some aspect of this report. It says, the attention of the Office of the President has been drawn to a publication in the media, ostensibly quoting from a document authored by the former Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation and chairperson of the erstwhile Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, Professor Frimpong Boateng, which allegedly impute wrongdoing on the part of some government appointees in the fight against Galamsey. Now, the statement says, at the outset, it must be pointed out that the document being discussed was not an official report formally delivered to the Office of the President. On the contrary, it can only be rightly referred to as a catalogue of personal grievances and claims made by Professor Frimpong Boateng intended to respond to some issues he faced as chairperson of the IMCIM. Now, the document was handed to the Chief of Staff at the Office of the President on March 19, 2021, in an informal meeting where Professor Frimpong Boateng complained about public attacks and criticisms made about his tenure as chairperson of the IMCIM. Now, it says this was after Professor Frimpong Boateng's tenure as minister had not been renewed by the President of the Republic in his second term. The document did not have a transmittal or cover letter or indeed an addressee such as to suggest that it was submitted to the Chief of Staff for action. It was noteworthy that the IMCIM was a creature of Cabinet, and any formal report of its activities would normally be submitted to Cabinet through the Cabinet Secretary or directly to the President of the Republic as chairperson of Cabinet. Till date, Professor Frimpong Boateng has done neither of the two. It is important also to point out that whilst Professor Frimpong Boateng makes serious allegations against some government appointees as having been involved in supporting or interfering with the fight against illegal mining, not a single piece of evidence was adduced or presented to enable the claims to be properly investigated. But on the AM show on JoyNews Monday, Professor Kojo Apieja Etua of the University of Apieja Etua of the University of Ghana Faculty of Law described the response from the presidency as disingenuous. According to him, it will be strange for cabinet to say it was not aware of the report presented to the Chief of Staff by Professor Frimpong Boateng.
For me, I think the matter was swept under the carpet, because if you look at the reports, it is not just an ordinary report. It's not just an informal discussion as it is being alleged. Of course, we don't have all the complement of facts to come to a definite conclusion. But if you put the pieces together, the evidence can be corroborated to come to the conclusion that this is not just a personal rantings by the former minister about an issue that he confronted while doing his work as a minister and as part of the chair of that committee that was set up. So it is unfortunate that that is the spin that the government is putting on it. But it is obvious for well-meaning people to discern and to see that this is a deliberate attempt to sweep something under the carpet and to come up with some justification which does not seem to fly.
To come up with some justification that does not seem to fly. But what do you feel could have led to this situation? Why do you think, you say it was swept under the carpet, but why do you think that was?
Well, for a number of reasons. I think one is the obvious fact that who is running the show, the governance system that we have, who is running it, it's not just the government that has been brought to power. And so in this situation, you have some forces that work behind or are working behind the government. And it's not only peculiar to Ghana. It's as a result of the kind of democratic system that has been imposed on us. And so we have a system where people support campaigning and people need to be paid back for what they have put into the campaign exercise. And so for that matter, it's difficult for government to, expose such people. And for that matter, it creates a situation where some issues are swept under the carpet just to protect people who are in high places and who are involved in such practices. I think that is the bottom line.
Also on the same show, a former flag bearer of the governing, flag bearer aspirant of the governing MPP, Dr. Arthur Kennedy, says for the report to sit at the presidency for 2 years without any action is a blot on the president's integrity.
I think it's a damning, substantive, fact-filled report, and the idea that it sat on the president's desk for 2 years is unimaginable and unfathomable.
Some have said that it was presented to the chief of staff and that the president may not have seen it. Some have even gone as far as suggesting that if Professor Frimpong Boateng wanted this to gather the sort of steam he is putting out now, then he should have addressed it at the cabinet level. How do you respond to such concerns or comments?
Well, I mean, those saying that are not serious. To begin with, all around the world, everybody knows that when you hand a report to the chief of staff, it is as good as handing it to the president, unless the president wants to say he has no confidence in his chief of staff. As for presenting it at the cabinet level, at that time he had left the cabinet, so he couldn't have presented it to the cabinet. Furthermore, the report itself contains clear, unambiguous instances of him bringing up to the president the problems that the Interministerial Committee task force was having, particularly, for example, with regard to the senior minister, with regard to Sir John, with regard to a lot of others, and the president promising to address those. He didn't. So the idea that if he wanted to be serious, he would have presented it at the cabinet level, it's really a non-starter, and no serious person will say that. I think that not only that, I actually am happy that we're doing this on JoyNews, because you and your reporter Erastus Asaridonko did some very brave reporting in which you highlighted a lot of the problems in Galamsey. There were instances where two groups of military people almost came to blows, with one group with the interministerial committee, another group protecting the Galamseyers. And this was aired and everybody saw it. So the idea that this report has been on the blind side of the president is really a joke and an insult both to the president's intelligence and integrity as well as to Ghanaians.
Both to the president's intelligence and integrity. Why do you say that?
I mean, it is obvious that those making the argument are not serving him well. You know, when you say that a president chief of staff has had a report for 2 years, but he didn't know about it, I mean, that's really not on. And secondly, I'm also saying that the reporting by Joy FM and other news outlets should have come to the attention of the president. So the idea that he didn't know about it is really something that serious people should not claim.
Earlier today, I actually interacted with Kojopoku, who interestingly is a flag bearer aspirant for the MPP come November. You've been in that position before, and he said that he didn't take this as allegations. In fact, for him, they were fact. Now, do you take everything in this report by Professor Frimpong Boateng as the gospel truth?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but I would say that he has put on the table significant issues that require interrogation. I think some of them obviously are facts. Others we haven't verified. But, you know, for example, when he says that I had a problem with the senior minister and I reported him to the president, and the president said I would deal with it, you know. I had a problem with Gabi, and I reported to the president, and the president said he would deal with it. I think those can be taken as facts. I think the professor has put on the table substantive, reasonable, very verifiable facts on the table. And at this point, it is beyond speculation. And actually, it also begs the question about when the president himself pledged to put his presidency at stake to fight Galamsey, what he has done.
Now, with regards to Imperial Heritage Mining, even in the midst of a mining ban in 2018, the company was still mining with a prospective license in the Forest Reserve. Now, watch this.
In a once virgin restricted forest, they link one mining site to another deep in the reserve. This is the Apamprama Forest Reserve, under the watch of the Forestry Commission. Now come with me as I take you through the devastation caused by illegal mining, even within a mining ban. Many rare tree species nurtured for years have been felled with reckless abandon. At best, the miners process some into planks to construct makeshift sheds. The rest of the logs are buried deep under heaps of earth created around large uncovered pits. The destruction to these virgin forests is huge, over 15 different locations, each about the size of 10 football fields combined. Several hectares of land destroyed in this manner, deep within the forest reserve. Now, many questions arise at the moment, and some of those questions are, so this devastation went on, and the Apraman Forest Reserve sites are right here. The Forestry Commission says it had no evil, it did not see anybody bringing in heavy equipment. This has lasted for close to a year. No government official got wind of it, or nobody was prepared to even face them. At one such site in the Cobra Forest, head of security for mining firm Heritage Imperial Mining Company, Ex-WO Adubuatin told the task force it has the blessing of people he describes as high-powered to carry out operation in the area.
We are here. There's a document. No problem. A minor. Do you understand? I'm not a minor. So
In the last 5 days, a bold and relentless enforcement of the ban on small-scale mining has led to arrest of 20 Chinese nationals, 4 of them in the Diaso Forest Reserve at the weekend. 10 of the excavators have been sent to Accra and many mining settlements destroyed by the task force. Task Force Commander WO1 Isaac Nyako is overwhelmed by the wanton destruction of forest.
Indeed, this is the largest. In fact, I don't even know how to start and how to end. I'm even shocked seeing the ground like this. The largest so far at this very site.
Leader of the Interministerial Task Force, Nana Jekum, says the fight will continue. Reporting for Joy News, Erastus Asaredonko, Kumasi.
Wow, so this is something we brought away from some of our old files there. But let's do a bit more on this by bringing in Awula Sewa, the coordinator of Eco-Conscious Citizens, GH, who joins us via Zoom now. Awula, I'm grateful that you could join us here. Now, with listening to both reports from Professor Frimpong Boateng and from the presidency, listening to Professor Etia, listening to Dr. Kennedy, Arthur Kennedy, and watching this file we brought to you from our archives. What's your reaction to all of these developments?
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. I'll just say that I'm saddened and extremely disappointed. First of all, I'm grateful to the press, yourselves. I'm grateful to the previous speakers. I think they've said it all. There's nothing much for me to add. It's just beyond words that the presidency has sat on this report. And the kind of what it has put out is, I don't want to use the word, but it's laughable. These are serious allegations that have been put out. We've seen the facts. Why hasn't anything been done until now? The only reason something is being done now is that it has been exposed. Has it not been exposed? It will be sitting on somebody's desk, which shows that we do not care about our environment. We have absolutely no interest in our environment. All we care about is destroying the environment for what? For gold? It's just disappointing. That's all I can say.
When the Professor Frimpong Boateng report came, what was your expectation from the presidency?
Well, I think immediately there needs to be action taken. He named people. We could have asked the professor for further and better particulars, but I think a lot of information was inside the document. You could have put an end to what was going on and suspend these officers. I have to say that the Forestry Commission has serious questions to answer. We do know that Mr. Aloti said a while back that he had no objections to mining. It's like the firefighter saying that he has no objections to arsonists working. I think he needs another job. The mandate of the Forestry Commission is to protect our forests, not to open it up for mining. Second of all, there's been a ban which is not being enforced. But please, we should ask ourselves, why do we even issue prospecting licenses for forest reserves? Forest reserves are to be left intact. So what is the point? What is the logic in issuing prospecting licenses when we know that it's being used to mine? So I would say that the action to be taken was enforce the bans, and these highly placed persons should lose their positions of influence until this whole investigation is completed. I keep on saying there must be an independent inquiry, because we know that there's involvement on both sides of the political divide, and there's no real seriousness in getting to the bottom of it. The only reason why we are having this conversation is because the document was exposed. Otherwise, it would still be sitting in somebody's drawer and nothing would have been done about it. JoyNews did an excellent expose. What has happened to the investigation? Has it gone anywhere? Has anybody been prosecuted? Of course not. Because putting the presidency on the line seems to be mere words. It doesn't seem to be followed by any serious action.
Now, since 2017 to date, what's your level of trust that there will be any independent investigation into some of these allegations?
Well, there'll be nothing until we continue pressing. Again, well done to the media who have been pressing. Now, every environmentally minded citizen in this country, we know that when the last tree dies, the last man dies, any serious individual in this country should add their voice and put pressure on the government to put a time frame for setting up an independent inquiry where organizations, civil society, individuals, journalists, all those with information can bring it to the fore. And there should be a time frame for the inquiry to be completed, and the report has to be made public. It cannot be hidden in anybody's drawer. So this is what we should all be adding our voice to. We cannot be spectators. The president himself said not to be spectators, but to be active. And active citizens cannot and should not stand idly by whilst our country is being destroyed. It's being destroyed. For what? For a mess of pottage? And I should say shame on all those who are involved in mining, whether the people had licenses or not. You should not be helping your country to be destroyed, so that very soon we might have to import water. And the air we are breathing is not going to be purified if we are destroying all our forest reserves. And what about the floods we've been having? We know the various functions of forests and so on and so forth. This is just disappointing.
All right, Aula, I'm grateful to you, but I'm tempted to ask you that in this whole fight against Galamsey, how do you think we can win this war? In the next 1 minute, you can do it for me.
We can win this war if we are serious. We are not serious. That's why we have not made any progress. There have been so many exposés. Let's deal with those involved. Akonta mining, for instance. Why have the directors not facing prosecution as we speak? Until we show some seriousness by dealing with the highly placed persons who are involved, there's no seriousness in this fight. It's mere words, and we're all tired of the mere words. We are all tired of the mere. Mr. President, please take action. You know those involved. Please take the right action. Let us understand that you really mean it when you said you are putting your presidency on the line. Right now, it seems to be mere words. You know those involved. They are your friends. Please, please, please make sure that they are prosecuted for destroying our forest reserves and poisoning our water bodies.
Aula, I'm grateful to you for joining us. Aula Soa is coordinator of the Eco-Conscious Citizens GH. Now, it will interest you to note that Muslim Ghanaians in Dubai use the Ramadan season to seek God's intervention for the growth of our country. With the current economic turmoil, many of these Ghanaian students join locals of Sharia at Al-Qasima University to pray for a turnaround for their country. My colleague Jackson Osei, who has been monitoring event closely from the United Arab Emirates, narrates how some of these students expressed optimism that their call to Allah about Ghana will yield results.
Eid-ul-Fitr is being celebrated across the whole world. Today, JoyNews, we are here at Al-Qasima University in Sharjah State in the UAE. We've come to talk to some of our Ghanaian brothers here in the university. We want to find out how education is ongoing here and even how the whole fasting went for them. What are the benefits they got to from the fasting, and also how education or everything here in the UAE is treating them. We want to find out if they are ready to come back to Ghana to help with the knowledge they've acquired here in Al-Qasima University, or they would want to go to a different country.
So far, I would say Alhamdulillah, it's been great. Because, getting the opportunity to travel outside and study, not everybody gets the opportunity, so we are thankful, inshallah. If we come, do they use us? No. if you put us in position that we can affect change, I think we are all happy to help because it's our country. If it's good for all of us. If it's bad for all of us. So if you put us in places to affect changes, I think it will help. But the problem is when you come back, there are no opportunities for you. So you come back and then continue your life where you left off. So that's the problem we are facing. Give the youth the opportunity. Because there are people who have ideas, who have many things to contribute to the economy, to the nation, on building the country, things we learn outside. But there are no opportunities. So if you don't have the opportunity, you cannot do anything. So you'll just be sitting there doing nothing. In Ghana, I keep praying. All things will be possible. Things are possible. Things will be possible. We just have to keep praying and then working hard towards our goal. Everything will be fine, inshallah. As for me personally, let's see where the lower life takes us, inshallah. I cannot say for sure. But if life takes us back to Ghana, inshallah, we are happy to contribute to the nation. If it takes us somewhere else, maybe someday we come back and contribute some other way.
My name is Haruna Saibo from Ghana, the northern part of Ghana, Tamale. We are at Al-Kasmiyah University in Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. I came here in the year 2019, 4 years now. We give thanks to the Almighty Allah for making it possible for us to begin the fasting right from the beginning up to the end of it, which ended yesterday. And today marks, the first of Shawwal, which is, the happiest day of, all Muslims across the globe. We have come today, to thank the Almighty Allah for making the Ramadan possible for us, and we also come here to thank the Almighty Allah for, for His bounties and for His blessings upon us and all Muslims across the globe. Actually, comparing the system here to that of the system in Ghana, I would say that maybe because of technology, I would say that the system here is a little bit better, compared to the level of technology here, the advancement in technology. Because we come and realize that when we started online classes, online lectures, we came to realize that we are lacking behind. As Africans, we are lacking behind as people who doesn't know how to use the technology or the methodology of teaching and learning, in our online teaching and learning. But right now we are getting used to the system, that is the online teaching and learning system. We extend our greetings to our brothers and sisters in Ghana, all Muslims, all brothers and sisters in Ghana. We also thank especially people, who came to who put barakah in our lives, people who change our lives, especially where we are standing right now, Al-Kasmiyah University. Our thanks goes to the financier. Our thanks goes to the founder of this university, Dr. Muhammad Sultan Abdul Qasim. May Allah bless him and bless his entire family.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Abdurrahman Rahimov from Uzbekistan. Ramadan is very nice and beautiful in UAE because all things we can do, and as a student we have scholarship, and there is no any issue with food and other things. And actually I prefer to eat fruits and some liquids like water or other things, and they are also different in UAE. So there is no any issue with fasting, alhamdulillah. A happy Ramadan for all. I wish all the best for you, and taqabbalallah minna minkum. Hayat mubarak bo'lsin, hammamizdan Alloh rozi bo'lsin.
Prayer for the Eid-ul-Fitr has come to an end at Al-Kasmiyah University here at Sharjah in the UAE. We got to talk to some of our brothers from Ghana, and they've made us know what will go into this Eid-ul-Fitr celebration, and also what they expect from Ghanaians, even as they are here in someone's state, reporting from Al-Kasmiyah University here in Sharjah in the UAE. My name is Jackson Osein Tiamo. JoyNews.
Watching JoyNews Desk. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with business. Stay with us.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Hi, welcome to Business. My name is Darrell Kwao. Ghana's nuclear power program has been left idle nearly 60 years since independence in 1957. In 2008, Cabinet took a decision to include nuclear energy in the country's energy generation mix and pave the way for its inclusion in the National Energy Policy and Strategy. Now, this led to the establishment of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization to oversee the implementation and coordination of nuclear power program. Over the weekend, Nuclear Power Ghana and Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a two-day engagement at the Ho Technical University in the Volta region to share knowledge. Here's more in this report.
A major research of nuclear research in the mid-1950s showed that nuclear energy could produce electricity for commercial use. Nuclear Power Ghana and the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a two-day engagement with the faculty and students of Ho Technical University to share knowledge, connect and learn opportunities in nuclear energy and to demystify the myth associated with nuclear energy. The two institutions entered into a tripartite memorandum of understanding on the 15th September 2022. The Director of Planning and Quality Assurance at the Ho Technical University, Engineer Dr. Mahwese Nyatuame, in addressing the students said plans are far advanced to introduce a curriculum in nuclear power.
For NCU, what we intend to do as part of the agreement is to build capacity. So we are already started building a curriculum on nuclear power that is going to be run. We're going to get a foundation course. That's like we run PQ. I know some of you remember PQ. What is PQ? Decision quality. I went through that. We're going to be composing for the second years. So we're doing a foundation course.
The Director, Nuclear Power Institute of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, Professor Sadebra, assured the general public that the use of nuclear power is safe.
If nuclear, I've worked with the nuclear fraternity for 15 years. So my first assignment as a national service person was at the Confanotti Teaching Hospital, where I did more radiotherapy calculations. Because I'm a physicist, I did more radiotherapy calculations to cure people of cancer. And we use nuclear technologies to do that. You go to the hospital, we use X-rays. It's been something we've been using in this country, even in the industry. You go to the hospitals, everywhere you go, there are applications of nuclear. The only place we've not stepped as a country is power. And it's just a natural progression into power. We've taken all the precautionary measures. We are not doing this in isolation as Ghana. We are doing this in consultation and in partnership with the International Atomic Energy Agency to make sure that we do this and we do this right. Because they are the UN arm that is responsible to make sure that the framework is laid out and countries are actually following the framework. We've already gone through what we call the integrated nuclear infrastructure review missions. The first one and the follow-up for phase 1 of this program actually have 3 phases. So we've already done with phase 1, and we've had very good reviews from the International Atomic Energy Agency and other international bodies that we are working with. So the message simply is this: we are safe as a country. We need to do this as a country. If we want to propel ourselves as a developed country, as an industrialized country, we cannot actually overlook nuclear. We need to do this because our hydro resources are almost gone. Solar or the renewable resources are not stable enough. We need a new base load. It's either we go coal, which we know we are not familiar and we don't actually like, or we go nuclear. So if we want to survive as a people, we need to go nuclear. We are not the only country doing this. There are other African countries.
Public Affairs Manager of Nuclear Power Ghana, Bellona Gerard Victor Kwao, expressed her excitement at the level of awareness.
It shows me that the level of awareness even has gone a lot deeper. It wasn't so much what is in need for them, but what contributions they can make. And I think it's a very positive thing to note, that what contributions they can make as against what they will gain from it. So with this background, it makes it a lot better for us to move them on to the next level as to what benefits they will get from it, not only as individual, but as an institution. And it is that collective support we look for in attaining the social license, which is a requirement for the nuclear power plant.
Some of the students shared their experiences after the program.
So they always say that catch them young. So them bringing this program to HT was a great opportunity for our students to also know actually what is going on in the country. And also when they spoke about this nuclear something, we all thought it was something like atomic bomb, just as compared to Russia, how they used to produce bomb and others. But at the end of the program, we got to know that it is an energy that will give us the same electricity that the hydroelectronic also produces. So it is a good feeling, and it is our prayer that it comes to stay. It shouldn't just be a teaching that should be going on in the country, but it should also be something that will be inculcated in all other institutions, which will help us to be able to generate more energy for Ghana to be on the safer side.
Ivy Satoji, JoyNews. Who?
All right, that's it for business. Thanks for watching. Honey, you back to Brace. Happy Eid, Brace.
Happy Eid, Dario. And that's how we wrap up today's bulletin. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. Good morning.
This year, the NDC and the MPP elect their flag bearers
and parliamentary candidates for the crucial 2024 general elections.
Your election headquarters is rolling.
Mothers go above and beyond to give us 5 times the love. Tell us how much your mom means to you and let's HD Plus make it feel like 5 times the star this Mother's Day. From 13th April to 1st May 2023, record and send a 30-second video about how amazing your mom is. Feely to the WhatsApp number 020-0044-420. Your video will compete with other entries to win one of the 65-inch Nasco flat screen TVs with an HD Plus model for mom. HD Plus, the feeling.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio. Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Hello viewers, welcome to Home Tips with Mira. Home Tips with Mira, as you know, is always about DIYs, home tips and home remedies. So today we are talking about organic spices. Spices, we use them to flavor our food from time to time. But what are spices? Spices are aromatic, pungent or sweet seasonings that are obtained from leaves, fruits, flowers and the bark of trees. At times even the roots. They are usually added in smaller quantities and they can be used to preserve our food, to flavor our food, or even to color our food, or to even add sweetness to our food. Okay, so you know, from time to time we go to the market and we see these beautiful women selling spices. At times we don't even know what the spices are and what their names are and what exactly they are meant for. So today on Home Tips, I have with me some spices and I'm going to show you their names, the ones with the local names. I'll just mention them to you and what they can be used for. So let's do a quick turnaround, and when we come back, I'll share more on spices with you. So this spice is known as dawa dawa. It is the fermented beans of the African locust beans. Dawa dawa has a very unique smell. You know what I'm talking about. This can be used to season soup or stews. Some people also take it raw like this. They just soak it in water to take it to treat their health problems. But if you are going to use it, make sure that the dawa dawa you are using is, you know, preserved under hygienic conditions. So you don't want to introduce any bacteria into your system whilst taking this as a cure for something else. If you are using dawa dawa in your meals, at times it has particles of sand in it. So when you grind it, you have to make sure that you sieve it before you pour it into your soup. Please pour it into your soup or stew when it is almost about done, when it is simmering. Then you can use your dawa dawa. Or some people also just prefer to wash it and just crush it like this into their soup or stew. Whenever I use dawa dawa and I don't keep the remaining food refrigerated, it usually goes bad the next day. Dawa is very high in protein, so as a protein substitute, you can also be using it in your meals. My next spice is Negro pepper. In Twi, it is called Hwentia, and in Ghana, they call it So. Hwentia is used mostly in traditional medicine, and it is also used as a spice to flavor chicken, meat, and even fish. You crush some and you put it on your fish. It is able to cut how the fish smell. And when you use it to spice your chicken, you just love the aroma, and your meat, you just love it. So you can use it in your stews and in your soup as well. And one thing too is that this, a home remedy, if you are coughing, just some mild cough, you can just pick one, pop it into your mouth and chew. You just swallow the water that comes out of it, and then you just throw the chaff away. And this one is very good for babies. You know, when a baby is born and you are trying to wean the baby, or you are introducing solids to your baby apart from the breast milk, when you are preparing the porridge for the baby, you can just crush about 3, put it in the water, let it boil before you use it to do your porridge for your baby. It helps colic in babies. You know, there are times that babies, they'll be turning, their tummy will be aching them and all that. This is able to help treat colic in babies. So if you're a nursing mother and you're trying to wean your baby, introduce Hwentia into their porridge and you'll be good. You can also crush a handful into your water and be drinking. Just boil your water, put the Hwentia inside, and then let it cool and be drinking it. It is more like a postpartum tonic that helps to heal your internal sores after delivery. Our next spice is ginger. In Twi, it is kakadru, we all know, and the Ghanaians also call it kakachufa. In Hausa, it is chita, if I'm right. Okay, so the ginger can be used in a raw form or in a powdered form, or you know, you grind it and use it in a paste. So if you have lots of ginger, what you can do is peel, grind, and then put it in a jar and keep it in your fridge and be using it from time to time. And it can be used to cut the fishy smell. It can be used to season fish as well as meat, and you can use it together with other spices and you still have, you know, your perfect taste. You can even use ginger after you are done with your, you know, your stew or your soup. You can just put some into it and be consuming. All the spices here contain nutritional benefits, and each one is organic. So when you are taking it, be sure to know that what you are consuming is something that will go a long way to help you. You know, you can even do ginger tea. Just crush the ginger, boil it. You can also add like 2 or 3 Hwentia to it and be drinking it as a tea. It goes a long way and it helps you to reap the maximum nutritional benefit that this rhizome offers. My next spice is the West African black pepper. You can use it to season your meat and your fish. It's a bit spicy. In Twi, it is called surowisa. The Ghanaians call it bowie or riedin. The others call it kukuli. And Hausa, it is masoro or masoro. I don't know. I hope I had it right. Okay, so you use it to season your fish and your meat, but use it in moderation. It's a bit hot, and you know, when you bite into it, you can feel the aromatic flavor from it. And with spices, you know, you should explore. So the more you combine 1 or 2 spices and then you taste the flavor of the food, if you are okay with it, just note it down that, okay, so I combined black pepper with ginger and garlic, and this is the taste, and I love it. So you keep it. You know, you just have to be exploring and know what works best for you. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira. I believe you have learned a lot, and I thank you so much. Please go on YouTube and subscribe to my channel, and follow me also on Facebook. And please, when the video is out, kindly share with others so that they will also know this information. It's a bye-bye from me, and stay positive.
is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
This voice speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, you understand, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
Hello viewers, thank you so much for watching. It's time for Home Tips with Mira. You know the program is all about home tips, DIYs and things you can do yourself. I want to ask you something. Have you really wondered how our body works? You know, the body is this perfect machine that God created, and we need to feed it in order to keep us alive, to keep us going. So I want to ask you, do you eat to live or you live to eat? Because you know there are times that this body will get tired. The body can get to a certain point and says that I am tired, I cannot go on, I need to reset my clock, I need to rest. And when that happens, what do you do? We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, I'll show you what you can consume in order to reset your body's clock. One of the ways in which you can help your body to reset its clock is by fasting. I know some people don't like it because it's not a pleasant thing to do, but fasting surely does help the body both physically and spiritually. So today we are looking at juice fast. What is juice fast? It is fasting that is solely dependent on juice. So juice from vegetables or fruits. And that is what we are going to use, because when you fast, it helps you to cleanse your body, it boosts your immunity, it resets your body clock, it gets rid of toxins in your body. So today we are looking at juice fast. It's now time to extract the juice, and we are going to have red juice, yellow juice, and green juice. So for the red juice, I have watermelon, pineapple, beetroot, and turkey berries. They play a very key role in there. And for my yellow juice, I have yellow melon, orange, carrots, a piece of ginger, and celery. And for the green juice, I have cucumber, I have lemon, apple, pear, and spinach. And that is going to form my green juice. When you're at home and you're juicing, be creative about it. Give interesting names to your juices. So for the red juice, I'm going to call it Passion on the Moon. How does that sound? Interesting, right? And then the yellow one, I'll call it Yellow Sunrise. And then the green one, Evergreen. Yes, so these are my juices. So if you don't have a juicer, what we use to extract the juice, you can use blender to extract your juice. Not all the fruits or vegetables have a lot of water content, so you have to support it with just a little water. When you don't have a juicer and you are using a blender, just put everything in a blender, add a little water into it, blend, make sure you have a smooth paste, and then when you finish, you squeeze it and then you get your juice. So there are some fruits that you have to de-seed them before you juice. But for the watermelon, I'm keeping the seeds inside. I'm going to juice the pulp together with the seeds because they are loaded with nutrients. So when you juice, you are supposed to take the juice freshly as it comes. But if you cannot be on time to be juicing it regularly, you can keep them in bottle and in the refrigerator and consume it within a period of maximum 3 days. It's now time for my yellow juice, that is Yellow Sunrise. So I have my yellow melon, I have my carrots, celery, my thumb size of ginger, and then orange. But I'm not going to put the orange in a juicer. When I'm done extracting the juice, I'll just cut the oranges in two and use a manual juice extractor to get the juice out of the orange. After that, I'll mix the two together. It's now time for evergreen. Yeah, so I have my cucumber. I'm going to cut, but I'll de-seed the cucumber and I'll not peel it. My apple, pear, spinach, turkey berries, and then my lemon. Same process. I'm kneading it so that it will loosen up a bit before I cut it into two and extract the juice. So when you take a juice, within a matter of like 30 minutes, your body has absorbed it, and we don't want any intrusion with the fiber and all that. Remember, we are doing juice fast, so it is only juice that we are taking. Whilst taking your juice, you should also be well hydrated. You have to take in a lot of water. Because remember, we are detoxifying, so it is the liquid that is going to bring out all the toxins out. So you have to drink water as well, and I have with me here 2 liters of water. So what you have to do is that just make sure that you just get a teaspoonful of lemon juice and put it into the water so that you can reap the maximum benefit out of it, because lemon is so good for the body. It's packed with lots of nutrients for the body. It is advisable that if you are at home when you are doing the juice fasting, after you have finished juicing, just keep them in the refrigerator. But in case you have to go to work or you have to go somewhere, just keep them in the bottles like this. And if you have a small ice chest, just put some ice cubes in there so that it will keep it cold, because you don't want to leave it at room temperature. So when you wake up in the morning, just take 1 glass of the lemon water. It can be warm, it can be room temperature. So mid-morning, then you take your Passion on the Moon. Afternoon, you take Yellow Sunrise. Late afternoon, you take evergreen juice, and then in the evening, you take your passion red again. But be drinking the water in between. So if the 2 liters is not enough for you, you can be adding more water. We are in a season of love. Show some love to your body because it carries you wherever you want to go. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira. I believe this has been really helpful. So please, before you embark on this kind of juice fast, please speak with a medical practitioner so he advises you, or speak with your dietitian as well. Pregnant women, nursing mothers, those with underlying medical conditions and children below 18 years are not supposed to embark on this juice fast. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel. And please subscribe on my YouTube page, like and follow me on Facebook. Until we meet again, or until I bring another episode of Home Tips with Mira, it's a bye-bye from me.
The contact that helps you navigate your community.
I nearly died because the water carried me. It was here I came to land.
The rural, the suburban, and the urban.
I feel very good about this. So that's it.
Focusing on the intriguing social, spiritual, and unique untold stories. Bringing you stories that ignite our sense of belonging, our communal pride and service.
There sits the Commander Sugar Factory in its rusted glory.
In my community, you will see why we laugh and why we are unyielding, why we are weak, and the strength of our diversity.
It's not been difficult to control.
48 times he stepped into the ring. 38 times he knocked down his opponents. They called him the King Kong because of the beast of right hand that he had. Anytime he was in the ring to match up. The IBF had him in their books. And there was also a time where he tried even the super bantamweight division, seeking to become a world champion. 2 times he held onto the world title between 2007 and 2011. And in the 10 world titles Ghana have won, he's one of the few to have written his books in the annals of the country's boxing story. He is Joseph Agbeko, my guest on Prime Take. Champ. Thank you. Why are you called King Kong? Where did you get that name from?
King Kong is my real name.
Okay.
Yeah, King Kong is the name that actually introduced me into boxing. That's why I always say that I did not choose boxing. Boxing chose me. My dad gave me a name by birth, King Kong. So during my school days, my friends are always scared of me. Even at home, my colleagues, they are all scared of me because then we had watched the movie King Kong.
Oh, okay.
You know, so whenever anything happened between myself and any of my friends and we have to fight, they feel like I'm that King Kong. And some of them that I know I can't beat them, but they become very soft for me and they make it easy for me to beat them. So I was beating everybody. So that made me to divert everything into boxing.
Then this one appears to be kind of a nickname that was given to you early at birth.
No, it was never a nickname. That was my name. You know, they say good name is better than riches. You know, so whenever you're naming your child, you have to be watchful of what name you give to your child, because definitely the name will play a role in his or her life.
Where did you grow
up? I was born in Sukura. And
you're a Sukura boy?
Yeah, Sukura boy. I'm a Zango boy. So
do you speak Hausa?
Most people think I speak Hausa, but
you formatted it?
Yeah, but when you speak, I understand most of them.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not good with language, you know. So I started from Sukura, and then I spent most of my life in Accra Central, Bese, to be precise. So that's where I would say, that's where I grew up. And then after some time, I moved to Dakuma. So I've been a Zongo boy around Zongo to Bese and then to Dakuma. So I'm a tough boy.
So you've been around Blacksmith, Tank House line?
Yeah, that's Sukura area.
Latebia
Koshi, Zamamalai, all those areas.
Oh, you're a proper Zongo boy.
Yeah.
So how was life like growing up?
I would say that I came from a family, a small family, a very traditional one. And when I developed the love to become a boxer, I used to play football with my friends.
Okay.
And I even joined a team, and I wanted to play football.
Are you a disappointed footballer?
Oh, yeah. You know, I have this passion of becoming great.
Okay.
You know, and when I look at football, I realize that football has a lot of people on the field.
Okay.
And one man's mistake could result to the failure of all the team. So the failure of the team. So I realized that, okay, no, boxing is an individual job. I even wanted to be a goalkeeper because you'll be the only one to be at the goalpost, so everyone can shine on their own, but yours is for just you, you know. But looking at my body structure and everything, I said, no, I can't. And then because of how my friends are always scared of me and I keep on beating everybody, so I said, okay. Then I've been watching my godfather, Zuzum Nelson. I've been watching him all the time, staying up late to watch him all the time. So I said, okay, I think this is where I belong. Let me go into boxing. And I started boxing, and everything started going well for me.
Were you kind of a street fighter? Because you were punching everyone left, right, and center.
In my neighborhood in Sukura, whenever any new boy comes around, we have to test him. You know, so you have to fight a couple of people until you get to my side. Okay. You know, so something like that. But I'm not like the violent type that is always like always fighting on the street. No, it's a neighborhood thing. But from the minute I started boxing, all those things went off. I grew up with a man called B.C. Tyson. He is one of the promising boxer out of Ghana. He was the lightweight champion for Africa, Commonwealth. To the West stage, he was like one of the greatest, and he was the one that had me like a senior brother or a father to me, and I learned a lot of things from him because he used to be a violent guy when he was growing up, before he got into boxing. And when I was staying with him, whenever we are at a place in the Bukum Sarah area, and then there was any violence going around anywhere, he would just hold me, let's move. He takes me away. So I have been a violent-free person.
Violent-free, but did you spend some time in Bukum?
Yeah, Bukom and Bese is like almost
the same
area, but they have names, but it's all
just the same line.
Yeah, it's all Gamashi. Yeah, but because I actually grew up inside Bese, so I like to mention Bese.
And not Bukom.
No, because I came from Bese.
Yeah, so the
I
people of
stayed
Bese will be
inside
proud
Bese.
They'll be proud that they produced a world champion.
I actually, before I continue, right, I just want to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Gbese Manche, Nia Ibunte. He was my first ever boxing manager.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he saw a talent.
Was he combining football and
yeah,
boxing?
He was the Accra Suffolk manager to their CEO and everything at that time. Yeah. And I'm from there. He's one person that he likes to help everyone from everyone from the community. He used to help everyone from the. So when he saw me and he realized I'm from his place and I'm doing well, he gave me a hand and he said, let's go. He took me like a son and he gave me that push, So I would say he contributed massively to making of Joseph King Kong Agbeko. He made me, and I would like to say a big thank you to Mr. Mitch Williams, Awono of Aborigine Promotion. He is my last boxing promoter manager that I worked with. And he took me like a son, made sure I'm protected and everything goes well for me. So those two people meant a lot to me.
Thank you. Let me say thank you to them on your behalf for building you up to write your name in the history books of Ghanaian boxing. But tell me, how would you describe your boxing career?
My boxing career, like a roller coaster. It has been up and down, up and down. I was a very young prospect, someone that everybody saw great prospect in me, but at some point of time, things get locked at some time, open at another time, and even before I became a champion, it was even overdue, like to the time for me to become a champion. People thought I could have become a champion before then, and things were very bad, and people gave up in me. They gave up on me, and then the chance came, and I had to be a substitute for Luis Alberto Perez. Luis Alberto Perez was going to defend his IBF bantamweight title against another boxer, and the boxer pulled out, and he was the most dangerous bantamweight at that time, and the most biggest puncher at that division during that time. And I got a call for about 3 weeks before the fight, and I took it and I knew it was for me, and I went and grabbed it. So it has been a roller coaster. It has been
that was a big risk, because within 3 weeks you were able to get yourself ready for that fight.
Yeah, I believe that this is one thing I always tell the younger fighters coming up. You always have to get ready. Like when you're always ready, you don't have to get ready. Once you're always ready, you don't have to get ready. I moved to the US, had one fight, and I wanted to come back home for some holiday and then go back, and my managers didn't want me to go. They wanted me to stay because they were preparing some fights for me, and they believe if I win that fight, I may be maybe 3 or 4 fights, closer to the championship.
To world title.
And I told them, no, I have to go see my kids. I've missed them, and if God said I'm going to be a champion, I will be. If not, I wouldn't be. So I want to go home. So they allowed me. I went home, and luckily for me, God has always been on my side. I had a problem. Boxing is a very tough sport. Preparing for a fight, going in for a fight, it's a very, very, very tough sport. So whenever a boxer finish a fight, they want to eat everything with their both hands. when it comes to food. When it comes to food, because you've starved yourself for so long, you want to enjoy with both hands. When it comes to the fun part of life, in terms of the women and all drinks and all other things, they want to, and because you have to stay away from all those things before you can make it. So after my fight, I was supposed to, enjoy myself, you know. But I had a little problem with myself, which couldn't allow me to go closer to
those enjoyments.
To those enjoyments, you know. So when I got the call, I knew it was for me. I just told my manager, I'm coming for it.
What was the problem?
Come again?
What was the problem?
It's something that I cannot say. But it actually pushed.
It's what I'm thinking.
No, you can't have an idea of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's something that actually put me away from getting close to a woman or having anything to do with, a woman.
So that was a blessing in disguise, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why I said God loves me, and He has always been on my side.
But God didn't love the other side, no?
You know, they said many are called and few are chosen. Yeah. On that day, that was the fight was scheduled for was for me. So God has to be on my side, not His side. So when I got the call, I said, okay, it's for me, I'm going for it. So when I went there, they knew it was just a short notice, which they believe they're going to take advantage over me. I went in there, we went for our press conference, we did a face-off. My opponent looked tough. I took off his glasses and I told him, hey, this one is not for you, I'm taking it away from you. The confidence was very, very high. And I went in and I took it.
You don't even look like a boxer. This skinny boy, you're coming to fight me.
Yes, we give our glory to God.
What would you say has been your most challenging moment as a boxer?
The most challenging moment. I would say there was a time when I was going to fight Guillermo Rigondeaux. I was moving up in weight to super bantamweight to fight Rigondeaux. And Rigondeaux was one boxer that everybody
was scared of. Okay.
Yeah. He fought, he beat Nonito Doné. Nonito Doné is obviously the toughest fighter at the division then. And he beat Nonito Doné. And when Nonito Doné could have asked for a rematch, he wasn't asking for it. Rigo was ready, willing to give Nonito a rematch. And Nonito didn't want it. And any other boxer at the division doesn't want it. And I was a bantamweight. And I watched him and I said, no, I can do this. Let me take it. So I took the fight. Then I had gone through some issues back and forth, and I had just signed on to a new promotional outfit that is Top Rank. So going in with Rigo was promoted by Top Rank because Rigo was working with Top Rank. And Rigo is the most skillful boxer of that time. Yeah. Rigo is compared between Floyd Mayweather. When it comes to skill, when it comes to defense, some say he's number one. Others also say Floyd is number one. So he was like on his peak, the highest.
He was a beast.
Yeah. And his fighting Rigo is like a high risk with low reward because high risk with low reward.
How?
Because Rigo is not an exciting boxer. People doesn't like Rigo because he's very defensive. People doesn't like Floyd. The boxing, they don't like Floyd. They don't like defensive boxers. They want you to come and punch. Let's punch. Kill yourself. Let them laugh. Let them enjoy so you can make your money. They don't want you to be defensive. You know, and Rigo is very, very defensive. So it doesn't allow punch to touch him. So people doesn't pay to watch him. So when you're fighting Rigo, there's no good money on board, you know, and he is the most dangerous one. So you're fighting the most dangerous boxer with less reward, you know. I took the fight because I wanted to give it, or I wanted to prove a point, you know, and I had just stopped working with Don King, signing on to Top Rank. And then 2 weeks before the fight, I got a letter that I have to pay Don King 50% of my purse for that fight. And even a fight, you know, I'm a fighter that I love boxing. I was born to be a fighter. So I go into the ring with a passion, not because of money. We need money to take care of ourselves.
Not because of money?
No.
You just go to the person who wants to beat you up and you don't want money.
You know, it is worth fulfilling the purpose of your existence in this life rather than becoming rich. Money is very, very important, but we all have purpose in this life. When you are doing a job that you are passionate for, you don't feel like you are working. I'm the type that whenever my manager tells me you have a fight, I become so happy. Not happy only because I'm going to get money. Definitely money will come. Money comes with the hard work, with everything, you know, definitely money will come. But I become so happy because God is giving me another chance to shine, to bring out what He has put it into me. So I am always happy about that. So I wasn't going into the fight with Rigo just because of the money. I love the money, but not just because of the money, but because I want to prove to the boxing world that if nobody can beat this guy, I can beat him. And then 2 ways, you are telling me that the small pairs that I'll be getting, 50% will be going to Don King. And you know, if 50% is going to Don King, that means if you are paying your managers, you are paying your cartman, you are paying your trainers and everyone involved, that you have to pay them, they have to take check from you. Everyone is going to take the check from you from the top, from the 100. They are not going to take their check from you from the 50. You know, so you can imagine how much I'll be earning as the one who put his life on the line. You know, so it took a lot out of me. I wanted to, pull out of the fight. I wanted to pull out of the fight because I felt like even though I want to fight, I want to prove a point. The risk it wasn't worth it, you know. So I went into that fight with my spirit not inside me. And it was a very tough.
Why did Don King bring you the letter to give him 50% of your money?
Boxing has never been fair to Joseph King Kong Agbeko.
But it chose you, so it's supposed to be fair to you.
God knows how He arranges things. You know, God, you can never ever understand God's plan. I've had like 99% of my career working with Don King, and we've gone through a lot of challenges. I was in court with Don King for over 2 years, and I have to be inactive for all that 2 years. It took away a lot from me. I have to keep on paying lawyers all the time. Every minute I get a call, I have to come to court. I have to fly from here, go to the US, go to court. After another time, I have to come back. So it was up and down for some time. So it got to a time after 2 years, and I wanted the court to free me, then I can sign on to another promoter while the case is still pending, you know. And Don King's lawyer called my lawyers and they wanted to settle, which was good. So I spoke with my manager, then Tomora, so that we can just take whatever offer he puts on board, so we can allow the case to go, so I can move on with my career. But my manager then believed so much that we are going to win the case and we're going to make a lot of money from Don King, which I know Don King very, very well. Don King is like somebody that when you try to scare him, even though he is scared, he's going to try to show you that he's like a lion. You know, so you don't. And he will fight back. Yeah, you don't try. You don't scare him. You know. So my manager was a little tough. So when we went in for that injunction, the court didn't allow us grant it for me to be free while the case is still pending. And then they said he's my promoter, so he should continue promoting me while we're still in court. So 1 minute we will get a call from Don King. I have a fight in Nicaragua. I have a fight in some places that they just want to take me there like a cow and just chop me off, you know. So I have to, reject all those fights. So I was inactive for a long time. So One day I went to Duncan's office in Florida, and I have to bring out the beast in me so that he can give me my release. So he gave me the release then. That was when I got the chance to sign on to Top Rank. And then, you know, he's the master of the game. So he came out with some other stuff, and they demanded 50% from my purse. And the most surprising thing is that boxing is a very, very mafia business. You know, the most surprising part is that I had just signed on to a new manager as well, Frank Espinoza, and a new promoter, Top Rank. And the fight was happening in Atlantic City, in New Jersey. And in New Jersey, Donkey already have crime issues in New Jersey because he one time bribed a casino guard, and I think that has been on his record. So Donkey cannot make money in Atlantic City.
I see. Because
of that, he can't make money in Atlantic City. And we're fighting in Atlantic City. So how can the man make money off me in Atlantic City? You know, one thing that I have lacked in my career has to do with team. You know,
the team around you has never served you well?
I've never had a team. I've never had a team. I have had trainers, I've had managers, I've had some agents and stuff, but everybody was on their own. Everybody was there for the check. You know, none of them were there for me. Nobody was there for Joseph Agbeko. Nobody was there to put, were there for me. Everybody was there for...
what goes into the pocket?
Into the pocket. So I had no power, I had nothing to do. And I have to go in there, fight so Donkey can make his money.
But let me just something very clear here. You've spoken about going to court with Duncan. You've spoken about the letter demanding 50% of your money. Was it after you signed for Top Rank that he brought a letter?
Yeah, after I signed with Top Rank.
But he gave you a release letter.
He gave me a release letter.
How come he came demanding for 50% after giving you a release letter?
He came with other issues regarding our court and loss of money, some other stuff. I had managers and lawyers involved, promoters who I'm working with. All of them are involved, and everyone gave the go-ahead.
Did you fight?
You
fought?
For
Top Rank, and then paid Duncan his 50%?
Yeah, I fought and I gave it to him.
You gave him his 50%. Yeah. What was the reason for Duncan taking you to court?
I took him to court.
You took him to court?
Yeah.
What for?
Because Duncan violated the Muhammad Ali Act. The Muhammad Ali Act is whenever a boxer fighting for a championship, especially when you are the main event. Yeah. I've been the main event throughout every fight that I've fought with Duncan. I've been the main event. I think the first one that I fought for the championship, I was the co-main event, but after that, I've been the main event throughout. So whenever you are the main event and you are going into a fight, the promoter has to serve you with the Muhammad Ali Disclosure Act.
Okay.
They have to disclose to you every money that is going into the fight. The money coming from TV, the money coming from sponsorship, the ticket, everything they have to disclose to you before negotiation for your purse. You know, then you will know how to negotiate on your purse. And Donkey never did that with me. You know, he never did that with me. And so I have to take him to court so that he can bring all those things out, then we can properly negotiate on those things and know what I'm getting, what I was supposed to get from here, so I can get everything that he has stolen from me. At what point did you realize that he was not revealing those details to you? After I signed on with Tom Mora, the new manager, the manager knows him a lot. He has worked with him, with some other boxers. He has been to court with Duncan severally, and he has won all the cases. And he knows all the tricks Duncan used for fighters. You know, he knows all the tricks. And the trick that Duncan uses for Boxer A is the trick that he uses for every fighter. And every trick goes through easily for him with every fighter because he puts you in a situation like, you know, like the mouse or mice, I don't know, when they are biting you, they still put some air there. And, you know, he has some trick that he used for every fighter. He has used it for Mike Tyson. He has used it for every fighter that he has ever worked with. And he has gone through, it kept working well for him. So when I met Tomora revealed everything to me. And that has been the same thing. And a lot of fighters were having...
But was it indeed true that he was not revealing all those details to you? So because what he did to other boxers does not necessarily mean that he was doing the same thing to you.
Okay. There were other fighters who were having issues with him about the same...
But did you at a point realize that indeed he was cheating you? Did you ever discover that?
Yeah.
So he cheated you?
Donkey cheated me a lot. He cheated every fighter that he has worked with.
Like how much? Can you approximate that?
Because we didn't get to the point that he has to disclose everything for the courts and myself to see whatever he was taking away from me. So I wouldn't know, but he did cheat me like how he did to every fighter.
But your decision to take him to court, do you think it served you well? Because you said for 2 years you were not fighting. Did it serve you well? Did it serve your interest?
I had no regrets taking him to court. I think I went into fight for what belongs to me, and the fight didn't win. Duncan is a superman in the sport. He has the power to manipulate the lawyers and so on, and things couldn't work, and no regrets.
You didn't win the court case?
We didn't finish. I have to just withdraw the case.
You withdrew the case?
Yeah.
After spending loads of money?
Yeah.
How much did you spend fighting
because
that case?
I realized that I was just spending and nothing was coming.
So how much did you spend?
I wasn't fighting as well.
How much did you spend?
I wouldn't. I don't want to go there.
Like $1 million?
I don't want to go there.
$1 million?
I don't want to go there. It's gone.
No, but it's gone. But this is just a conversation we are having. Because sometimes, because people will tell you that sometimes these legal issues, they're quite expensive. Because to even be fighting someone like Don King in the US is huge.
Yeah.
So for you to have mastered that courage to go all out, show that, yeah, you had money to fight, but your money was not good enough.
No. Yeah. It wasn't.
But did you make money fighting under Don King? Did you make money?
Again?
Did you make money fighting for Don King?
Let me put it this way. I would say I did not live on boxing. Boxing lived in me. I did not live on boxing.
Did you make money fighting for Don King?
I said I did not live on boxing. Boxing lived in me.
That's not the answer to the question. The question is, did you make money fighting for Don King?
Yeah, of course. After every fight, I get my pay. I get my check.
Like, what was the minimum check that you got?
I can't disclose.
The day you laid your hand on that world title, how was it like?
The first time?
Yeah.
You know,
just have arrived.
The first time I won the world title, you know, every boxer's dream is to become a champion.
Yeah.
So on that night, I knew I was going to win, but immediately the referee declared the fight as a technical knockout. You know, the brain was just running. You know, everybody came and they started carrying me and so on, and I was like, wow, this has been the dream that I had from childhood, and today I have been able to achieve that dream by God's grace. I was so. The joy was serious. That night, I actually slept with my belt. You know, I have to lay the belt beside me and then sleep with the belt. And
I can imagine that.
Yeah,
the excitement alone of finally laying your hand on the world title after.
But winning it for the second time was, I mean, the joy was more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was more.
Why?
You know, in boxing, right? Floyd Mayweather is a fighter who has never lost before, and I've always loved him for that. But to the boxing community, they do not respect fighters who has not lost before. You know, you can call yourself the great and they still don't respect you.
Because you've never lost?
Yeah. You know,
Why?
I think if you not lost, that means you didn't give yourself the chance for anybody to beat you. Floyd was on his toe, making sure that he fought all the top fighters at his time, and he made sure he beat all of them.
Yes.
You know, so to me, that is the greatest to me, you know. But to the boxing community, for you to be called a champion, it's not about you winning a title. The road for you to win a title is very long for the first time. It's long, and you go through it and then you become a champion. It's very tough. But when you lose the belt, for you to win it again, believe me, that is the most toughest. You see after losing the fight, you see yourself among the top rated fighters. You see yourself among the best. So it makes it easier for you to be able to get a chance to fight for a championship again. Unlike you climbing from the ground to the top.
Yeah.
So you are already there. But winning it there is the most toughest because you've already tasted defeat. That thing has entered into your brain. The courage and a lot of things that you used to go into the ring with is no more there. Now whenever you're going into the ring, the brain is true. Win and lose. It's the most toughest part of every boxer.
So when
you lose and you are able to come back and win again, that is when they call you a champion.
When you lost your title, how was it like for you?
It was like the end of the road for me. When I lost it the first time, it was like the end of the road. I was like, wow, I come from Africa. And for Africans to get opportunity is very, very hard. So when am I going to get this opportunity again? Because you know, Africans doesn't sell tickets in America. We don't like to buy plane tickets from here to America to go and watch boxing. And the most toughest part for any African is that even when they buy ticket, the most expensive ticket from Ghana to board a plane to America, when they come to America, they want you, the fighter, to pay for hotel for them. They want you, the fighter, to give them tickets to go watch fights. So it doesn't give the African fighters any value. African fighters doesn't get any value in America when they're fighting because they don't bring nothing to the table. They don't sell tickets. They don't do anything. So for an African boxer to get opportunity, it's hard. They would rather give those opportunities to the Spanish people because they watch boxing a lot. So I was thinking, like, when am I going to get that opportunity again? So when it came back again, I made sure I have to do my best to win it.
I recall in 2013, when you came up against Abner Mares, I think that is a fight, if I'm not mistaken, it's a fight since you had, especially after that second, that rematch that you had with him, your career took a complete nosedive. Talk to us about the first one. I remember that first fight where most of the punches were quite low because I watched that fight. They were quite low, so when you lost, there was an opportunity for you to have a rematch. But the rematch never worked out. Joseph, it never worked out. What happened?
If I would say I have any regret in boxing, I would say my only regret was to fight Abner Mares for the second time. That would be the only regret I would say I had in boxing. I fought Mares the first time when I was sick. Nobody knew about it. Even my team, I couldn't tell them because I fell sick a day before the weigh-in. That was when I fell sick. And we were all on high spirits. So I couldn't even tell my coach, I couldn't even tell anybody because I don't want to, like, destroy their...
Live from our studio here in Kokomleme, Accra, this is JoyNews Today with me, Samuel Kojo Brace. Coming up in this bulletin, the lawyer, or the Professor Kojo Appiagyei of the University of Ghana Faculty of Law, has described the response from the presidency to Professor Frimpong Boateng's report as disingenuous. More, as leading member of the MPP, Dr. Arthur Kennedy says the report is a blot on the president's integrity. Coming up also in this bulletin, the New Patriotic Party has elected Ernest Yawenim to contest the upcoming by-election in the Kumewu constituency. Also, Muslim youth advised to conduct themselves righteously to reduce the worrying trend of deviant practices which hamper national development. These, plus business and other stories coming up in this bulletin. Now, the presidency has come under a barrage of criticism for a response that has authored to the report of the former chairman of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, Professor Frimpong Boateng. Now, last week, a report by the professor sent to the Chief of Staff in 2021 was leaked to the public. In that report, the former minister accused some ranking members of the Nana-led government of active involvement in illegal mining. This report has attracted a lot of public outcry, compelling the presidency to come out to react. Now, in a release over the weekend, the presidency described the document as a catalogue of personal grievances and claims made by Professor Frimpong Boateng, intended to respond to some issues he faced as chairperson of the IMCIM. Now, let's share with you a bit of this particular report that was released over the weekend. Now, the presidency said in what the chairman of the committee sought to do, he sought to proclaim that some members of the presidency were involved in this Galamsey business without any shred of evidence. Now, the report says the attention of the office of the president has been drawn to a publication in the media, ostensibly quoting from a document authored by the former Minister of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation as chairperson of the Estual Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining. Now, it says at the outset, it must be pointed out that the document being discussed was not an official report formally delivered to the office of the president. On the contrary, it can only be rightly referred to as a catalogue of personal grievances and claims made by Professor Frimpong Boateng, intended to respond to some issues he faced as chairperson of the IMCIM. The document was handed to the Chief of Staff at the Office of the President on March 19, 2021, in an informal meeting where Professor Frimpong Boateng complained about public attacks and criticisms made about his tenure as chairman of the IMCIM. This was after Professor Frimpong Boateng's tenure as minister had not been renewed by the President of the Republic in his second term. It is important also to point out that once Professor Frimpong Boateng makes serious allegations against some government appointees as having been involved in and supporting or interfering with the fight against illegal mining, not a single piece of evidence was adduced or presented to enable the claims to be properly investigated. Indeed, the allegations contained in the document are at best hearsay. It is instructive that since Professor Frimpong Boateng's meeting with the Chief of Staff in March 2021, he has taken no step nor acted in furtherance of the matters contained in the document. The President's commitment to fighting illegal mining is unassailable, and the Office of the President welcomes any information on illegal mining activities which provides a credible basis for investigation to be conducted by the Criminal Investigations Department of the Ghana Police Service. We continue to count on the cooperation of the general public. But on the AM show on JoyNews on Monday, Professor Kojo Appiagyei of the University of Ghana Faculty of Law has described the report or the response from the presidency as disingenuous. Now, according to him, it will be strange for the cabinet to say it was not aware of the report presented to the Chief of Staff by Professor Frimpong Boateng.
I think the matter was swept under the carpet because if you look at the reports, it is not just an ordinary report. It's not just an informal discussion as it is being alleged. Of course, we don't have all the complement of facts to come to a definite conclusion. But if you put the pieces together, the evidence can be corroborated to come to the conclusion that this is not just a personal rantings by the former minister about an issue that he confronted while doing his work as a minister and as part of the chair of that committee that was set up. So it is unfortunate that that is the spin that the government is putting on it. But it is obvious for well-meaning people to discern and to see that this is a deliberate attempt to sweep something under the carpet and to come up with some justification which does not seem to fly.
To come up with some justification that does not seem to fly. But what do you feel could have led to this situation? Why do you think, you say it was swept under the carpet, but why do you think that was?
Well, for a number of reasons. I think one is the obvious fact that who is running the show, the governance system that we have, who is running it, it's not just the government that has been brought to power. And so in this situation, you have some forces that work behind or are working behind the government. And it's not only peculiar to Ghana. It's as a result of the kind of democratic system that has been imposed on us. And so we have a system where people support campaigning and people need to be paid back for what they have put into the campaign exercise. And so for that matter, it's difficult for government to, expose such people. And for that matter, it creates a situation where some issues are swept under the carpet just to protect people who are in high places and who are involved in such practices. I think that is the bottom line.
Now, a former flag bearer aspirant of the governing MPP, Dr. Arthur Kennedy, says for the report to sit at the presidency for 2 years without any action is a blot on the president's integrity.
I think it's a damning, substantive, fact-filled report, and the idea that it sat on the president's desk for 2 years is unimaginable and unfathomable.
Some have said that it was presented to the chief of staff and that the president may not have seen it. Some have even gone as far as suggesting that if Professor Frimpong Boateng wanted this to gather the sort of steam he is putting out now, then he should have addressed it at the cabinet level. How do you respond to such concerns or comments?
Well, I mean, those saying that are not serious. To begin with, all around the world, everybody knows that when you hand a report to the chief of staff, it is as good as handing it to the president, unless the president wants to say he has no confidence in his chief of staff. As for presenting it at the cabinet level, at that time he had left the cabinet, so he couldn't have presented it to the cabinet. Furthermore, the report itself contains clear, unambiguous instances of him bringing up to the president the problems that the Interministerial Committee Task Force was having, particularly, for example, with regard to the senior minister, with regard to Sir John, with regard to a lot of others, and the president promising to address those. He didn't. So the idea that if he wanted to be serious, he would have presented it at the cabinet level, it's really a non-starter, and no serious person will say that. I think that not only that, I actually am happy that we're doing this on Joy News because you and your reporter, Erastus Asaridonko, did some very brave reporting in which you highlighted a lot of the problems in Galamsey. There were instances where two groups of military people almost came to blows, with one group with the Interministerial Committee, another group protecting the Galamseyers. And this was aired and everybody saw it. So the idea that this report has been on the blind side of the president is really a joke and an insult both to the president's intelligence and integrity as well as to Ghanaians.
insult both to the president's intelligence and integrity. Why do you say that?
I mean, it is obvious that those making the argument are not serving him well. You know, when you say that a president's chief of staff has had a report for 2 years, but he didn't know about it, I mean, that's really not on. And secondly, I'm also saying that the reporting by Joy FM and other news outlets should have come to the attention of the president. So the idea that he didn't know about it is really something that serious people should not claim.
Earlier today, I actually interacted with Kojo Poku, who interestingly is a flag bearer aspirant for the MPP come November. You've been in that position before, and he said that he didn't take this as allegations. In fact, for him, they were fact. Now, do you take everything in this report by Professor Frimpong Boateng as the gospel truth?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but I will say that he has put on the table significant issues that require interrogation. I think some of them obviously are facts. Others we haven't verified. But, you know, for example, when he says that I had a problem with the senior minister and I reported him to the president said I would deal with it, you know. I had a problem with Gabi, and I reported to the president, and the president said he would deal with it. I think those can be taken as facts. I think the professor has put on the table substantive, reasonable, very verifiable facts on the table. And at this point, it is beyond speculation. And actually, it also begs the question about when the president himself pledged to put his presidency at stake to fight Galamsey, what he has done.
Now, with regards to imperial heritage mining, which was, of course, mentioned in that particular report, even in the midst of a mining ban in 2018, the company was mining with a prospecting license in a forest reserve. Watch this.
We drive through roads made by these illegal miners in a once virgin restricted forest. They link one mining site to another deep in the reserve. This is the Apamprama Forest Reserve, under the watch of the Forestry Commission. Now come with me as I take you through the devastation caused by illegal mining, even within a mining ban. Many rare tree species nurtured for years have been felled with reckless abandon. At best, the miners process some into planks to construct makeshift sheds. The rest of the logs are buried deep under heaps of earth created around large uncovered pits. The destruction to these virgin forests is huge, over 15 different locations, each about the size of 10 football fields combined. Several hectares of land destroyed in this manner, deep within the forest reserve. Now, many questions arise at the moment, and some of those questions are, so this devastation went on, and the Apraman Forest Reserve sites are right here. The Forestry Commission says it had no evil, it did not see anybody bringing in heavy equipment. This has lasted for close to a year. No government official got wind of it, or nobody was prepared to even face them. At one such site in the Cobra Forest, head of security for mining firm Heritage Imperial Mining Company, ex-WO Adubuatin, told the task force it has the blessing of people he describes as high-powered to carry out operation in the area.
We are here. There's a document. No problem. A miner. Do you understand? I'm not a miner.
In the last 5 days, a bold and relentless enforcement of the ban on small-scale mining has led to arrest of 20 Chinese nationals, 4 of them in the Diaso Forest Reserve at the weekend. 10 of the excavators have been sent to Accra, and many mining settlements destroyed by the task force. Task Force Commander W1 Isaac Nyako is overwhelmed by the wanton destruction of forest.
Indeed, this is the largest. In fact, I don't even know how to start and how to end. I'm even shocked seeing the ground like this. The largest so far at this very site.
Leader of the Interministerial Task Force, Nana Jekum, says the fight will continue. Reporting for Joy News, Erastus Asaredonko, Kumasi.
Now, Awula Sawa, the coordinator of Eco-Conscious Citizens GH, says she's saddened by the development so far, describing the response from the presidency as laughable.
Saddened and extremely disappointed. First of all, I'm grateful to the press, yourselves. I'm grateful to the previous speakers. I think they've said it all. There's nothing much for me to add. It's just beyond words that the presidency has sat on this report. And the kind of what it has put out is, I don't want to use the word, but it's laughable. These are serious allegations that have been put out. We've seen the facts. Why hasn't anything been done until now? The only reason something is being done now is that it has been exposed. Has it not been exposed? It will be sitting on somebody's desk, which shows that we do not care about our environment. We have absolutely no interest in our environment. All we care about is destroying the environment for what? For gold? It's just disappointing. That's all I can say. Well, I think immediately there needs to be action taken. He named people. We could have asked the professor for further and better particulars, but I think a lot of information was inside the document. You could have put an end to what was going on and suspend these officers. I have to say that the Forestry Commission has serious questions to answer. We do know that Mr. Aloti said a while back that he had no objections to mining. It's like the firefighter saying that he has no objections to arsonists working. I think he needs another job. The mandate of the Forestry Commission is to protect our forests, not to open it up for mining. Second of all, there's been a ban which is not being enforced. But please, we should ask ourselves, why do we even issue prospecting licenses for forest reserves? Forest reserves are to be left intact. So what is the point? What is the logic in issuing prospecting licenses when we know that it's being used to mine? So I would say that the action to be taken was enforce the bans, and these highly placed persons should lose their positions of influence until this whole investigation is completed. I keep on saying there must be an independent inquiry, because we know that there's involvement on both sides of the political divide, and there's no real seriousness in getting to the bottom of it. The only reason why we are having this conversation is because the document was exposed. Otherwise, it would still be sitting in somebody's drawer and nothing would have been done about it.
Now to other stories. The New Patriotic Party has elected NSTL and NIM to contest the upcoming by-election in the Kumewo constituency. He attained 195 votes to beat closest contestant Ama Sewa, who polled 181 votes. Dr. Da Costa Boaji polled 27 votes, while Kwame appeared Kubi and Ose Shirie Bempa shared 15 votes. Now Jima has more in the following report.
All delegates, after the introduction of the aspirants in the NPP primary, were made to pledge support for whoever is elected as parliamentary candidate.
Mosque,
The aspirants for the primary were also made to pledge unity after the election. Issues of vote buying leveled against aspirants were openly denied. Mr. Kodia alerted the police to arrest any individual who attempted to make their ballot open.
And this is one some of can I am draw me boa. Abana Ebabetono, MPP dear winning. Yeah, this year no Obia Betua Manibiano, Yenina Cabo Meboa.
Delegates were called in turns to cast their ballot. After about 2 hours, all 419 delegates had cast their ballots.
Based on the results, we hereby declare Ernest Yao-Enim as the elected parliamentary candidate for the Kumawu by-elections.
The elected parliamentary candidate, Ernest Yao-Enim, called on all contestants to support his bid to win the Kumawu by-election.
From this moment, I dissolve my campaign team and I'm committed to forming an inclusive campaign team that will bring together everyone from the divide so that we can collectively fight for the battle ahead of us. I know my people believe in my vision, and my vision is to bring everyone together. And I believe that as we are committed to ensuring peace, everybody following me will be shipped in line, and we would all come together and understand that this victory is not just for Ernest Yao-Enim or my group, but for everybody who is a party member of our great party here. I know my people believe in me, and they are committed to ensuring that we work together as one unit. I believe that once we work as a unit, victory will be our portion. Kumawu, as we all know, is an MPP seat, and once party members are committed to ensuring that we are working together, I believe that victory would be on a silver platter for us.
The losing candidates have reiterated their support for the NPP candidate.
It was a close contest, but MPP is the winner. We have a winner. I congratulate Ernest. And like we said, we pledge to support him. I'm happy he has won. Congrats to him.
Congratulations to Ernest. He's done it. He's done it for Kumawu. We will all support him. It was a good experience. I mean, it's my first time, and I think I made a little bit of impact, but all the best to Ernest, and we will all support him to take the seat to retain the seat. So congratulations to Ernest.
MPP Nadine Kunim, Kumawu Nadine Kunim, Minister Way, Adam Kawamu, Ababa Yan. Now, Mr. Pledge me support. Adam Mami Penny, Ernest Yao-Enim.
For JoyNews, Nana Yaojima, Kumawu.
Now, one of the conceptions in the public domain about the Anopheles stephensi mosquito has been its ability to withstand extreme temperatures. But is it really true? In the second of our series on unraveling the Anopheles stephensi, JoyNews medical correspondent Dr. Netta Pasram looks at the insect temperature resilience. He spoke to Dr. Kingsley Bedu, Vice President, Pan-African Mosquito Control Association of Ghana.
What time is it? 7:30. Time the Anopheles stephensi is usually out. We've already spoken about the peak biting times of the Anopheles stephensi. That is from 6 p.m. to around 9 p.m. But is it just about the peak biting time? What about temperature? We have heard that it's able to withstand high temperatures. Really?
For extreme temperature, I'm not sure we can say it is adapted to extreme temperatures. What we do know from knowledge available is the fact that it has high tolerance. I mean, the spectrum of tolerance for temperature is broader compared to that of the Anopheles gambiae. For example, it's been reported that it's able to endure temperatures about 3.4 degrees Celsius lower and higher than that of the Anopheles gambiae. So which means that if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive somewhere 16, 17 degrees Celsius, is able to go lower, 3.4 degrees lower than that. And if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive 33, 34, 35 degrees Celsius, it's capable of going 3.4 degrees Celsius above that. And so, I mean, perhaps that gives it the ability to adapt to broad conditions of temperature. And perhaps one of the reasons why it's able to invade Africa coming from...
So, protect yourself against the Anopheles stephensi mosquito by sleeping under insecticide-treated mosquito nets, wearing long clothing, making use of insect repellents, and using indoor residual spraying. For Joy News, Dr. Detta Pasram.
Well, moving on to other stories. It will interest you to know that Muslim Ghanaians in Dubai use the Ramadan season to seek God's intervention for the growth of our country. With the current economic turmoil, many of these Ghanaian students join locals of Sharjah at Al-Qasimiyya University to pray for a turnaround for the country. My colleague Jackson Osei, who has been monitoring events closely from the United Arab Emirates, narrates how some of these students expressed optimism that their call to Allah about Ghana will yield results.
Eid-ul-Fitr is being celebrated across the whole world. Today, JoyNews, we are here at Al-Qasimiyya University in Sharjah State in the UAE. We've come to talk to some of our Ghanaian brothers here in the university. We want to find out how education is ongoing here and even how the whole fasting went for them. What are the benefits they got to from the fasting, and also how education or everything here in the UAE is treating them. We want to find out if they are ready to come back to Ghana to help with the knowledge they've acquired here in Al-Qasimiyya University, or they would want to go to a different country.
So far, I would say Alhamdulillah, it's been great. Because, getting the opportunity to travel outside and study, not everybody gets the opportunity, so we are thankful, inshallah. If we come, do they use us? No. If you put us in position that we can affect change, I think we are all happy to help because it's our country. If it's good for all of us. If it's bad for all of us. So if you put us in places to affect changes, I think it will help. But the problem is when you come back, there are no opportunities for you. So you come back and then continue your life where you left off. So that's the problem we are facing. Give the youth the opportunity. Because there are people who have ideas, who have many things to contribute to the economy, to the nation, on building the country, things we learn outside. But there are no opportunities. So if you don't have the opportunity, you cannot do anything. So you'll just be sitting there, doing nothing. In Ghana, I keep praying. All things will be possible. Things are possible. Things will be possible. We just have to keep praying and then working hard towards our goal. Everything will be fine, inshallah. As for me personally, let's see where the lower life takes us, inshallah. I cannot say for sure. But if life takes us back to Ghana, inshallah, we are happy to contribute to the nation. If it takes us somewhere else, maybe someday we come back and contribute some other way.
My name is Haruna Saibo. From Ghana, the northern part of Ghana, Tamale. We are at Al-Qasimiyya University in Sharjah, in the United Arab Emirates. I came here in the year 2019, 4 years now. We give thanks to the Almighty Allah for making it possible for us to begin the fasting right from the beginning up to the end of it, which ended yesterday. And today marks, the first of Shawwal, which is, the happiest day of, all Muslims across the globe. We have come today, to thank the Almighty Allah for making the Ramadan possible for us, and we also come here to thank the Almighty Allah for, for His bounties and for His blessings upon us and all Muslims across the globe. Actually, comparing the system here to that of the system in Ghana, I would say that maybe because of technology, I would say that the system here is a little bit better, compared to the level of technology here, the advancement in technology. Because we come and realize that when we started online classes, online lectures, we came to realize that we are lacking behind. As Africans, we are lacking behind as people who doesn't know how to use the technology or the methodology of teaching and learning in our online teaching and learning. But right now we are getting used to the system, that is the online teaching and learning system. We extend our greetings to our brothers and sisters in Ghana, all Muslims, all brothers and sisters in Ghana. I also thank especially people who came to who put barakah in our lives, people who change our lives, especially where we are standing right now, Al-Kasmiyah University. Our thanks goes to the financier. Our thanks goes to the founder of this university, Dr. Muhammad Sultan Abdul Qasim. May Allah bless him and bless his entire family.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Abdurrahman Rahimov from Uzbekistan. Ramadan is very nice and beautiful in UAE because all things we can do, and as a student we have scholarship, and there is no any issue with food and other things, and actually I prefer to eat fruits and some liquids like water or other things, and they are also different in UAE. So there is no any issue with fasting, alhamdulillah. A happy Ramadan for all. I wish all the best for you, and taqabbalallah minna minkum. Hayat mubarak bo'lsin, hammamizdan Alloh rozi bo'lsin.
Prayer for the Eid-ul-Fitr has come to an end at Al-Kasmiyah University here at Sharjah in the UAE. We got to talk to some of our brothers from Ghana, and they've made us know what will go into this Eid-ul-Fitr celebration, and also what they expect from Ghanaians, even as they are here in someone's state. Reporting from Al-Kasmiyah University here in Sharjah in the UAE. My name is Jackson Osei-Ntiamo. JoyNews.
And I am Samuel Kojobrace here in Accra. Now, Ashanti Regional Minister has advised the Muslim youth to conduct themselves righteously to reduce the worrying trend of deviant practices which hamper national development. Simon Osei-Mensah's admonition comes at the heels of increase in teenage pregnancy, thievery, cybercrime and substance abuse among the youth. He encouraged the community to ensure peaceful coexistence. Emmanuel Bright Kweku was at the Kumasi Central Mosque and reports hundreds of Muslims in the metropolis thronged the premises for the congregational prayer.
The Regional Minister blames the spate of deviant behaviors on child negligence, leniency of parental control and streetism. He urged Muslims to reflect on the essence of the Eid celebration to conduct themselves righteously in ensuring tranquility and development.
I wish to draw your attention to some other social cankers that have remained a bane in our society. Of much interest to me are the issues of teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, cybercrime, armed robbery, which have reached alarming proportions in our communities. Let me say that some of these deviant behaviors are developed because of child delinquencies, lack of parental care and control, as well as streetism, which were unchecked during early childhood development. Let us use this occasion to reflect on how we can conduct ourselves better for the benefit of the nation. Our conduct should guide the younger generations to shun vengeance, violence, indiscipline, and other negative attitudes.
Representative of the Asante, Nana Abdul Rahman Bodi, is worried over the affiliation of the Muslim community to misdemeanors in the country.
Ebiso ano omo so nkonkra mu omo nya sala alo ala kura omo nimu ye nanso no edin ne ye eda so Juan Musa Mohammed, Ibrahim Tanku, Juan Tiababu Bahania Quacobo, Quakuyabu Abacon Afra, and Zango Paninfu in Yinala. Miss Lamo near him for Miniamo Hemfo, Arme Batomo, in Yinala, Miss Lamo, Monemo Mano Etna, Namono Moa Tuamofo.
Reports suggest the emergence of jihadist activities in neighboring countries, with about 200 Ghanaians integrated into 4 notorious jihadist groups operating in West Africa. Deputy Director of Counter-terrorism at the National Security, Daniel Osebonso, prevailed on the Muslim community to support the government to curtail jihadist activities.
Gone are the days when people came to live with us and they went to the elders to seek for advice or seek for permission. Now it's done no more. So we have engaged the leaders that they should pay attention, given that there is an emergence of jihadist activities around us. But we know that the bond and the security we have created in this country, it remains robust and resilient. Hence, we require your cooperation. We require that you support us so that some of our brothers and sisters will not be recruited. We are here to ensure that we build Ghana together with you. National security cannot do the job alone. We need you.
Some Muslim youth welcomed the message, advising their brethren not to fall prey to such social misbehaviors.
What I have to say to them is we have to bring ourselves down and keep on praying, that, hoping that inshallah it shall be well. Yeah, giving yourself out so cheap wouldn't be something that will help in the future.
When the youth are educated as to what to do, and when they are engaged in so many things, it abstains them from indulging themselves in illegal activities.
People decide not to go to school and then they want to force on them. If someone decides not to go to school, there are other options. You can let the person learn other works. But then if you tend to force school on them, and they don't want it, they will end up following bad friends, skipping school, doing a lot of stuff.
If everybody talk to him, chat inside the house, so I believe inshallah outside we cannot get any cases like the way the Otunfo distant Chami talking about.
The Eid-ul-Fitr celebration is marked by Muslims globally to end the holy month of Ramadan. The month-long prayers and fasting is traditionally climaxed with observatory prayers for all Muslims, after which families gather to share meals, exchange gifts, and engage in charitable acts. We thank God for a new year. We are going home to make merry. We will pray to God to bless us with long life and prosperity. I'll be preparing tuzafi for my husband and his friends. Happy Eid to everyone. There are a lot of foods and drinks at home. Everyone is invited.
So for the Muslim community here in the Ashanti region, they are grateful to Allah for a successful Ramadan. They are hoping the new year brings in peace, joy, and prosperity. From here at the Kumasi Central Mosque, my name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku. Eid Mubarak.
From Kumasi, let's take you to the Upper West region, where Muslims in that region joined their fellow Muslims in the country to celebrate this year's Eid-ul-Fitr festival. They were joined by Upper West Regional Minister Dr. Hafiz Ben Sali, who called for support for the government in the fight against illegal mining, corruption, and integrate climate change policies in the PR plan of the region. JoyNews' Upper West Regional correspondent Trafiq Salam was at the Jujidayiri Basic School garden, where worshippers of the Ahmadiyya movement observed the congregational prayer.
The 2 Rakat open congregational prayer of worshippers of the Ahmadiyya Muslim faith took place at the Jujidayiri Basic School garden. It came on the heels of the successful completion of fasting during the holy month of Ramadan, where they joined fellow Muslims from the Ummah to abstain from eating, drinking, and other social vices prohibited by Islam from dawn to dusk. Several thousands of the worshippers, the young and the old, including persons with mobility challenges, majority of whom dressed in white apparel, trooped to the gardens for the congregational prayer and sermon. The prayer was led by the Upper Sudan missionary of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Molvi Masru Muzaffar Chowdhury Ahmed. The prayer was accompanied by the sermon of the Ahmadiyya regional missionary, urging the worshippers not to relapse but continue with their prayers and humble supplication to Allah.
Ramadan is teaching us that when we make friendship, love with Almighty Allah, it shouldn't be a month love or some few days love. It should be a continue. So if we want to enjoy the blessings of Almighty Allah, this Ramadan is telling us that we should build our relation forever, not for some few days.
Upper Sudan Minister Dr. Hafiz bin Sali noted that Islam is a religion of peace, and thus the teaching of the Prophet of Islam should unite its members to advance with modernity and civilization. He assured Muslims in the country of the commitment of the government to resolving some key challenges they are facing.
The government of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is committed to ensuring that no individual is left behind in the forward march of our country. In this vein, the government has assured Muslim leaders of its commitment to resolving matters of concern to the Muslim community, such as religious discrimination, marriage legislation, and teaching Arabic in our schools.
Dr. bin Sali, however, is seeking for the support of Muslims to enable them to deliver on their promises and also to fight corruption.
On our part, we need your full cooperation in the battle against Galamsey and improving the well-being of our people. We must focus our regional development intervention and invest in quality education and healthcare services. We must all continue to fight against corruption and integrate climate change policies into our planning processes as a region.
Some of the congregants share their thoughts on the holy month of Ramadan and the lessons learned.
So having gone through this exercise, it has brought us closer to our Creator. And that means we should always try as much as possible to sustain that relationship that we have had with our Creator in this month throughout the entire period of our lives. It is not a period that is isolated, which ends after the fasting. We have to sustain it.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, that we've come to the end of a successful fasting period. There are a lot of lessons to learn from this fasting, and I hope that the Muslim community will abide with all the things that we have learned during this fasting. This is not the first time we have been doing it, and we hope that it will have an impact in our life so that other people who are not Muslims will see that Islam is a very nice religion.
I feel light. I feel like there's a Holy Spirit living in me because I've fasted for like 30 days. So I feel light. I feel like Allah is in me. So that is the lessons I've learned. And a lot of things has changed in my life. Now I feel more close to God. My relationship with God is very tight for now. So Ramadan is very good. The 30 days is very awesome.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam. Wow.
And if you are my friend and you've not invited me over for some of the food, kindly do. I'm waiting for you. We'll take a break here. We'll bring you business afterwards. Stay with us.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment.
At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
You only cup, never cup, syrup, class away, class away, don't come, oh yeah, we can't get drunk, I'll go bessa, Namibia, Nina, more, honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cup, never cup, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough. Class Coho away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Mothers go above and beyond to give us 5 times the love. Tell us how much your mom means to you and let's HD Plus make it feel like 5 times the star this Mother's Day. From 13th April to 1st May 2023, record and send a 30-second video about how amazing your mom is. Feely to the WhatsApp number 020-0044-420. Your video will compete with other entries to win one of the 65-inch Nasco flat screen TVs with an HD Plus model for mom. HD Plus, the feely.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
To business. My name is Darryl Kwao. As Muslims across the world observe Eid-ul-Fitr festivities, which mark the end of the month of Ramadan, some dressmakers in the Techima municipality of the Bono East region are lamenting low patronage as customers are struggling to cope with higher prices and rising costs of new clothing. They say the current global economic downturn, coupled with the high cost of electricity, is having a toll on their trade. Correspondent Anna Sabit has more.
The cost of living crisis continues to severely impact lives, putting financial pressure on many individuals, families, and communities, and tailors and seamstresses are not left out as prices of sewing materials continue to skyrocket, thereby affecting their trade. As Muslims mark the Eid-ul-Fitr festivities, tailors usually make a lot of money during this period, but the situation isn't the same this year, as they say the rising cost of materials is adversely affecting their tailoring businesses. Salu Mekankan is the CEO of MKK Executive Fabrics. Our customers are complaining due to the rising cost of materials. Everything in terms of the materials we use in line of our work is being sold at higher prices at this time around, and so our job is affected in diverse ways. He noted that some clients are unable to pay for their items after they have been sewn due to the high cost of materials. Some clients are unable to pay for their items after we are done with them due to the cost involved. Isaac Nsietabiru tells me that aside the high cost of materials, the sharp rise in electricity tariffs is also contributing to their hardships.
Hey, light today. Hey, light today.
The cost of electricity these days is higher, and our machines are being powered by electricity, so we spend a lot in purchase of power. Yes, we have no choice but to buy, but we are appealing to them to do something about it. Abakar Omar on his part says several others who wish to have new clothes for the Eid are being forced to celebrate the Eid festivities with old clothing due to the high cost of materials in the market.
Game da batun sadan kaya komai yayi sanani a nan Ghana. Komai abinda kasan ana sayarwa a last year ana sayar da shi at least mu roke shi kamar 60 Ghana.
The prices of goods in the country have skyrocketed. What used to be sold at 60 Ghana cedis a year ago is now times 2. So life is hard these days. There are others who are currently being forced to put on their old clothing because they can't afford new ones. They are all appealing to those in authority to come to their aid by helping stabilize the economy.
Dole din ka ji akwai daidai naka dai amma batun kudi ne karfi ya gane ai
so mun waye ne yantin no man suka krama yi and they are this ready to ben ko nimpa no ai.
Reporting for Joy News, Anas Sabit, Tichima.
Now, Ghana's nuclear power program has been left idle nearly 60 years since independence in 1957. In 2008, Cabinet took a decision to include nuclear energy in the country's energy generation mix and pave the way for its inclusion in the National Energy Policy and Strategy. This led to the establishment of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization to oversee the implementation and coordination of the nuclear power program. Over the weekend, Nuclear Power Ghana and Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a two-day engagement at the Ho Technical University in the Volta region to share knowledge. Here's more in this report.
A major research of nuclear research in the mid-1950s showed that nuclear energy could produce electricity for commercial use. Nuclear Power Ghana and the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a two-day engagement with the faculty and students of Ho Technical University to share knowledge, connect and learn opportunities in nuclear energy and to demystify the myth associated with nuclear energy. The two institutions entered into a tripartite memorandum of understanding on the 15th September 2022. The Director of Planning and Quality Assurance at the Ho Technical University, Engineer Dr. Mokwe Nyatuame, in addressing the students said plans are far advanced to introduce a curriculum in nuclear power.
For ACU, what we intend to do as part of the agreement is to build capacity. So we are already being started building a curriculum on nuclear power that is going to be run. We're going to be a foundation course. Just like we run PQ. I know some of you remember PQ. What is PQ? Decision quality. I went through that. We're going to be composing for the second years. So we're doing a foundation course.
The Director, Nuclear Power Institute of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, Professor Sadebra, assured the general public that the use of nuclear power is safe.
If nuclear, I've worked with the nuclear fraternity for 15 years. So my first assignment as a national service person was at the Confanotti Teaching Hospital, where I did more radiotherapy calculations. Because I'm a physicist, I did more radiotherapy calculations to cure people of cancer. And we use nuclear technologies to do that. You go to the hospital, we use X-rays. It's been something we've been using in this country, even in the industry. You go to the hospitals, everywhere you go, there are applications of nuclear. The only place we've not stepped as a country is power. And it's just a natural progression into power. We've taken all the precautionary measures. We are not doing this in isolation as Ghana. We are doing this in consultation and in partnership with the International Atomic Energy Agency to make sure that we do this and we do this right. Because they are the UN arm that is responsible to make sure that the framework is laid out and countries are actually following the framework. We've already gone through what we call the integrated nuclear infrastructure review missions. The first one and the follow-up for phase 1 of this program actually have 3 phases. So we've already done with phase 1, and we've had very good reviews from the International Atomic Energy Agency and other international bodies that we are working with. So the message simply is this: we are safe as a country. We need to do this as a country. If we want to propel ourselves as a developed country, as an industrialized country, we cannot actually overlook nuclear. We need to do this because our hydro resources are almost gone. Solar or the renewable resources are not stable enough. We need a new base load. It's either we go coal, which we know we are not familiar and we don't actually like, or we go nuclear. So if we want to survive as a people, we need to go nuclear. We are not the only country doing this. There are other African countries.
Public Affairs Manager of Nuclear Power Ghana, Bellona Gerard Victor Kwao, expressed her excitement at the level of awareness.
It shows me that the level of awareness even has gone a lot deeper. It wasn't so much what is in need for them, but what contributions they can make. And I think it's a very positive thing to note, that what contributions they can make as against what they will gain from it. So with this background, it makes it a lot better for us to move them on to the next level as to what benefits they will get from it, not only as individual, but as an institution. And it is that collective support we look for in attaining the social license, which is a requirement for the nuclear power plant.
Some of the students shared their experiences after the program.
So they always say that catch them young. So them bringing this program to HT was a great opportunity for us today to also know actually what is going on in the country. And also when they spoke about this nuclear something, we all thought it was something like atomic bomb, just as compared to Russia, how they used to produce bomb and others. But at the end of the program, we got to know that it is an energy that will give us the same electricity that the hydroelectric also produces. So it is a good feeling, and it is our prayer that it comes to stay. It shouldn't just be a teaching that should be going on in the country, but it should also be something that will be inculcated in all other institutions, which will help us to be able to generate more energy for Ghana to be on a safer side.
Ivy Satoji, JoyNews, Ho.
And that's business. The marketplace is in a minute. Handing you back to Kojo Brace.
Well, thank you, Daryl. And that's how we wrap up today's bulletin. There's more news on myjoyonline.com. My name is Samuel Kojo Brace. Do enjoy the rest of our bulletins. Good afternoon.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
Mochumio, may I say?
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up, 23 banks operating in Ghana to lose about 6.1 billion cedis as a result of reduced coupon rate and the extension of the maturity period following the domestic debt restructuring. We have details coming up. Also coming up, interest rates continue to rise on the yield curve, but government gets 2.53 billion cedis from Treasury bills auction. And the World Bank makes guarantee payment of $372 million on behalf of Ghana for the 2030 Eurobond. My name is Darryl Kwao. Details coming up. Do stay with us. And thanks for staying with us, everyone. Now, further analysis of the domestic debt restructuring indicate that the 23 banks operating in this country will lose about 6.1 billion as a result of reduced coupon rate and extension of the maturity period from 5 to 15 years. According to the liquidity gap analysis by Dr. Richmond Etuaine and KB Frimpong, the 23 banks would have generated positive cash flow of about 10.1 billion cedis over the period from the original coupon rate of 19.3% per annum. Now, following the implementation of the domestic debt exchange program, the extension of the maturity period and reduction of coupon rate will impact heavily on their earnings from investments in Government of Ghana bonds. Joining us on phone to discuss this is one of the authors of this report, Dr. Richmond Etuaine. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on the marketplace. So tell us a bit more about how you arrived at this figure.
Thank you very much, Doug. I mean, it's about time value of money. You know, if you're supposed to receive your money in 5 years with a return of 19.3, and it's structured over a period of 15 years with a reduced rate, if you use the NPV values, the returns are going to go down from 10.1 to about 6 point something, 4 point something. That will mean that you'll be losing about 6.1 billion in liquidity. And this is as a result, as I've explained, reducing the coupon rate from 19.3 to 9% and extending the maturity profile from 5 to 15 years. When you use the NPV values about the returns, it means there will be a drop in the returns. And that is how we calculated this by using the NPV.
And so how much will the 23 banks lose over the period of 5 years from the domestic debt exchange program? I'm seeing 6.1 billion Ghana cedis.
If there hadn't been nothing, if the debt has not been restructured, they were going to make about 10 point something billion. But as to the structured debt, then you get about 4 point something. So the difference between the 10 original and the new one gives you about 6.1 billion.
And how will these losses impact on the real sector?
In a real sense, with the setup of the financial stability, if all ceteris paribus, all things being equal, if it's set up, then I don't think there will be a rush for the liquidity that people will go and take their money. Like it happened in Jamaica. Jamaica set a similar funding, the stability by 1.2 billion. At the end of it all, it was not utilized. And it's also about information asymmetry. Because of financial illiteracy, a lot of people don't know what the bonds, the reduction of these bonds and the coupon actually is meant. But those of us doing finance and economics and accounting, when we dive into it, that is it. So all things being equal, it may not directly affect the banks per se. That is why Bank of Ghana has decided that they will set the financial stability of 15.2 billion. If things get out of hand, then they will be able to rely on the liquidity, the difference to support the system. But in real fact, it's going to affect the bank's ability to possibly give loans, extend loans, and also If you remember last week, one of the Nigerian banks said that they're going to curtail the credit. These are part of the restructuring of the debt that is going to impact on the economy.
Anything that can be done, is there anything that can be done to mitigate the impact of the losses that these banks would incur? What can be done at this stage?
As the contingency is basically what the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance are trying to set up for the stability. But apart from that, I don't think there is anything anyone can do, because there needs to be a fallback position. The fallback position is the liquidity, the fund that is being set up. If it's set up, then should there be a demand for more cash or more liquidity, or more people demanding their bonds, then the banks can fall on it to support their liquidity systems.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Richmond Etienne, a banking consultant, joining us with insights into a report which is showing that banks are going to, at least 23 banks in Ghana are going to incur losses up to 6.15 billion cedis as a result of the domestic debt exchange program. Well, let's move on to other stories for you. Interest rates continue to rise for the fourth week running as government pushes for more funds to finance its short-term liabilities. According to the latest Treasury bills auctioned by the Bank of Ghana, the rates went up across the yield curve, whilst the 91-day T-bill shot up by 0.07% to 19.96%. That of the 182-day bill increased by 0.10% to 22.57%. Now, some analysts are worried that the rising interest rates may affect the government's quest to reduce the deficit financing in 2023 and the next couple of years. This is because government will continue to pay more interest on these instruments. Joining us on Zoom is Associate Professor of Finance and Economics at the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Lord Mensah. Good afternoon to you. Happy holiday. Should we be worried that interest rates keep rising after witnessing a significant drop some 2 months ago?
Yeah, good afternoon, and good afternoon to our viewers. I would say I'm not surprised at all. I mean, to see the interest rates of the treasury bills going up again, because government had, far back in November last year, giving the signal that they will still continue to borrow on the market. So what we saw, I mean, earlier on during the debt exchange was more or less a temporal, downward trend, which every market will respond as such when there is a debt restructuring. Now, what is the purpose of debt restructuring? I mean, government intends to free up, fiscal space to more or less raise money through sacrifices of interest rate that people will give up, for the debt restructuring. And then the second, benefit of the debt restructuring is to bring, interest rate down. It's part of the economic reforms that, every country may witness once there's a heat up in the interest, rate market. So effectively, what has happened now, it's more or less quite conflicting, because government intention to bring interest rate down, and at the same time, being on the market, to borrow, will not be able to, bring the rate down. Quite conflicting anyway, because you cannot say that you want to bring interest rate down whilst you are holding up, a huge, budget, deficit, which needs to be financed from the local market. Remember, we have been frozen from going to the international market. So whatever, financing government is doing is within the local market. So I will be happy if government will, in the in the mid-year budget review, will be able to restructure the 2023 budget to reflect, the debt restructuring, i.e. to reduce, the budget deficit, so that the benefit of the debt restructuring for bringing interest rate down will be realized.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit more about this suggestion coming from you, but I also wanted to find out what will be the cost of these high rates on the economy if it keeps running?
Yeah, the difficulty in every economy is if interest rate is going up and there's liquidity is also frozen. I mean, remember, people are going to give up, their coupons when it comes to bond payment. Banks are going to do that. Institutions that have invested are going to do that. So liquidity in itself is going to be frozen. Coupled with high interest rate means that free flow of funds will be difficult. And when funds are not moving from one point to the other, it slows down the economy.
Yeah, and then, back to the issue to do with the 2023 budget, you calling for a review to align with the expected IMF program. What would that entail, and what changes do you expect to see?
Yeah, government should cut down, some expenditure. The cut down of the expenditure from the side of the interest payment, which has been realized in the DDEP, there's more to do. Government is on the market now calling for alternative debt restructuring. That means that the target that was set in the 2023 budget is not being met. And that is why government intends to free up space more. But it has to do with sacrifice. And we've been calling for government to cut down expenditure on discretionary items on the expenditure side of the national budget. And that is what I hope to see in the budget review, so that we can get, a budget that reflects, a debt restructuring.
All right, thank you so much for making us have a part of your holiday. Professor Lord Mensah, an economist, joining us on Zoom there. Well, the International Development Association of the World Bank has made a guarantee payment of $372 million on behalf of the government of Ghana for the 2030 Eurobond. This is coming after the country defaulted on its coupon payment on April 14 this year due to the debt moratorium announced on December 19th last year. There's more in this report.
The payment was done on April 20th, 2023. In 2015, the nation faced difficult market conditions. It had large financing needs, high debt levels that were maturing soon, and no access to international financial markets. The Finance Ministry then sought help from the World Bank to meet these goals and requested a policy-based guarantee in combination with a credit from the International Development Association to be able to mobilize the volume of financing needed to settle upcoming debt repayments. A policy-based guarantee was then secured. In this case, Ghana issued a $1 billion Eurobond series due in 2030. The 2030 Eurobond was backed by the International Development Association's guarantee, covering up to $400 billion in both principal and interest. Since then, the government has bought back and cancelled $70 billion of the 2030 Eurobond, reducing the amount of guarantee to $372 million.
Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta says Ghana may have to wait some 2 or more years before returning to the international capital market. According to him, the country's temporary obstruction from the international capital market is an opportunity to finally pursue earnestly our homegrown agenda. Now, speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Ofori-Atta said, in the interim, Ghana would leverage local resources to generate some revenue.
You saw what happened when there was no sense of where we were going last year, and the currency took a nosedive, etc. And people were just not sure, and there was lack of confidence. Obviously, there's been some stability with these discussions going forward. The market responds to, any system that is looking at its, expenditures and revenues. And as long as we keep at it, I think the market will be positive. In terms of returning to, let's say, the international capital markets, I suspect it to take, some 2-3 years or so, if not more, for us to get back to it. In the interim, we should be able to generate local resources to do that. But I think what's also significant about the program, if you look at the Ghana Cares program, is our policy to be self-sufficient in poultry, rice, tomatoes, etc., which we began to do. So that will reduce your foreign exchange demands and actually, hopefully, also begin to export those products.
The Zambian currency jumped to become the best currency in Africa as soon as they got the program. Are you waiting with bated breath on the positives for the economy when this program is closed and the announcement is made?
I'll be very excited about the announcement being made, that's for sure. Yeah, I think really we should just be calm about it, you know, let's get into the discipline of working hard, the discipline of not relying on imports, but looking at an export-driven economy, to put an end to the importation of food, that's for sure, and just not waste the resources, you know, and our own maybe senses of entitlement, you know, should be abated some and work for what we want to consume.
Now, the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana is cautioning government on the treatment of newborns under the Debt Action Program. According to the Institute, this must conform to international financial reporting standards to ensure consistency and transparency. Speaking at a Health, Work and Fun Games to mark the Institute's 60th anniversary, President Senna Dake said the Institute has issued some policy imperatives on the newborn arrangements for government's implementation.
Ghana has not been on the bench in this matter. From December, when the announcements were made, ICA Ghana had a breakfast meeting. We issued a communique to government on our views and what we expect government to do. It somehow coincided with the release of budget, so we had contributions made in the budget preparation and to some of the controls and financial disciplines that had been put in the budget. We contributed, we made input in that. Beyond that, it's good to have it passed by Parliament, but it's another thing implementing. So at the level of implementation, we are encouraging our members who are accountants in all sectors and in the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana and all the other sectors to ensure that they abide by standards. So how to treat the newborns, how to treat the losses are things that are very fundamental in our financial standards, international financial standards. And so ICA Ghana has issued 4 discussion papers to direct the treatment of accounts for all accountants, auditors and finance people who have the authority or have the mandate to work with this new bond or new debt arrangements.
So from the accountant's perspective, what is your word of advice to government in this whole negotiation process?
The negotiation process, we wish government well. We want the best for Ghana. We know Ghana is a very peaceful country, and so investors should still have confidence in us, irrespective of the fact that we are having some challenges. But the most important thing for all of us, not only to government, to everybody who is interested in seeing Ghana grow, is reduce waste. Let's reduce waste. That is very important.
Now, as Muslims across the world observe Eid-ul-Fitr, which marks the end of the month of Ramadan, some dressmakers in the Techiman municipality of the Bono region, or Bono East region, are lamenting low patronage as customers are struggling to cope with higher prices and the rising cost of new clothing. They say the current global economic downturn, coupled with the high cost of electricity, is having a toll on their trade. Correspondent Anas Sabit has more.
The cost of living crisis continues to severely impact lives, putting financial pressure on many individuals, families and communities, and tailors and seamstresses are not left out as prices of sewing materials continue to skyrocket, thereby affecting their trade. As Muslims mark the Eid-ul-Fitr festivities, tailors usually make a lot of money during this period, but the situation isn't the same this year, as they say the rising cost of materials is adversely affecting their tailoring businesses. Salu Mekankan is the CEO of MKK Executive Fabrics.
Ana ciki ne kaman kan da aka saba sai godiya. Amma misalan ne gaskiya kaya yayi tsada.
Our customers are complaining due to the rising cost of materials.
Yanzu dai abin da ka san kaman ana sai unwan sidi ne ma ya lunka, wani ma ya fi haka.
Everything in terms of the materials we use in line of our work is being sold at higher prices this time around, and so our job is affected in diverse ways. He noted that some clients are unable to pay for their items after they are being sewn due to the high cost of materials.
ka gane kuma dole an yi an kare ka rage mishi don ba shi
Some
ba
of
ya
our
je
clients are unable to pay
mace
for
guda na
their
ta kawo
items
yara
after we are done with them
kuma ba
due to the
kuɗi
cost
nauyi na
involved.
kanta dole a duba ne a rage mata an yi an kare.
Isaac Nsietabiru tells me that aside the high cost of materials, the sharp rise in electricity tariffs is also contributing to their hardships.
Hey, light there. Hey, light is there. Boy, also. And we have my CJ and here, after 3 days.
The cost of electricity these days is higher, and you know our machines are being powered by electricity, so we spend a lot in purchase of power.
The computer no I through see the light in the
Yes, we have no choice but to buy, but we are appealing to them to do something about it. Abakar Omar on his part says several others who wish to have new clothes for the Eid are being forced to celebrate the Eid festivities with old clothing due to the high cost of materials in the market.
Game da batun sadan kaya komai yayi sanani a nan Ghana. Komai abinda kasan ana sayarwa a last year ana sayar da shi at least mu roke shi kamar 60 Ghana.
The prices of goods in the country have skyrocketed. What used to be sold at 60 Ghana cedis a year ago is now times 2. So life is hard these days. There are others who are currently being forced to put on their old clothing because they can't afford new ones. They are all appealing to those in authority to come to their aid by helping stabilize the economy.
Muna neman taimako gaskiya a duba a rage a bar kaya yayi sauki kowa ya iya isi dole dan ka ji akwai daidai naka dai amma batun kudi ne karfi ya gane ai
yes so mun waye ne yantin no man so kakra mai and they are this ready to ben ko nimpa no ai.
Reporting for JoyNews, Anas Sabit, Tichima.
Now, Chief Executive of Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, Samuel Kwashi, says his company is committed to ensuring the general well-being of its human resources. To mark its 20th anniversary, Elegant Homes held a free health screening and fun activities for staff and members of the community where it operates. Here's more in this report.
Homes and Construction has organized a free health screening for staff and family. The staff and participants were screened for malaria, hepatitis B and other illnesses. Chief Executive Samuel Kwashi said the company is keen on ensuring the general well-being of its workforce.
Screening. So we felt we need to have such a health screening to know the status of our workers, staff and the members, and it helps. Once in a while we need to screen ourselves to know what goes on in our body system. The company is going to follow up. We are keen on the health of our staff and their family, so the company is going to follow up and get all the medications. In fact, we are actually, for those who are negative, we are buying vaccines to vaccinate them so that at least they don't have to be positive.
Medical doctor at Elegant Homes Medical Lab, Dr. Lavia Alote-Babington, said the screening provides opportunity for early detection of diseases for early treatment.
To organize a health screening for the staff, and we decided to use this particular distance. It's just after the holiday. We are screening for malaria. We're doing blood pressure check. We're doing blood glucose check. We're doing hepatitis screening, because most of the time we have people walking around with high blood pressure, they do not even know it. And currently we are seeing a few positives for the hepatitis. We're seeing people with blood pressures very high, and the sugar, because they have eaten, it's here and there, but so far that's what we're seeing.
The health screening exercise was accompanied with games and fun activities.
Well, finally for us this afternoon, Ghana's nuclear power program has been left idle nearly 60 years since independence in 1957. In 2008, Cabinet took a decision to include nuclear energy in the country's energy generation mix and pave the way for its inclusion in the National Energy Policy and Strategy. This led to the establishment of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization to oversee the implementation and coordination of the nuclear power program. Over the weekend, Nuclear Power Ghana and Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a 2-day engagement at the Ho Technical University in the Volta region to share knowledge. Here's more in this report.
A major research of nuclear research in the mid-1950s showed that nuclear energy could produce electricity for commercial use. Nuclear Power Ghana and the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a 2-day engagement with the faculty and students of Ho Technical University to share knowledge, connect and learn opportunities in nuclear energy and to demystify the myth associated with nuclear energy. The two institutions entered into a tripartite memorandum of understanding on the 15th September 2022. The Director of Planning and Quality Assurance at the Ho Technical University, Engineer Dr. Mokwe Nyatuame, in addressing the students said plans are far advanced to introduce a curriculum in nuclear power.
For ACU, what we intend to as part of the agreement is to build capacity. So we are already being started looking at a curriculum on nuclear power. That is going to be run. We're going to get a foundation course. Just like we ran PQ. I know some of you remember PQ. What is PQ? Decision quality. I went through that. We're going to be compulsory for the second years. So we're doing a foundation course.
The Director, Nuclear Power Institute of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, Professor Sadebra, assured the general public that the use of nuclear power is safe.
Nuclear, I've worked with the nuclear fraternity for 15 years. So my first assignment as a national service person was at the Confanotti Teaching Hospital, where I did more radiotherapy calculations. Because I'm a physicist, I did more radiotherapy calculations to cure people of cancer. And we use nuclear technologies to do that. You go to the hospital, we use X-rays. It's been something we've been using in this country, even in the industry. You go to the hospitals, everywhere you go, there are applications of nuclear. The only place we've not stepped as a country is power. And it's just a natural progression into power. We've taken all the precautionary measures. We are not doing this in isolation as Ghana. We are doing this in consultation and in partnership with the International Atomic Energy Agency to make sure that we do this and we do this right. Because they are the UN arm that is responsible to make sure that the framework is laid out and countries are actually following the framework. We've already gone through what we call the integrated nuclear infrastructure review missions. The first one and the follow-up for phase 1 of this program actually have 3 phases. So we've already done with phase 1. And we've had very good reviews from the International Atomic Energy Agency and other international bodies that we are working with.
All right, that story and in the marketplace. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your holiday.
This year, the NDC and the MPP elect their flag.
Hello everyone, wonderful that you've joined us today for Eco Africa. Welcome. I am Sandra Twinovidio here in Kampala, Uganda. And with me is my colleague in Nigeria. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Sandra. Hello, everyone. I am Chris Alems, coming to you from Ogun State in Nigeria. Today on the show, we'll look at why wetlands are an important ecosystem for flora and fauna. Also coming up on the program today, how one initiative is trying to make the iftar meal during Ramadan more sustainable. How German high school students have come up with environmentally friendly snacks. And how a climate activist is working in the troubled region of Eastern Congo. But first, we're going to head nearly 2,000 kilometers west from here to Sierra Leone's Atlantic coast. Yori Bay, south of the capital, Freetown, is one of the many havens for migratory birds arriving from Europe. The area also supports endemic bird species and offers a livelihood to local fishermen too. But climate change is putting enormous pressure on this coastal region. Deforestation and erosion of the land are a real threat to the area's rich biodiversity. But one local initiative is seeking to persuade residents to do more to protect the environment along Sierra Leone's coastline.
Village weavers, finches and pelicans are just a few of the bird species found in Yori Bay on the west coast of Sierra Leone. The best place for bird spotting is out on the water. It's a veritable paradise, says Abdullahi Dauda.
Yori Bay is very much beautiful. It harbors a lot of biodiversity, especially endemic bird species, and it is one of the most important places for birds conservation in Sierra Leone.
Yori Bay is home to thousands of hectares of tidal mudflats and mangrove forests that cover an area larger than 46,000 football fields. These wetlands are a habitat for migratory birds such as herons and waders. Yori Bay is popular with local birding clubs founded by the Conservation Society of Sierra Leone and the African Bird Club. The aim is to raise awareness among locals and boost protection efforts. The Bird Club members collect important information about the country's many native bird species. In the more remote parts of Sierra Leone, these have never been properly studied by ornithologists. Information on the birds they manage to spot is entered into an app. This also helps them recognize species. In their January 2023 census, they've identified 44 species and counted a total of more than 22,000 birds.
The app is important because through the app, you will be able to see so many birds, so many species of them different, especially the migratory birds, the forest birds, how they are flying, their sounds.
Yori Bay is an important but fragile habitat for birds. Even though it's a marine protected area, some of the mangrove forests have been cleared to make way for farming or to use the wood to make charcoal. The conservationists want the area to be designated a Ramsar site, a wetland of international importance. The data collected by the ornithologists and the Bird Club members helps their case.
For a site to be qualified as a Ramsar site, one of the criteria states that that place should be a birding area. The bird population in that area should at least represent 1% of the total population worldwide. And with the research that was done by CSSL, it was made known to us that we have more than 1%, more than the quota that is required by Ramsar. So that gave Ramsar the urge to declare that place to be a Ramsar site.
For ornithologist Mama Sese, an official Ramsar certification would not only help boost conservation in the country, but also tourism. Birding tours are a small but increasingly significant aspect of the country's tourism sector. Sierra Leone is attracting growing numbers of enthusiastic bird watchers.
Over for the 20 years that I'll be doing bird tours in Sierra Leone, there are a lot of bird companies and tour operators who have contacted me in Sierra Leone, especially like international who are coming to Sierra Leone. So there is an increase in tourism, especially in bird tours, which I'm using to sustain my family for the quite while.
For now, much of the area is completely unspoiled. The mangrove forest and the mudflats which border them and which regularly overflow are home to common species such as grey herons, but also endangered species. The Conservation Society hopes the growing popularity of bird clubs will help protection efforts.
Why the Birds Club are important is to expand the knowledge of the young citizen scientists who are coming up and open their mindset in terms of bird conservation and why is it important to conserve birds. And
across the country, we have 4 bird clubs in the regions with about 40 members. And as Conservation Society of Sierra Leone, we are trying to empower these bird club members, give them the awareness, bring them on board and see the needs of bird protection in the country.
The coastal ecosystem of Yori Bay is home to some of West Africa's richest biodiversity. The local bird clubs are helping to raise its profile, increasing the chances that this natural habitat will remain intact.
Ramadan is the Muslim holy month of fasting, and almost 2 billion Muslims worldwide are observing it in one way or another. After breaking the fast at sunset, cities come to life as people are free to drink and eat. Many diners take place outside on warm evenings, and consequently, packaging and garbage is left often on the streets. Now, an Egyptian initiative in Alexandria has come up with an environmentally friendly solution.
Preparations are in full swing for tonight's iftar, the fast-breaking meal taken by Muslims during Ramadan. Volunteers from the community initiative Omega Leo Royal work hard to ensure it's all ready by sunset. During the month of fasting and reflection, the group makes free meals for the needy.
Last year we provided 4,800 meals. This year we hope to distribute around 7,000.
Many charities in Alexandria give out free food during Ramadan, but most serve the meals in single-use plastic. Over 30 days, that creates mountains of additional plastic waste. Saif Ahmed finds that totally unnecessary, so he looked around for alternatives.
I found eco-friendly containers on a website of a company called Bandstick, but they were a bit expensive. I reached out to see if they could reduce the prices. They loved my idea and helped us a lot last year. Then this year, they provided the containers for free.
He's called the initiative Matbach Eco, or eco-cuisine. The food containers are made of sugarcane fibers, a sturdy material that allows none of the liquid to seep through. They cost 5 euro cents apiece, making them more expensive than plastic. Around 150 volunteers take turns working in the kitchen. Many heard about it through Instagram.
I've never seen an organization providing iftar meals and using recyclable packaging at the same time. That got my attention. I think it's exciting.
Saif Ahmed's goal was to draw attention to the problem of plastic waste. He's delighted to be getting so much support. 2 more local associations are now also participating in his eco-cuisine initiative.
And how about you? If you're also doing your bit, tell us about it. Visit our website or send us a tweet. #DoingYourBit. We share your stories.
We'll stay with the food theme and visit 3 high school students from Germany now. During the stressful days of the pandemic, candy bars were one of their favorite snacks, which of course are not very healthy.
That is right, Chris, and that is why they decided to come up with a more healthy alternative. The global market for health and wellness food was worth $850 billion in 2022, so it offers good prospects. That probably wasn't what motivated them, but the initiative proves you are never too young to have clever and green ideas.
These 3 students from Western Germany might be young, but that doesn't mean they can't also be entrepreneurs. Developing a healthy and sustainable snack was the goal Alina Schreiner, Leon Gilges, and Christian Spinrad set themselves during the first COVID lockdown in 2020.
It all started with the pandemic, when the schools closed during the lockdown. All of us on the team have always enjoyed snacks, and we used to go shopping together too. One day we looked at the shelf and wondered, what can we try this time? We bought some snack bars, but they weren't very tasty and were full of chemical additives. So that's when we decided to hit the kitchen ourselves.
With some help from Alina's grandmother, Elisabeth, they started mixing up different ingredients. All homemade at first in a family kitchen. In just a few weeks, the friends created a coconut date bar coated in vegan chocolate, with no artificial flavors or added refined sugar. Alina, Leon, and Christian were determined to turn their lockdown project, named Moon Bar, into a business, even though they were only 15 at the time. So they began selling the bars online and promoting them via social media.
Our parents actively supported us. We founded a limited liability company to be extra safe. Still being so young, coping with all the pressure is really hard.
Not long after founding the company, by chance, the students heard a TV show was looking for startups.
So we actually applied ourselves, thinking that even though our product still wasn't super developed yet, we might have a chance. And we were accepted.
Moon Bar was chosen from 3,000 applicants. On the show, the students pitched against other food startups, making it to the finals. The prize? Their bar is now stocked in an online shop of a major German supermarket chain, and a professional food production company helps make 15,000 of them each week. But a bar made with dates and coconut and vegan chocolate, how sustainable can it be?
We want to be as green as possible. We're working on packaging that you can compost at home. A network of suppliers who are trying to transport it in as environmentally friendly a way as possible.
The young founders invest a lot of time in running their business. And there's a lot to do. 3 regional supermarkets have already added the bars to their shelves, but fame and fortune haven't really entered the picture yet.
We've broken even and are slowly beginning to turn a profit. And of course, that feels good.
The Moon Bar team aim to encourage other young entrepreneurs, but they also want people to know what it takes.
You really need dedication. You need passion. You need to be enthusiastic about your product so you can make others enthusiastic too. Then anyone can do it, even young people.
So what comes next? The trio is already at work developing new recipes, but for now, those are being kept under wraps.
It's really impressive how dedicated they are at their young age. It just goes to show how anyone can bring about change if they are committed. That is also the theme of our next report from the Democratic Republic of Congo. For decades, the city of Goma has been plagued by war and crisis. And yet, it's right there that we found our Eco-Africa hero of the week.
It doesn't take Joseph Zango long to attract a crowd here. The northern part of the Goma refugee camp is home to over 500,000 internally displaced people. Many have lost everything, which Zango has in mind when he explains how important nature is to their well-being.
Most of these people can't read or write. But it's very important that everyone who is struggling with hardship understands these problems and knows how to respond, how to make good decisions. If they understand environmental issues and the role of trees, then they can change their behavior.
The biggest threat to the environment in the region is deforestation. Some 1,500 trees are felled here every day. The refugees mainly use the wood to cook with. Almost no one here has work, nor do they receive any state benefits. Some of them make a modest living producing charcoal out of wood.
What you see behind me is a fire where wood is being burned and turned into charcoal. But there's a risk that we end up with poor air quality because there aren't enough trees purifying the air and producing oxygen.
Logging is a problem not just in Goma but across the country. According to the NGO Global Forest Watch, some 475,000 hectares of primary forest were lost in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2019 alone. For several years in a row, the DRC has been losing more old-growth rainforest than any other country except for Brazil. The civil war and high numbers of internally displaced people exacerbate the problem. Last year, Fighting once again flared up between the Congolese government forces and the M23 rebel group. About 5.7 million people have been displaced by the conflict. In January 2022, Joseph Zango was among those forced to flee his home. He's been in Goma ever since. His conservation work is not without risk because the rebels use the funds gained from illegal tree felling to finance their fight.
They came to my house and vandalized it. They told everyone they were looking for me. I and many of the activists face a lot of security threats. It's because we're harming the interests of people who benefit from destroying the environment.
But he's seen the devastating impact of deforestation. That is what drives him forward, despite the risks. He's managed to galvanize some 3,000 people, both locals and refugees, to plant trees in an effort to reverse the effects of deforestation. Farmer Mapendo Furaha is one of them.
I've learned how important it is to protect trees. They play a crucial role in protecting the environment. Many people continue to fell trees and don't plant new ones in their place. But I share what I've learned with others. I want them to realize how important it is to plant trees.
We know that the future of our forests depends mainly on women. They're the ones who are in charge of our families. They keep everything going.
Joseph Zango has his own garden where he grows a range of vegetables, including spinach. He's also planted an avocado tree. He does a little bit of work here every day. He's also committed to teaching his children about the environment. He uses art as a way of teaching them.
Every day I give them a drawing exercise. I ask them to think of something to do with the environment, with nature. It helps them develop a mindset, a mental, social, and emotional capacity that will make them more likely to protect the environment when they grow up.
Joseph Zango sees education as the key to ensuring the environment is protected. In this way, he hopes all those around him will get the message, including the next generation.
In Goma, the many thousands of displaced people are pretty much left to fend for themselves, which is very problematic. But perhaps worse is when the state acts against the interests of its residents. Let's take a look at Lesotho.
Very true, Sandra. Lesotho is water-rich, which is good. But to fill the state coffers, the government is exporting water to its parched neighbor, South Africa. Not only do Lesotho's villages suffer, so does its environment.
Water-rich Lesotho is keeping thirsty South Africa alive, but the tiny landlocked country is paying a high price for it.
We didn't anticipate that the dams here in Lesotho will bring the misery that is bringing.
I see nothing of the better life that they promised us. If it were up to me, I would decide against building the dam.
The need for water by South Africa remains high, and the source of such water remains the Lesotho Highlands Water Project.
We have been able to divert water to South Africa, but we are limited by the quality of our environment.
Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project started 3 years ago. One of 5 dams is being built here to supply water to neighbouring South Africa. The entire village has been moved to another location.
The construction work hit us hard. They had promised us jobs. Our children are supposed to be earning something from this, but instead they're out of work. While other people and South Africans get the jobs, we go hungry. They also took our fields.
The cornfields and grazing land now house construction workers. Far from leading to greater prosperity, the dam has brought misery for residents, driving 8,000 people from their homes. The water will flow to South Africa's financial hub Johannesburg, 400 kilometres away. For the 16 million people in the city and surrounding province, Lesotho's dams are vital and already provide 60% of their water. Since the project is financed with South African taxpayers' money, Julius Kleinhans has been monitoring it for a long time. He works for the organisation Outer, which seeks to expose corruption and mismanagement.
Urbanisation is taking place, and future development and expansion of business needs more water. And the problem is we're only very limited to the water that we have in South Africa. We don't have innovative technologies and circulated infrastructure yet to recycle water. And currently we highly rely on the Lesotho Islands Phase 2 scheme to provide future demands.
It's one of the largest infrastructure projects in Africa and is supposed to benefit both sides. South Africa pays Lesotho nearly €70 million a year for the water, and Lesotho uses the dams to generate electricity for its population. The local project manager from the Lesotho Highlands Authority tells us that in 5 years' time the dam wall will stand right here. 5,000 hectares of land will then be flooded.
As we are all aware, this kind of projects would have social impacts and environmental impacts. And we, as the project, have a number of programs which had been discussed and agreed with the communities as ways and means of mitigating against the loss of land and the loss of grazing areas and production land.
Muthusi Sikwi heard exactly the same promises 24 years ago when the Katsa Dam was built. All other dams feed their water into this reservoir from where it's piped to South Africa. Sikwi works for the Seyenoli Legal Centre.
The project was conceived by two undemocratic governments of South Africa, apartheid regime and the military regime in Lesotho. Those governments did not have mandate from the people. There's a need for the review of this treaty.
The project is also threatened by massive soil erosion. The construction of the dams, along with overgrazing and climate change, mean that more and more soil is being eroded by the rain and ends up in rivers as sediment. In many places, only bare rock remains. Taole Tisele is a consultant for a national project that aims to protect Lesotho's rivers. Workers here are building low walls into the hillside to reduce the speed and force of rainwater runoff and prevent erosion. They also remove invasive shrubs that would otherwise wipe out endemic plants whose roots help to keep the soil in place.
With the current erosion, the life of such dams would be fairly compromised, the lifetime, because in no time they will be more full of sediment than water. So this would be lost investment. In my opinion, we are at the brink of saving this or letting it fall.
Once again, we've seen today how the dedication of individuals or small groups can really make a difference. If you're actively involved in protecting the environment, do let us know. Would love to hear from you. Until next week, I am Sandra Twinobio, signing off from Kampala here in Uganda.
Thanks, Sandra. Yes, use our social media platforms to get in touch. Next week, we'll be back again with another edition of Eco Africa. Until then, take care. It's goodbye from me, Chris Alems, in Nigeria.
This forest speaks a lot of volume to me personally, because I feel like my forefather or my own father was killed here, and it's like a child who didn't meet his father, but you come and you hear that this is where your father was slaughtered, you understand, or your father was killed. So anytime we come here, we feel like this is the home of our ancestors. Here was the center where the plot to capture Otumfuo was initiated, and here was the center where he was captured.
Thank you very much for joining us on this channel for this very important conversation. And as we always promise you, there are major conversations to have, especially as we've started off yet another year and yet another calendar in sport. Today we're hosting a man who's had massive experience when it comes to club administration and rose to the high office of Vice President of the Ghana Football Association. Well, he put himself up for the presidency of the association, and at the last election, he decided to let everything go and decided to pave the way for, smoothness, so that, the process comes to an end and one person is elected. And that was in that very tough and tight election with the current FA president, Kurt Okreku. My guest here today is George Afriyie, and he is a former vice president of the Ghana Football Association. There are thoughts to share after major developments over the last football year. Good to see you.
Oh, long time no see.
Great. It's always good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you look well.
Well, we keep in shape in this world. If you want to grow old, you can grow old. if you still want to look young, you can look young. You just have to exercise, control your diet, and then you pray to God that He gives you grace.
And play a bit of football as well?
Yes, one of those old player stuff, the Sunday stuff.
Yeah,
once in a while, why not?
You know, we've been through a whole period of stories and happenings in our football. We attended the FIFA World Cup. We saw what happened. Immediately after that, we went to the CHAN, and we also saw what happened. Let's begin with the CHAN and Ghana's performance there. There were those who said from word go that the team was not going anywhere. There were those who also expressed a lot of hope, especially because of the kind of quality material we had. But hey, we couldn't make it. It's as simple as that.
Well, sometimes I really don't want to dwell too much on successes of the national team as the base of our development. We tend to judge.
Isn't it supposed to be a reflection of our development and how well our development is going? Well, there's always the talk about how if our juvenile teams are performing, for instance, then we know that in the next few years we're going to have a solid national team.
Okay, so Nat, if you agree with me and you walk the line with me, you understand that we shouldn't be expecting too much from our various national teams. The question is, have we laid the solid foundation that merit the kind of successes that you are looking for? The answer is no. If you lay a good foundation, yes, of course, then you can anticipate and expect that in competitions like the CHAN, first of all, you first have to look at our local league, look at our juvenile setup, the juvenile national teams, which are supposed to be the base where the players will be promoted into various national teams, especially the senior ones, CHAN, be it IHAN or the Black Stars. For me, looking at what is going on, it's very difficult, very, very difficult to be too hopeful that going into a competition like the CHAN or the World Cup, we're going to do very well. I think that when we took over from Normalization Committee, the job was cut for the new administration to lay a solid foundation and expect growth or expect some successes to come at the end of some competitions. But for me, that has not been the case. That has not been the case. That is why I think that we have not laid a solid foundation to merit our hope for successes in various competitions. For me, we've not done that.
I've seen some journals and all, do ratings of different sorts, especially ratings of the quality of the leagues that are played in Africa. At the last count, we did not see Ghana in the top 10. And I guess that is something that goes along with what you're saying. But
not necessarily.
For your own, yes, so I'm coming to that. For your own rating of our league, holistically, I mean, where would you place our league? Because, I mean, we're talking about value, we're talking about quality, and we're talking about the levels of entertainment and all of that.
You see, I want to link my answer still to the CHAN.
Okay.
Okay, the current champions of CHAN, the eventual winners, Senegal, how would you rate their league? I don't think the Senegalese league is even better than the Ghanaian league, for me, if you ask me. But I'm still saying that if you lay a solid foundation, and I'm talking of development of players, development of football, if you lay a solid foundation and you comb around Ghana, be it Division 2, be it Division 1, Premier, you should get quality players to represent Ghana, irrespective of the position of our league in terms of ranking. Because with Senegal as eventual winners, They have rubbished that analogy because you and I will agree that when it comes to African football, I mean club competitions, I'm talking of CAF inter-club competitions, the Super Cup, the Champions League, the CAF FA Cup, no, what do you call it? The CAF...
the Super Champions? Or
no,
the
not the
Confederation?
We have the Club Champions League and the other one.
The Confederation Cup.
The Confederation Cup. CAF Confederation Cup and CAF Champions League. If you look at the clubs that have dominated over the years, it's the North Africans. Once a while, a certain TP Mazembe comes through. You understand what I'm saying? So if you are using that as a measure, then going to CHAN, we shouldn't expect too much. We should expect those North Africans to do well at the CHAN. Yes, the eventual host came second, or they were the finals, the runners-up to Senegal. So for Senegal winning the competition, they've rubbished that. So it means that yes, even in the past, when Ghana was not doing that well, we've been to 2 finals. So I don't really want to use that.
So if I get you clearly, it's more of a tournament mentality and something extra which we are not able to develop in our players here on the local scene. Is that it?
You see, you are going into a tournament. Let me use the last under-17, for example. The under-17 is the first point of our youth development, not coast in terms of the national team ranking. I'm not using youth development as coast, under-12, under-15, and not that one. I'm talking of in terms of the national team. It was supposed to be even under-15, but the under-15 is in non-existence. It's just by name. Because the last time I checked, I don't remember the under-15s taking part in any competitions. But then with the under-17, be the first point of proper development from the youth. In the past 3 years or 4 years, we've had 4 different coaches. How is that development? In the past 4 years. So it means that you have not have a plan, a program that you are going to execute to make sure that this program reflects at the top. You need to groom from 17 to 20 to 23, some branches to the local Black Stars or the Galaxies as we call it now. Because remember, whilst we are playing the juvenile competitions in international competitions, most players will get the chance to travel abroad. The rest will remain in the league. And a typical example is the last under-20, the last under-20, the last under-17. A lot of them are still in our league. You understand what I'm saying? So if you have a proper development, most of these players should be able to transit to the Galaxies, as we call them now. Check the last time we played we hosted Waffle, this is the Waffle Zombie
very well
Cup of Nations in Cape Coast,
sure,
where Ghana was the eventual winners.
Sure.
We have some players who are still in the system who are also doing very well. I remember when the first call-up was made, I saw the name of, former Midiama player, Vincent Atenga. Yes, that's the name. He was part of the Galaxies. I saw Mohamed Alassa, initial stages when the call-ups were made. He was part of the Galaxies. I saw Kaliba Mankwa.
Very well.
They were all part of. What are those players? You see, we don't follow consistency. In football development, sometimes consistency plays a role. Some of the players that you used to qualify the team to Algeria were dropped. So we are not consistent. We don't have a solid program where we make sure that we follow it through. That is the problem. It is not about ranking. Ranking can be done because we've seen countries rank outside the world top 20 coming into major competitions and excelling. We've seen it all the time. We see it always. So it's not necessarily about the ranking. Yes, when you want to put those rankings in terms of the league, you need to put all the factors on the table. Let's go to the North Africans. Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria. Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria. Let me use Morocco. These 4 countries. What have they done in terms of their football development? What have they done? Can we compare? Can we say same to us? We've all traveled. We've all been to these venues. In terms of even infrastructure in terms of football, quality football pitches for major tournaments. Ghana, yes. Under President Kufuor, we had 4 beautiful stadiums, well built for major competition. The Aliu Mahama Stadium, the Sipong, the Kumasi and Accra. What are the states now? Can we say same? Fortunately, we had one from late Professor Mills from Cape Coast Sports Stadium, so making it fine. What is the state of our venues currently? Now, let's pick the clubs involved. If you've been to Egypt, Ali is like a whole new, Ali as a club, I don't know how to compare. You can compare Ali to the Real Madrids or the Barcelonas or the Man U's and all that. It's a whole cult organization. People worship Ali, same as Zamalek. You go to Morocco, same. You go to Algeria, same. You go to Tunisia, the Esperance and all that, Club Africains and all that. Can we say same? Yes. Here in Ghana, we can talk of the Kumasi, Asante, Kotoko, and Accra, so forth. And let me comment at this point. Let me comment Togbe Afede for the role he's playing or what he's doing for Accra, so forth. You see, yes, it is true we want to win trophies, but what Togbe is doing is setting up the standard first, getting the base, as I'm saying, getting the base. He's putting the base down so a solid foundation can be laid on the base. If players can get a very good accommodation to sleep, if right from my clubhouse I can walk to the gym, right from the gym there's a football field, and these are the things you need to put in place for a solid takeoff. And so for me, I think that Togbe is doing well. The young man in Kumasi is also doing, and when he came, he's taking up the Adakujachi project, he's doing it. So for me, I think that the clubs in between Kotoko and Has, they are doing something right. For now, let's give them time. And then if the FA can complement what the clubs are also doing. When I say it, people will say that, oh, this is the responsibility of the clubs and all that. You see, as a football association, you need to put the framework for every club to follow. Framework, when I say
framework as in the club licensing regime.
Exactly.
Very well.
Are we complying with club licensing?
Well, I mean, from where I sit, we've had some major, we've had some major milestones with the implementation of the club licensing regime. For instance, certification of coaches who coach in the Premier League. That is now part of our skin, and that is full-blown now, and we're adhering to it. In terms of our pitches as well, I mean, we have to be honest. I mean, we've seen clubs get banned. I mean, venues get banned temporarily until they met the criteria. I mean, we could talk about the story of Liberty Professionals, when they were in the Premier League and all of that. So over there, I can say where we've seen one or two things being done. Of course, these are not the only criteria under the club licensing regime.
What about the financial criteria?
Very well, but
see,
so thing is, what my expectation is, or what I know, as has been communicated by your fraternity, which is the football fraternity, is that this is being implemented in stages.
Yeah.
So, for instance, do you feel we're ready to have, for instance, a regime where you can ask clubs to have a certain minimum financial base, maybe $1 million for everybody? I have that financial buffer of $1 million, in your account before you can run in the Premier League. You're looking at something like that.
That's not even the area I'm going. That's because, of course, it's almost impossible. But the truth is that, how well is our league packaged? How well is our league packaged to attract sponsorship, serious sponsorship? I'm not talking of the sponsorship of $1 million. No, that's not the sponsorship I'm talking about. Because we've enjoyed 3 million before. We've enjoyed 2 million before. So if in 2023, 2022, you are enjoying
so $1 million per season is an apology for you?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Not. You've enjoyed 3 million 10 years ago, or 15 years, or 12 years ago. You've enjoyed 2 million some years ago.
No, but the 2 million and the 3 million you're talking about, at a certain point, they couldn't fulfill it.
Yes.
Capital Bank of old.
Yes.
It was a tier 3 bank.
Yes.
They, their management sat through, their consultants sat through, and they said this is not something a tier 3 bank can.
And we went to court and we got our money.
Well, you went to court and got the money?
Yes, of course. You don't know of the GLOW issue. Are you not aware of the
Not GLOW. I'm talking about Capital Bank.
Capital Bank. The last time I checked, the contract we signed, we almost got all our money.
Well, almost, but not all.
Well, but I'm saying that you can't be coming from a 3 million and a 2 million and go get.
Because I had a chat with Mr. Nyantechi, who under whom you served as vice president, and he told me that one of the difficulties that the FA had at the time was setting that precedent of taking a partner or a sponsor to court, because then corporate Ghana was watching. So that was one of the difficulties.
Yes, but that is true, because there's a way you can always judge. And remember with the GLOW issue, remember how many years we have to engage. You understand? How many years we have to engage. But the issue is that we need to learn from the past. The fact that we made certain mistakes in the past, it means that we are expected to do things better now. Is that not the case?
Before you go on, let me also, I'm looking at it from various angles. We're looking at the economic situation in the country as well.
Yes.
Corporate Ghana, the levels of spending when it comes to sponsorship support and grants and all these that fall within that bracket of giving back to society. Is that not a consideration such that we look at the economic situation in the country and say that maybe $1 million is decent, considering the fact that generally the economy has gone through a very tough turn, and because of that, businesses are also struggling, and it's difficult to get amounts as much as 3 million?
I have a different approach.
Okay, tell me about it.
To securing sponsorship for a product like the Premier League.
Okay.
And I'll explain. You see, I find it difficult to understand that when the Black Stars are playing, we can get all the resources from government to fund it. But when the teams like House of Folk Kotoko are participating in club competitions in Africa, we can't fund same. I find it difficult to understand. I think that the FA need to sit down with the sports ministry and make a case.
For that matter, government?
Yes. To make a case that yes, our #1 product, apart from the Black Stars, and in terms of football in Ghana, I'm talking of the Premier League, we need the government help for some state agencies to support the Premier League. Elsewhere, it's done. Well, if you have a good rapport and you are able to explain, you are able to put the numbers on the table to explain to government that, no, Mr. President, can you speak to Ghana Gas, GMPC, Vodafone, to come to our aid? I think that if you make a genuine case and the president can understand that, yes, our #1 league in Ghana needs sponsorship and the state must find a way to sponsor, why not? I will explain why you need to fund Premier Division in Ghana through a collaboration with the Ministry of Youth and Sport. Nat, if you look at this country, take out politics. There's only one product that unites the country, which is football. Irrespective of our House of Folk or our Ashanti Kotoko or our Olympics, on every Sunday, a sporting activity engages the attention of the citizenry. And this is good for social development of our country. Every country, every government that does not pay heed to the youth, the upbringing of the youth, you are in serious trouble. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, I think that the FA need to make a case before government. Make a case before government. Why you need government to support in securing sponsorship for the league. And I don't think this is far from where other countries have been able to do it and they've succeeded. I can mention a lot of countries where, even here in Nigeria here, state governors take over the running of leagues in their various jurisdictions. State governors. So I'm saying that in Ghana, if we are able to put the numbers and tell the president that, Mr. President, in every week, if we are able to get a sponsorship to take care, these are the number of people that football take care of. The number of people. Because remember, the clubs, when there's a football activity at Accra Sports Stadium,
there's a ripple effect.
Yes. The byproduct.
Sure.
Everybody, including yourself, you're good. So we need to make a case. We need to make a case and let government understand that, Mr. President, we need your support in order to secure a sponsorship for our Premier League. Yes, we'll do our part. We'll have to package our product in such a way that it will be appealing for corporate bodies to say that, yes, I'm interested to associate myself with football in Ghana. Fortunately, in recent times, the act of hooliganism are going down. We don't hear of too much of what used to happen in the past, which is a good sign. So we need to build on that to attract. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Very well. So, I mean, all put together, it's not really going well.
Yes.
The running of our football is not really going well.
Yeah. You see, when I speak, I know my submission and my answers to most of these questions may sound a bit controversial, but it still remains the facts. You see, in recent times, we've witnessed certain bad officiating where referees are not punished. Sometimes the punishment is kept in the dark. You don't even hear it. Sometimes you get the federation even defending the act. We hear referees coming out boldly to apologize for mistakes. Yes, we accept that referees can make mistakes. But where one is going to a venue to watch a football match, where he has already heard the score line, in this case, the age of betting.
But these are not new. These are not nouvelle to our football. I mean, for somebody fans going to the stadium and knowing the scoreline ahead of time is not new.
If we keep on saying this is not new, then we are not ready to change.
That's not the problem. All I'm just saying is that
it has happened in the past.
Very well. So we need to acknowledge that as we move forward.
It has happened, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that the
it's
rate
still happening.
At which it's happening now, the rate at which it's happening now, speak to the clubs. I talk to the clubs always. The fact is that
it's gone from bad to worse.
Of course. Of course. I have cataloged a number of incidents. In the coming days, I'll bring them out.
Betting is affecting our game. Betting is affecting our game?
Thankfully, the FA took a very drastic decision. Personally, I think that whether I don't want to delve into it too much, but I can say that when you punish clubs, it serves as a deterrent. As we speak today, we are aware that certain clubs have been expelled or banned, whatever way you want to. It's a good step. Whether you like it or not, it's a good step. But are they the only clubs who are doing it? Or they were just picked as an scapegoat?
If you were asked that question, what answer would you give to it?
Personally, I think that betting still exists in our system.
You've got evidence?
Oh, I'm saying that personally, I still think that betting is still going on.
Well, this is, like you said, I mean, these are very heavy allegations. And, I mean, if you make them on such a national platform, then you should be able to.
But not. Some of us, we sit, and thankfully through your media, we see these things on TV where people mention the scoreline of, and then it comes to pass. We hear it every day. And it's not sheer coincidence. These are not sheer coincidence.
But people predict games sometimes. We all do sometimes, and you know.
Well, people do, but trust me, we need to get serious. If really we want to eradicate it completely, we need to get serious.
Well, if you just joined us, we're having this conversation with former Ghana FA Vice President George Afriyie. We've been talking about issues of organization of our league, the attractiveness of it, the look and feel of our national teams, especially the conversation around the Championship of African Nations that just rounded up in Algeria, and Ghana's performance, Ghana's place over there. Would like to now delve into the issue of you and your place within football administration, in the country. Before that, however, in recent days, we've heard about the suggestion that has been put before the Statutes Review Committee to look at, and that is to have more than 2 terms for whoever leads the Ghana FA as president. What's your view on it?
Well, initially, I declined to comment, and then I've received a lot of, a number of calls from various radio and television stations wanting my view and all that, and I declined to comment because I wanted to be sure whether this is not just mere speculation, because as a member of the Football Association, I have the opportunity to receive these proposals for consideration at the Congress of the Ghana Football Association. But I've also listened to some members of the committee granting interview. Specifically, I heard my brother Oloboy trying to explain that yes, it's part of the document sent to the Executive Council for consideration. Now, I know that matters of this nature, when a committee is put in place to look at status review, the committee is supposed to submit its findings and its proposal to the Executive Council. Then the Executive Council will forward it onward for Congress for ratification and then or otherwise. Now, if what I'm hearing is true, and I want to choose my words carefully, then I'll find it difficult to understand what informed that. Why am I saying that? Before normalization committee, the 3-term existed in the books of CAF and FIFA. This was not new. People are making it look like the 3-term is just being put together, or it's been there and it's just been announced by FIFA, and the GFA Status Review Committee is just trying to put it in. No, not. The 3-term existed before normalization committee came into being. So now my question is, I know that now Odofolo Norte was part of the normalization committee. In fact, she was specifically in charge of the status review. And I also know that this one, he's also involved. And I know some members of the committee whose position I know before. I've heard them say it several times on your network that, Ora Kwesi Nyantechi's term, the first term and the second term was very good. Now until the 3rd term, things got messed up. I hear them saying every day. I hear them saying this on radio. So then my point is, we had a normalization committee. They came up with proposals for our status and all that, and we met and we discussed it and approved. Now, it will interest you to know that I participated in these status revision discussion throughout the period. In fact, the members of the normalization committee, specifically Madam who was in charge of it, engaged some of us and sought our views. One of the areas which never came up is the 3 terms. There are other provisions in the statutes that we've talked about, like Article 39K, where we felt that powers given to the Executive Council now, there are powers that we think must be taken out from the Executive Council to be given to Congress. Remember, in recent times, some members of the football family met in Kumasi and proposed some amendment. These were some of the things we talked about. We talked about Article 81.6, where in the previous, in the
The African Continental Free Trade Area Business Forum brought together the private sector from across the continent with the sole aim of accelerating the world's largest free trade area, with a potential market of over 1.3 billion and creation of awareness of the current trade and investment opportunities in the area amongst Africa's business community was top on the agenda, and connecting businesses to funding opportunities for after-value chains. Secretary General of the Free Trade Area, Mwamkele Mene, is confident that the business community is poised to give further boost to the trade framework.
What's clear is that the private sector in Africa is looking at this very, very carefully. There is still some skepticism, which is normal, that there will be some skeptics about whether or not it is going to happen at the scale at which we want it to happen. But the outcomes of this trade dialogue are very encouraging. The automotive sector, fully engaged and wants to move quickly on the establishment of regional value chains across the African continent. Ghana is doing very well in the auto sector and is a very attractive market. Toyota is there, Nissan is there, Volkswagen is there, South Africa, Kenya. So there is a basis for value chains to be established across the continent. That's one of the outcomes of this trade dialogue that we had. On pharmaceuticals, similarly, there was a strong view that manufacturing of pharmaceuticals should happen in Africa, and that the private sector is being challenged, and big pharma is being challenged to set up production capacity in Africa. So these are the practical steps of implementation of a trade agreement, and we are moving in that direction.
For some experts, it looks good on paper, but there are some bottlenecks that would have to be addressed, at least if not from your side, from amongst the member states ratifying this agreement. And a key concern has got to do with the interpayment system. Mm-hmm. You say that you're formulating a Pan-African payment system that will solve this challenge of a single currency payment platform for African countries. How are you approaching that issue?
42 currencies on our continent. The cost of currency convertibility is $5 billion a year. We have to do something about that. That's why we, working with Afreximbank, we have established the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, so that if you are in Accra, your counterparty is in Nairobi, you don't have to buy the dollar or any other third currency to transact with your counterparty or to pay for the goods that you are exporting, that you are importing. So payments has proven to be a significant constraint to boosting intra-Africa trade because of the cost. That is why the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System is an interim solution. I'm saying interim in the absence of a common currency, which one day I know the African continent will have. You are now going to be able, through the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, you are now going to be able to trade with your local, your counterparty using local currency. You are on the digital platform. You transact in Ghanaian cedi. Your counterparty in Kenya receives the cedi, the transaction amount in Kenyan shillings. So we are eliminating the need for a correspondent bank in another part of the world to be the middleman.
But don't you concede that if we had a single currency, that would have addressed the challenge? You were speaking about that on Sunday, pointing out some of the challenges and how difficult it will be at this time to implement a single currency regime. What's that big hindrance in the way of many of the member states participating in this free trade area?
There is already a decision, going as far back as the establishment of the Organization of African Unity. There's a very clear decision that Africa must have a common currency. However, getting there is difficult because you have to have macroeconomic convergence. We know from the experience of Europe, Greece, Portugal, when they were experiencing sovereign debt crisis, when they were not able to exercise monetary policy because it is centralized. So you have to get to that point where everybody, all countries in Africa, are on the same macroeconomic policy stance, convergence criteria on, for example, on GDP to debt ratio, on government deficit to GDP ratio. Those things have to be completely aligned. And if they are not, it's impossible to have a common currency. So that's the work that has to be done to get us to that point.
Let's talk about what's happening to many African economies, because the economies, first of all, must fare well in order to trade fairly with others across the continent. And that's got to do with the sovereign debt crisis that we're witnessing from across the continent. In Accra, where you are, Ghana is heading to the IMF austerity bailout. What's your diagnosis of the African debt crisis, and how do you believe that governments across the continent can effectively tackle the problem?
From the point of view of trade, I think that what we are seeing, the debt distress crisis in some countries, confirms to me that we have to accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA. We have to accelerate elimination of barriers to intra-Africa trade. And that is because when you import goods, you have the ability to increase what is available in the fiscus, because you can, the more goods you have in the market, the higher the percentage of collection of VAT, value-added tax, all things being equal. So when you trade, you are actually stimulating economic activity, which would enable many countries to withstand pressures of that are being presented.
But sorry to cut in, unfortunately, that's not what's happening. We're seeing most of these countries opt for debt, bailouts, and loans. That's been the situation.
But the point I'm making is that it's counterintuitive. It has to be counterintuitive. We are not going to see today as we speak, we are not going to see trade solving the question of debt distress, because it's too soon. We have to have a sustained period of enhanced intra-Africa trade, which contributes to overall economic activity. So it's going to take time. However, we know that this is not the last debt distress crisis that will happen. There will be others. There will be others. We know that from economic history. And so when the other debt crises emerge again in future, where we are trading higher volumes of trade, the revenue from those higher volumes of trade is what will contribute to the fiscus to strengthen the capacity of countries to service their debt, or in fact to even not have to worry about debt serviceability anymore. So it's a long-term approach that we have to take.
And as we wrap up on this conversation, there are more countries that are yet to ratify. What will be your message out there to other African governments in terms of joining hands and ensuring that the continent is indeed trading amongst itself?
Well, the countries that have not yet ratified are Liberia, Benin, Libya, South Sudan, Sudan, but Sudan is under sanctions, and Madagascar. So overall, and Somalia, we are, I think the progress that we've seen is remarkable. 47 countries have ratified the agreement establishing the AfCFTA, the fastest instrument to be ratified in the history of the African Union, and certainly in the, since the OAU, and that is because of political will. So I think that we've moved so quickly, we've come this far in a very short space of time because of political will. So we are on solid ground. The countries that have not yet ratified have not expressed political opposition. What they are saying is that they need time to go through their domestic processes, consult domestic stakeholders, and adhere to their legal prescripts for ratification of international instruments. So we are satisfied with where things stand.
The African Union says the African Continental Free Trade Area forms a pivotal component of its long-term agenda for 2063, which is to boost Africa's economic growth and development and lead to the rapid transformation of the continent.
This is indeed testimony of the strong commitment of the Republic of South Africa in supporting Africa's regional integration agenda. The adoption by the African Union heads of state and government of the theme of the year 2023 as the year of African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation is expected to generate greater political momentum, and this business forum has become one of the flagship events contributing to the acceleration of effective implementation of the FCFTA. As the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area gathers momentum, it's important to allow the Pan-African business community to take ownership of this flagship project. The African Union Commission, the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, member states, regional economic communities, development partners have delivered on this flagship project on Agenda 2063, and it is now up to the private sector to start trading. Governments do not trade with each other under the FCFTA. It is the private sector that does so. A number of instruments have been put before you to start trading under this FCFTA, and these include the FCFTA e-tariff book, the Rules of Origin Manual, the African Trade Observatory, the Intra-African Trade Fair, the FCFTA Adjustment Fund, the FCFTA Automotive Fund, the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, PAPS, the FCFTA Guided Trade Initiative, MANSA, the African Business Council, and the FCFTA Dispute Settlement Mechanism, among others. All these instruments and tools are designed to ensure that legitimate business transactions thrive. I'm glad that 47 member states have ratified the agreement, and this is a clarion call to the customs authorities to do the necessary.
Through strategic partners such as the Afriyie Bank, the Free Trade Area Secretariat hopes to eliminate barriers affecting intra-African trade.
It is now time for business. The theme of the forum, Let's Build Africa Together, represents a clarion call we must all respond to as business people gathered here today. Afriyie Bank is very pleased to be a strong partner of the African Union and the FCFTA Secretariat in driving the free trade agenda. Notwithstanding many obstacles from within and outside the continent, Afreximbank has remained focused on the continental agenda. We have remained undaunted because we are mindful of the urgency to restore the dignity of the African. We realize that in that journey, your brother or sister can be your worst enemy. We also realize that it is the force of our will, the power of our brain, and the strength of our conviction that can give us the courage to make the difference in the pursuit of prosperity and happiness all of us Africans deserve. With the support of the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat, we have taken on the difficult things, those things that the African leaders identified as priorities in 1963, which have remained undone since then. In the same resolution that they passed at the first meeting of the OAU in 1963, calling for the establishment of a continental free trade area, they also set out other related priorities, including, and I will list them, establishing a common external tariff to protect the emergent industries and setting up a raw material price stabilization fund. Developing trade among African countries by the organization and participation in African trade fairs and exhibitions, and by the granting of transport and transit facilities. Establishing an African payments and clearing union, and progressively freeing all national currencies from all non-technical external attachments at the establishment of a Pan-African monetary zone. Afreximbank is pleased that almost after 60 years, it is collaborating with the AFCFTA Secretariat and the African Union Commission, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and other partners, many of whom are here, to deliver on these aspirations, one after the other. The Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, is operational and beginning to serve the countries that have signed on to it, making it possible to pay for intra-African trade, including contracts for building major infrastructure projects in African currencies. Hopefully, in time, it will help reduce our debt burdens in foreign currency. Afreximbank currently supports the system with a $500 million facility to guarantee settlement finality, with the intention to increase this to $3 billion when membership expands from the current 9 countries to the entire continent. Finally, we can begin to save the $5 billion we pay out every year as charges and costs for intra-African payments.
But is the private sector ready to leverage on the African Continental Free Trade Area?
I think we are in a position. I feel like we're underutilizing the capacity and the skills that we do have. I was glad to hear with the lady from MTN and also from Coca-Cola, them saying how it's actually even doable. For example, Coke now just mentioned that, for example, for fruit, simple thing like fruit, instead of getting it from South America and getting it from other China entities in terms of flavor, how we could have it within countries like throughout Africa, and that would be obviously building, like it'll be building our economy, it'll be building our skills, it'll be building so many other industries. Only issues that we have obviously is still infrastructure, which we're still far to go, but we do have the capacity. We just need to just all come together and just, yeah.
And what's your expectation from the business community, the private sector?
Private sector needs to just get on board in terms of support, right? Private sector needs to be more open to support, more open to helping. Like sectors cannot act in thin silos. We need to start working together for a bigger initiative, which is quite possible. For example, there's a suggestion that we could, like as private sector, have a pilot study to see if, for example, we need to travel certain products across even borders, how we can do that by keeping costs minimum. So private sector needs to come on board with that.
Well, in my opinion, the fact that you even have both policy leaders and business people gather here in such numbers, to me is an indication that there is an acceleration somewhere. People are beginning to draw towards the conversation and to understand the importance of what we all seek to achieve. And I think once again we are reiterating the fact that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation is not just limited to policymakers or decision leaders, being the political leaders, but also private sector needs to play a crucial role. So to me, even having a business forum dedicated to private sector involvement is an acceleration.
So going forward, what's your expectation from the private sector?
I think in one of the submissions made, it is clear that policymakers are doing their best. Like the AFCA Secretary General mentioned, they are putting in place all the policies, the reforms and everything that needs to be done. It is time for private sector to take charge of the markets, because as we all say, states do not trade with each other. It is private sector that trades. And so if we don't ensure that private sector takes charge of this continental free trade agreement, we are not going anywhere, because they are the ones that needs to understand the importance of this to the continent and then also to the people of Africa at large. So I think at this point, the private sector owes Africans a dedication and a commitment to ensuring that this thing works. And by dedication and commitment, I would say owning the process and ensuring that they take advantage of the policies that have been put in place and then start trading.
Our various African governments must make it an intention that you want to empower the indigenous African entrepreneurs, i.e. the indigenous Ghanaian entrepreneurs, so as to be able to give them the enabling environment to compete. Otherwise, I will use cocoa for example. If you open doors and you create policies that protect the multinationals, they have access to capital. They come and buy your cocoa beans cheap, set up the processing in Ghana, export it to themselves, go and create high-value products and bring it back to sell to you. Whilst, on the other hand, you make it almost difficult and impossible for the local Ghanaian entrepreneur who doesn't have
Hello viewers, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. Whenever it is time for this program, I get excited because I get to share with you different DIYs, home tips and home remedies. So I just want to share something quickly with you. You know, God in His infinite wisdom created certain seasonal fruits that when you eat those fruits within that particular period of time, it is able to boost your immunity so that your body builds a resistance against all manner of sickness. But alas, not lots of people even look at this kind of fruits, and I'm referring to the African star apple fruit and the black velvet tamarind, which we locally refer to as yoyi and alasa. So I just want to ask you, during this period, okay, the Harmattan is so much around, and have you taken any alasa or yoyi to boost your immunity? Please, when we come back, I'll show you that apart from eating your alasa or yoyi, there are other ways that you can make use of them and enjoy. Stay tuned. So when you buy this yoyi, you have to just make sure that when you are eating, you have to open your eyes and eat, because there are some that insects have perforated and infested the fruit, and you don't want to eat this fruit in the dark. Open your eyes and eat it. You understand? Okay. So just when you get them, just sort the bad ones out from the good ones and use the good ones. Removing the shells of the yoyi is a journey. I have to crack the shells open and remove the pulp, and then also remove the seed from the pulp. Yes, and you know, if you don't want to go this way, you can just also buy the yoyi, sit down with your family, your kids around, and enjoy some family movie. So now I've finished removing the shells and the seed, so I'm left with the pulp. I'll soak it in water and wait for 2 hours, and in between, like every 30 minutes, you just shake it so that everything can just blend in smoothly, and you can serve it to anybody. In fact, if you are someone who likes spices, you can add, you know, ginger or a little bit of clove to it to enhance the taste, and you can serve it to your kids, you can serve it to visitors, or people recovering from sickness. You can also be giving it to them to drink because it's full of vitamin C and other nutrients needed for bodybuilding. Our next fruit is the African star apple fruit, which we call the alasan. And you know, when you eat it, it has this latex inside that when you chew the pulp, it ends up being a gum. So for those of you who like chewing gum, I prefer the chewing gum of the alasan. Anyway, so when buying the alasan, some of the things that you have to look out for, because it has this sweet and sour taste. What can you look out for in order not to pick a fruit that is so sour? So let me show you. For the one that is sweet, when you look around, you can see that it has a uniform color. All around it has one uniform color. And the one that is a bit sour, you see that it has yellow and a bit of green at the edge. So when you see that one, when they tell you pick it, no, don't pick it. Or when you come home, you can put it down for some few days for it to ripen. But if you want to eat it and you pick that one, it will be very sour. The one in my right hand is likely to be sweeter than the one in my left hand. So alasan has lots of vitamin C in it. So today, apart from eating your alasan raw, we are looking at doing alasan jam. Yes, be creative, like I always say. So I'm going to cut my alasan, remove the back, you know, the flesh. I'm just going to remove the back of it, and then I'll use only the pulp. I'll also remove the seed as well. And then I have my dates here. I'm going to blend my dates with water, and I'll use it as a sweetening base. I'll put it on fire, let it boil for a while. And then I'll add my alasan pulp into it. And then I'll add just a wee bit of lemon juice to it so that I'll make my jam. Thank you so much for watching this episode on Home Tips with Mira. I believe you have learned what you can do with your African star apple fruits and black velvet tamarind. Keep on exploring, keep on being creative. Please don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and also like and follow my page Home Tips with Mira on Facebook. Until next time, it's a bye-bye from me and stay positive.
And it's the start of a new week. Hello there, you're watching The Pulse on the JoyNews channel. Coming up this afternoon, calls for a full-scale parliamentary probe into serious allegations leveled by former Environment Minister against top government officials and persons close to the president over their involvement in illegal mining activities. Despite some of these officials denying the allegations, Professor Frimpong Boateng is not backing down, pointing to some media reports which he says confirms his story. We'll hear one of such reports here on The Pulse, and also this afternoon, more than 60 Ghanaian students make their way out of the war-torn Sudan to the Ethiopian border as many continue to flee the deadly clashes. But more help is needed for some 23 students still stuck in the Sudanese capital, Khartoum. We'll get you the latest. Plus, hear from the students. Excitement is building up already ahead of next weekend's Abuachiri Festival in Winneba. We'll tell you what are and what you need to know about the security arrangements as we prepare to mark this festive season in the central parts of Ghana. It's all coming up here on The Pulse. The Pulse, as always, is brought to you by Global Communities Digni Lu Affordable Safe Sanitation. Don't forget that we're on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 144. I'm Lester Sugan. We're bringing you the details shortly. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. There are calls for a full-scale parliamentary probe into allegations leveled by former Environment Minister Professor Frimpong Boateng against some government officials and persons close to the presidency. Professor Frimpong Boateng maintains these individuals, some of whom he names in his report to the Chief of Staff, are responsible for government's failure to win the fight against illegal mining. Some of these individuals include President Akufo-Addo's own cousin, Gabi Asare Ochiri-Dako, and he's denying the allegations. Mr. Ochiri-Dako is accused of contacting the minister just when the Inter-Ministerial Committee was set to dislodge a company identified as destroying a forest through mining activities. Mr. Gabi Asare Ochiri-Dako, however, says that he was only asking questions on behalf of his clients as their lawyer. Well, there's a need for us to get this new statement coming through from Professor Frimpong Boateng. Joining us now is my colleague, Joseph Akablay, who has details of what it is that, of course, the minister has been raising. Joseph, just before we listen into that, I want us to briefly hear Gabi Asare Ochiri-Dako respond to the claims earlier made by the professor.
On a matter that's purely about a lawyer asking questions about his client. My lawyer comes to me and says that his client, with all these permits and licenses, goes on site with equipment to do prospecting, and the soldiers have come to seize the equipment. Now, what do you do as a lawyer? So I call the minister for clarification. I have a client who has all the documents or permits and licenses required to do prospecting, everything. And he goes on site, and then soldiers come to basically stop, not just stop them from working, but seize all the equipment. So I asked the minister, but they have permits, so what really, I want to understand the issue. And then the minister fires back and says, they are not prospecting, they are mining. Are you challenging the permit as fake? I said, no, but it shouldn't have been issued. I said, yeah, but that's a different matter. But I just want to understand really what the issues are. Is it that, so essentially he gave me his side of the story, which is that he He believes that what they were doing was mining, not prospecting, even though they had just gone on site. And that was the conversation that we had.
Well, Professor Boateng is back in the news, responding to the claims by Gabi Asare-Ochidaku. Let's get more from Joseph Agabe, our correspondent who's joining us. Joseph, what does he have to say, for instance, about what Gabi says, that he's only a lawyer seeking information on behalf of his clients?
In fact, he makes the point that that particular claim is laughable. That part of the statement he released, he reads, "It is laughable you claim to have called me to seek information on your client. If you needed any information, you could have called the Minerals Commission. You know I did not operate the Mining Information Service." He goes on to now detail what he says is the history of the company that is at the center of this particular controversy. He starts by saying that on 29th November 2016, there was a letter that was written by Mr. Tony Obin, then Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission. During the NDC administration, he wrote to the company CNG Alaska that the company was, quote, seriously engaged in illegal mining on its prospecting license. He goes on to say that on 30th January 2017, the company was written to again, being warned of the activities that it was engaged in. Then he makes reference to 2nd October 2017, where this time around, John Peter Mewu, the then minister responsible for that particular sector, wrote to the company regarding its concession at Duabo and directed that in view of the fact that it does not have a valid mining operating permit and that the company and ministry has not yet ratified the lease, they are directed not to carry out any mining operations. And so he goes on to say that it was in these forest reserves that the IMCIM task force attempted to stop the illegal operations of the company and the subsequent company that took over, the Imperial Company Limited.
Interesting points there, I see. Now we know that Professor Boateng is also pointing to some media reports regarding this very company, which had Gabi Asare-Ochidaku claiming that he's a lawyer or counsel for the company. What more do we know?
Yes, he actually alleges that through the Gabi's intervention, some Chinese nationals arrested at a site operated by the company were released. He also says soldiers who were providing security for the company attacked journalists covering the activities of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Illegal Mining. This, he points out, was captured by JoyNews, and we know that Erastus Asare-Donko, our colleague at Love FM in Kumasi, brought us those stories. In one of those instances, our vehicle, the side mirror, and the windscreen were cracked, and that particular report is what Professor Frimpong Boateng points to.
Well, I see. Well, there's a lot of reaction has been greeting this. Joe, just hold on for us briefly. Let's bring in the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Alhaji Yusuf Hussein, who is joining us via Zoom now. Thank you, sir, for your time. If you're with us, how are you, of course, assessing what's happening now? A former government appointee, well, he's still a government appointee heading a different capacity now as a vaccine institute. But now we know that he's not satisfied about how government is fighting or going about the issues tackling illegal mining. From your own perspective, what should the government be doing about the claims?
Well, thank you so very much for having me. I think that there were already telltale signs of the difficulties and challenges that greeted the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Small-Scale Mining when it became apparent that some persons associated with government were involved in illegal small-scale mining. I mean, you recall that the excavators of the National Women's Organizer were banned. You recall that the Akonta mining was accused of mining in forest reserves. You recall that Sir John was accused of having concessions or mining in forest reserves, and many others. I mean, many others. Some ministers of state names also came out. Persons working in the Jubilee House. So we have always known that the Frimpong Boateng's committee and the subsequent committee that was set up under Samuel Agudinapo will face challenges. And what Frimpong Boateng has captured in the report somehow confirms our long-held suspicion that the fight against illegal small-scale mining was not succeeding, largely because some powerful persons were involved in protecting those who were who were engaged in that illegal activity.
But if you make those points, the president, for instance, comes back to say that the concerns he was raising in this report lacks evidence. No single piece of evidence adduced to support his claims.
What evidence does the president need? What evidence? I mean, the president's the response issued by the presidency is at best laughable. It's ludicrous. That you would say that the man has not provided a transmittal letter and has not provided evidence. But there's evidence that the land in the gold mining areas is being degraded with careless abandon. That's not evidence. So who are the people behind the degradation? Who are those behind the degradation? That we are not arresting, we are not prosecuting people. Short of calling the A&G Alaska criminals, the response of Frimpong Boateng says it all. In fact, what has happened in those areas is termed universally as environmental crime. It's a despoliation of the environment. We are compromising the ability of the future generation to continue to depend on the land. And this is totally unacceptable. I mean, if a president says, I have put my presidency on the line, and you receive a report of the nature that Frimpong Boateng produced, the least you could do was cause an investigation to be conducted into the allegations.
Yeah, but I guess that's where the president comes in to say, well, if you want me to investigate this, provide the documents, support it with strict proof for me to act on.
What are you talking about? That we have a lazy president? Is that what you are suggesting? That we elected a president who is so lazy that when you give an indication of wanton destruction of the forest by illegal activities and suggest names that are behind it, the president cannot call state institutions to investigate your claim, but asks you to provide evidence? Is that what you're suggesting? Is that all that the presidency is about?
Okay, you tell me, exactly what are you expecting from the president, for instance, if you were the president at this moment?
I expected the president to appreciate the seriousness of the allegations raised by Frimpong Boateng in his report. I expected the president to act on the report expeditiously and with alacrity. I respected the president to appreciate the weight of the statement that he's put his presidency on the line and act of any shred of evidence that his people or some people connected with his government are the perpetrators of this heinous offense, and not to ask Frimpong Boateng to add a transmittal letter to the report or to provide further and better particulars of the accusations.
Okay.
If a president has come into office saying that we should bet on him, we should take a chance on him, the president must demonstrate beyond any reasonable shade of doubt that his invitation to us to take a chance on him was intended to be taken seriously if a chance was taken on him. And not the president, after we haven't given him an opportunity to rule this country, now tells us that we have to provide further and better particulars of allegations made against officers associated with his government before he can act. That is not what the president is about.
Fuseni, you've been at the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry before. This is not new to you. Galamsey is a big fight, you agree?
Well, I know Galamsey is a very big fight. And I told Samuel Abujinapo, my brother, that if he was going to succeed in this fight, he needed the total and unalloyed support of the president. Because people will frustrate him. I'm not surprised that Frimpong Boateng has been frustrated. I know exactly what goes into Galamsey. You must have the total and unalloyed support of your boss to be able to prosecute the fight. Is it not a breach of trust that certain officers of state who are paid with state resources are culpable in the heinous degradation of the environment.
Yeah, but Alhaji, we need to be safe here. You're speaking as though you, in its entirety, believe the report coming through from Professor Frimpong Boateng.
I believe in its entirety. I have no reason to doubt the report. Doesn't it come to you as a surprise that within the 2 years that the MPP government under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo placed a total ban on small-scale mining? This was the period that Ghana exported the largest amount of gold from the small-scale mining sector. How did that come about?
So going forward, what's your, recommendation in terms of how we can tackle this? Some are calling for just hold on for me briefly, some are calling for a bipartisan probe into this from the parliamentary level. Some are also asking the Ghana Police Service to act immediately. There are those who believe that the president still has an opportunity to act on this and to, for instance, invite Professor Frimpong Boateng and some of the government officials named in his report. What's the appropriate posture or measure for you?
First of all, I think that the president must demonstrate to all of us that he means exactly what he says when he said that he was putting his presidency on the line. He has to act on the report. After all, Frimpong Boateng, Professor Frimpong Boateng was not a busybody. He was asked to produce the report by the chief of staff.
Right.
And so Frimpong Boateng himself, the government owes Frimpong Boateng a duty to implement the report. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we have a report. It gives an indication that the fight is not succeeding largely because of the kind of people who are involved in the illegal activity. The least the president can do is to cause an investigation into the allegations raised. That's the least he can do.
Okay, that's your expectation of the president. How about the parliamentary probe? Will that succeed? Will that be helpful?
Well, that will be helpful. That will be helpful. I think that it will be helpful to the extent that if people have confidence that the parliamentary probe will produce results. I tell you without any fear of doubt that the people in the mining communities know those behind the illegal mining activities. They do. But you see, the impunity with which these people are going about their activities has somehow made the people lethargic. They think that even if they report, nothing will happen. And that is why people are not speaking up. But let me assure you that the people of this country, especially those in the mining communities, know exactly the nature and type of people who are despoiling the environment.
Alhaji, respond to this statement for me. We have lost the fight against illegal mining. You agree?
Oh, we have. We have. The destruction is catastrophic. The report shows that the attempt to fight illegal small-scale mining has failed completely and spectacularly. That it has failed because those who have been entrusted with the responsibility of stopping the illegal activities are those complicit in the perpetuation of that illegal activity. And that's why we have failed.
What do we...
How come?
Yeah.
How come that there is a legal regime in the Minerals and Mining Act that spells out precisely and concisely how equipment seized from the illegal mining sites should be dealt with. How come that more than 500 excavators just got missing, vanished into thin air, without due regard to the laws of this country?
Well, we're still looking for the excavators. Probably if you have any help or to track them, that will be helpful. And that's just on a lighter side. But back to the key issues that confronts us. The laws, the legal regime, and how to reform them and make them better so we're able to tackle this problem. I'm not sure this is just a Nana Akufo-Addo problem, you agree? This goes beyond the presidency, and we need a collective fight against this. So how do we, start off by reforming our laws and getting the regime in place?
You are perfectly right. Mm-hmm. You are perfectly right when you say that the laws, the legal regime, the regulations are continuously evolving. When I became Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, the penalty for engaging in illegal small-scale mining was not deterrent enough. It was just a fine. So when we went onto the field to stop the illegal small-scale mining, we realized that illegal small-scale miners could pay the fine with ease. So we returned to the office and sponsored an amendment to the Minerals and Mining Act that made the penalty stiffer. We realized that even though small-scale mining was the exclusive preserve of Ghanaians, a large number of foreigners had invaded the small-scale mining sector. We went back to the drawing boards and stiffened the penalty against foreigners who were engaged in small-scale mining. We realized that equipment seized from the small-scale mining sites, illegal small-scale mining sites, could not be confiscated to the state. There was no provision that allowed for the confiscation of those equipment that were used in the small-scale mining sector. We came back to the office, sponsored an amendment to make it possible to confiscate those equipment from illegal small-scale miners. So it's a continuous activity. But my brother, if you don't implement the law, how do you appreciate the lacuna in the law?
And Alhaji, I would appreciate it if you could just look into the camera for us and speak directly to the political class. The concern about the political class is key because the belief is we're not tackling illegal mining simply because your colleagues, those who are in political office, those who have political influence, are able to bend the rules. What message do you have for them?
First of all, politics is about trust. And so those in the political class must know that a huge privilege has been done them by giving them an opportunity to serve the country. To serve the country, my words underlined. It's a public office. So those in that offices or in those offices are public servants. They are servants. And so nobody turns a person into office because he wants that person to enrich himself, but to provide public service. By persons in the political class is simply greed, avarice, and smacks of a breach of trust. If the people give you a mandate and you use the mandate for your personal benefit, it destroys the trust and lessens the effectiveness of our laws and regulations, because people will then act with impunity, because they are emboldened to act with impunity, because we, those who have been entrusted with the performance of duties in the public office, are abusing our office. That is why When I was made Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, I was left in no doubt that I didn't have to get myself involved in any illegal activity in at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, whether it was illegal logging, illegal mining, or whatever, or even grabbing of state land. I was so convinced that the only way to solve the problem was to extricate yourself and not be a beneficiary of those things. And that was why I never got myself involved in them. If your mother is declared a witch, you have to exorcise your mother before you can have the authority to deal with other people's mothers. And this goes to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. If your officers are said to be complicit in the illegal activities in the small-scale mining sector, you have to deal with your officers in order to have the necessary authority, moral authority, to deal with officers who are not associated with your party. And it's very important.
Very key points you're raising there. Of course, I thought that would have been the last one, but there's this issue coming up about the legal status of this report being issued by Professor Frimpong Boateng. You are a lawyer as well. What influence, what authority, or perhaps what grounds can this report constitute for any future government that may be interested in pursuing the matter to take up and to use this document? Is this document useful or otherwise?
That is a very important document. First of all, the document gives us an indication of the nature of the problem and those involved in the perpetuation of the problem. Two, the document also details and catalogs the extent of degradation in the mining sites and the people involved in the commission of those crimes. I say crimes because my reading of the document and my appreciation of our responsibility to protect the environment leaves me in no doubt that what Professor Frimpong Boateng has catalogued would constitute environmental crime. Now, so any government, including the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government, should be interested in going to the roots of the problem.
Are you suggesting that these individuals mentioned in the document could be prosecuted on the basis of this document by any future government? Is that what you're suggesting?
I have no doubt that they can and should be prosecuted. I have said that if it were the revolutionary era, I'm sure these people would have been tried by now and probably be put before the firing squad.
Yeah, but this is a document from an individual. What's the relevance?
But this is a document from an individual who occupied a dual office as the Minister for Environment and as the chairman of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Small-Scale Mining. He must be talking from his experience in the discharge of his responsibilities as the chairman of the Illegal Small-Scale Mining Committee. You can't treat such a report lightly, can you?
Well, some would say, and as the president is pointing out, he was just fuming over his personal frustration.
Well, I, as a lawyer, will say yes. The president says we received the documents. We received the documents because they have not said that they haven't received the document. They have sought to rely on what, in their view, are technicalities, and they are not technicalities. Unless they simply want to tell us that Professor Frimpong Boateng walked up to the office of the Chief of Staff and left the office, the document on the table of the Chief of Staff without the Chief of Staff's knowledge. Obviously, what I know about official procedure is that these documents would have been received in the mail and sent to the office of the Chief of Staff. But the president doesn't deny the contents. So I presume that the presidency and the president have read the documents, but they refuse to act on the documents. They appreciate the enormity.
Unfortunately, appears we've lost, of course, Alhaji Yunusa Hussein, who is the former. Yes, Alhaji, if you're still with us, we lost you briefly. You're saying that the president admitted receipt of the documents and then...
Appreciated the enormity of the document.
Right.
Or the matters contained in the document, but decided to shelve the matter in the hope that it will never come to light. 2 years after the document was submitted to the presidency, we now know what was contained in the document. We now know.
So you're saying prosecution is the way to go, and that the next government, NDC government, as you were assuring, you were putting out that earlier.
I can assure you that in the next NDC government, these matters raised by Frimpong Boateng will be investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted.
Okay. Let's wrap up. The status of the Interministerial Committee, we're not too sure if it's still active, but should the president reconsider his decision on that committee, or perhaps look at another approach to dealing or solving the problem?
That will be the third attempt, not so. The first attempt was when the committee was constituted under Professor Frimpong Boateng, which included 10 ministers. That committee failed spectacularly. And the document produced by Professor Frimpong Boateng bears eloquent testimony to the catastrophic failure. Then a new minister for lands and natural resources was appointed in the person of Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo. He sought to revive the fight against illegal small-scale mining and constituted or called for a national conference, and I was associated with the national conference. That too has failed. Now, if the president is minded within the last 2 years to
Alhaji? Hello, Alhaji. Okay, we've lost him, but point well made there on the issues relating to illegal mining. Well, some aspects of the media reports that Professor Frimpong Boateng has been referring to was captured by a JoyNews documentary produced by Erastus Asaridonko, highlighting some of the incidents and the claims that the former chair of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining has been referring to. Here are excerpts for you, and we'll be back.
We drive through roads made by these illegal miners in a once virgin restricted forest. They link one mining site to another deep in the reserve.
This is the Apamprama Forest Reserve, under the watch of the Forestry Commission. Now come with me as I take you through the devastation caused by illegal mining, even within a mining ban.
Many rare tree species nurtured for years have been felled with reckless abandon. At best, the miners process some into planks to construct makeshift sheds. The rest of the logs are buried deep under heaps of earth created around large uncovered pits. The destruction to these virgin forests is huge, over 15 different locations, each about the size of 10 football fields combined.
Several hectares of land destroyed in this manner, deep within the forest reserve. Now, many questions arise at the moment, and some of those questions are, so this devastation went on, and the Apraman Forest Reserve sites are right here. The Forestry Commission says it had no evil, it did not see anybody bringing in heavy equipment. This has lasted for close to a year. No government official got wind of it, or nobody was prepared to even face them.
At one such site in the Cobra Forest, head of security for mining firm Heritage Imperial Mining Company, ex-WO Adubuakin, told the task force it has the blessing of people he describes as high-powered to carry out operation in the area.
We are here, there's a document. No problem. A minor. Do you understand? I'm not a minor. So you
in the last 5 days, a bold and relentless enforcement of the ban on small-scale mining has led to arrest of 20 Chinese nationals, 4 of them in the Diaso Forest Reserve at the weekend. 10 of the excavators have been sent to Accra and many mining settlements destroyed by the task force. Task Force Commander W1 Isaac Nyako is overwhelmed by the wanton destruction of forest.
Indeed, this is the largest. In fact, I don't even know how to start and how to end. I'm even shocked seeing the ground like this. The largest so far at this very site.
Leader of the Interministerial Task Force, Nana Jekum, says the fight will continue. Reporting for Joy News, Erastus Asaredonko, Kumasi.
And pressure is continuing to mount on government to form a bipartisan committee that will probe this matter. Political activist and a member of the governing New Patriotic Party, Dr. Arthur Kobrina Kennedy, wants a full-scale parliamentary probe into the matter.
It's a damning, substantive, fact-filled report, and the idea that it sat on the president's desk for 2 years is unimaginable and unfathomable.
Some have said that it was presented to the chief of staff and that the president may not have seen it. Some have even gone as far as suggesting that if Professor Frimpong Boateng wanted this to gather the sort of steam he is putting out now, then he should have addressed it at the cabinet level. How do you respond to such concerns or comments?
Well, I mean, those saying that are not serious. To begin with, all around the world, everybody knows that when you hand a report to the chief of staff, it is as good as handing it to the president, unless the president wants to say he has no confidence in his chief of staff. As for presenting it at the cabinet level, at that time he had left the cabinet, so he couldn't have presented it to the cabinet. Furthermore, the report itself contains clear, unambiguous instances of him bringing up to the president the problems that the Interministerial Committee task force was having, particularly, for example, with regard to the senior minister, with regard to Sir John, with regard to a lot of others, and the president promising to address those. He didn't. So the idea that if he wanted to be serious, he would have presented it at the cabinet level, it's really a non-starter, and no serious person will say that. I think that not only that, I actually am happy that we're doing this on Joy News, because you and your reporter, Erastus Asaredonko, did some very brave reporting in which you highlighted a lot of the problems in Galamsey. There were instances where two groups of military people almost came to blows, with one group with the Interministerial Committee, another group protecting the Galamseyers. And this was aired and everybody saw it. So the idea that this report has been on the blind side of the president is really a joke and an insult both to the president's intelligence and integrity as well as to Ghanaians.
Both to the president's intelligence and integrity. Why do you say that?
I mean, it is obvious that those making the argument are not serving him well. You know, when you say that a president's chief of staff has had a report for 2 years, but he didn't know about it, I mean, that's really not on. And secondly, I'm also saying that the reporting by Joy FM and other news outlets should have come to the attention of the president. So the idea that he didn't know about it is really something that serious people should not claim.
Well, that's not the end of it. Professor of Law at PIJATS shares his view on why he believes there must be a probe into the matter.
For me, I think the matter was swept under the carpet. Because if you look at the reports, it is not just an ordinary report. It's not just an informal discussion as it is being alleged. Of course, we don't have all the complement of facts to come to a definite conclusion. But if you put the pieces together, the evidence can be corroborated to come to the conclusion that this is not just a personal rantings by the former minister about an issue that he confronted while doing his work as a minister and as part of the chair of that committee that was set up. So it is unfortunate that that is the spin that the government is putting on it. But it is obvious for well-meaning people to discern and to see that this is a deliberate attempt to sweep something under the carpet and to come up with some justification which does not seem to fly.
To come up with some justification that does not seem to fly. But what do you feel could have led to this situation? Why do you think, you say it was swept under the carpet, but why do you think that was?
Well, for a number of reasons. I think one is the obvious fact that who is running the show, the governance system that we have, who is running it, it's not just the government that has been brought to power. And so in this situation, you have some forces that work behind or are working behind the government. And it's not only peculiar to Ghana. It's as a result of the kind of democratic system that has been imposed on us. And so we have a system where people support campaigning and people need to be paid back for what they have put into the campaign exercise. And so for that matter, it's difficult for government to, expose such people. And for that matter, it creates a situation where some issues are swept under the carpet just to protect people who are in high places and who are involved in such practices. I think that is the bottom line.
And we'll keep watching the space and bring you some updates as and when we have them. You're watching the Pulse on the JoyNews channel. When we get back, Ghana is becoming a destination for luxury cars. However, they may have been stolen from some European countries. I bet you didn't know about this. We'll talk about it. Plus, get some reactions on that for you right here on the Pulse. Please stay.
Smile, Look lively, okay? Smile, smile. Is the money too small? A bad stomach ruins your day. Don't let it. Take Gastron, your most effective antacid for the relief of symptoms of peptic ulcer, heartburn, gas pain, flatulence, and indigestion.
Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Mwah. Can you bring down the smiles more? Gastron, effective relief from stomach discomfort. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcast and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Good to have you back here on The Pulse. Now, guess you've fallen in love with one of these luxurious cars and the others, as you see them on our streets, from Maybachs to Range Rovers, Mercedes, BMW, and some of the brands that you've seen around. Well, the Economic and Organized Crime Office says a number of these vehicles were stolen from the likes of Canada and other places through and actually brought into our country. Now, those who bought them have no idea at all that these vehicles are indeed stolen. But the question we're asking is, of course, why would Ghanaian vehicle dealers go and steal vehicles and then sell them to the unsuspecting public? Last week, of course, there were some engagements about this. The Chamber of Automobile Dealership Ghana and some stakeholders have been engaging on this. Today, we have the Vehicle Asset Dealers Association, who are, of course, the real owners of some of these seized vehicles by Yoko, who are equally raising concerns about them. Alhaji Saeed Rahman is the Administrative Secretary for the Vehicle Asset Dealers Union of Ghana. Opoku Echeman is the General Secretary of the group. Alhaji, how do you say it? How do you even say it? Just Mubarak or something?
Mubarak.
Oh, Eid Mubarak to you, Alhaji. Welcome. You're enjoying the holiday, I guess.
Yes, very well. Very well.
But it's not a good time for you in terms of business.
Yes.
You're complaining, for instance, together with Opoku, that your members are being harassed over these issues relating to stolen vehicles. Yeah. Do you have an idea of how many vehicles have been seized so far?
First and foremost, good afternoon and good afternoon to our viewers. Vehicle and Asset Dealers Union has been existing for almost about 20 years now. We have been dealing in used and new cars, buying and selling.
Right.
And we deal genuinely in cars. So, by the look of things, about 90% of cars that import into the country, we have been dealing with it. So we are there on last December 9th when Yoko came to our garages and he said some of the cars has been stolen. It was
a shock to you.
It was a shock to us.
You didn't believe that?
Yes.
Are you not holding brief for your colleagues, not knowing where necessarily all of the cars are coming from? Could that not be the case, that you don't know where all the cars are coming from?
Yes, it could be true because we buy, some of them import from outside, some of them buy from here, and some from the auction dealers we also deal with. So basically, that is this whole thing.
Okay. Opoku, let's talk about what moves you're taking and some of the steps you're taking to engage Yoko on this, because the harassment, as I understand the reports are pointing out, continues. Yoko is still coming after your members, going into some of the garages. How bad is the situation now as we speak?
Honestly, auto theft
has been in the system for quite some time now.
Okay. Right.
In the automotive industry, as far back as 1906.
Okay, so this is way back. It's not a new thing.
It's an old phenomenon.
Right.
I hope you understand. Daily, every month, yearly, thefts do go on in our industry. We are aware of this. And as a union, we took steps a couple of times to engage our members on, how to acquire, if you are acquiring online or via phone or via an individual or an agent, how to do it. When you are getting it from the port, how to go about it, where to conduct your searches from, to be able to make sure those cars are really cleared.
Right.
And so we were, as my colleague said, kind of surprised and shocked at the antagonistic posture of Iyoko. Because as a matter of fact, it made me feel that as businessmen and traders, for that matter, and ambassadors of a beloved country, we are not protected when it comes to the transactions that we do outside, which we believe that those transactions need to be sacred, it needs to be preserved and protected and respected for that matter. So if at least you have information that some of the cars that are in our garages are
stolen
allegedly stolen, at least no one can be more Catholic than the Pope. So what we expected was that at least we could be first contacted because we have a union. In fact, we have a union. If your sheep, for instance, is stolen, you have to go to the abattoir.
Right.
So you can't be on the media and then just try to cause damage or dent the reputation that we have been able to earn over the years.
So it's beginning to affect even the purchases, your business.
From December till now,
right.
the operation started, or the raid started in December 9th. From that time on through the Christmas festivities till date, we haven't been able to come up. And don't forget, we're now even coming up from the shocks of the COVID-19, which as a matter of fact, if you ask myself and my colleague and even the union chairman, none of our members nationwide benefited from the COVID-19 alleviation fund. So we are individually trying our best to be on our feet. And this thing just comes in as a big blow to us because you ask yourself, why this time?
Yeah.
And why now? Because from 7 years now, when this government came into power till date, every day, every month, yearly, auto theft goes on in these countries. The data is there. It can be checked on it.
But for those who are watching us now, who may not be aware of how you run the processes in terms of your procurement, Alaji, are you able to educate us briefly on that? Because I'm asking the question because the destination or the origin of the vehicles is not necessarily here in Ghana. So it's fair to say that they may have been stolen. Is that possibility there? What process do you normally go through?
Yeah, that one there can be possible. But what we mean is in our business, every business has a trade secret.
Okay.
Every business.
Yes, but there's a standard procedure that you go
the
through when you're purchasing.
do
you check?
Yes. We have documents and everything on the platform we checked. You'll be in your garage, somebody will come. Say, my brother, I'm selling this car. He'll give you the document. There's a document to it, which Ghana government, when it takes the duties, the customs and everything will give you the document. So we go to the customs and check the document. So this cars and everything. So they will clear, so this car is okay, so you can go ahead and sell it. But what is worrying us is, all the cars Iyoko has taken, we have paid duty on it. It's a fully paid duty, which the Ghana government is supposed to have checked before the cars was entered.
Okay, so your argument is, well, you've cleared me, even if it's a stolen car.
The government has cleared.
But it doesn't take away the fact that it may have been
what I mean is, it's a trade. And the government has all the apparatus, everything. I'm not defending to check. I'm in my garage and you have brought me the document and the car. Where should I check? Go to customs. Because I can't check from FBI, CIA. What we normally check is when you are at the port and there's an issue, they'll refer you to Interpol. So you go to Interpol, they will clear and you come and you take the car. We also have another platforms we check if the cars are genuine. We have other platforms we can do. We have checked auto-check and those platforms. We checked the VIN number and everything. The car.
So you check the vehicles, yeah.
Some of them has been cleared, the ones we have. So we are expecting the government has taken on the duty paid. We have examination fees on. So as a layman, my brother, government supposed to check from the, because the Interpol, who is dealing with the Interpol? It's the state apparatus.
Right.
And they are there. Cars are not like a mobile phone. They bring in those cars. You have taken duties, and I have come and parked the car in my garage, and I'm selling it as the normal practice. And you come and you said the car is stolen. So what are their agencies and those people who cleared the cars are now, they are also, everybody is quiet.
So there's no part, and I want to get that argument right, there's no part of your procurement process where it is likely, I'm not saying, and I'm not accusing you of doing it, where it is likely that someone could buy a stolen vehicle.
Yes.
Are you ruling that out? Is it that it's not possible?
No, it's
at all?
possible.
It's possible that you may buy a stolen vehicle.
Brother, let me come.
Okay.
You know, in every business activity or profession that a group of people come together to partake in, definitely there will be blemish. There is no profession globally
that you have
you wouldn't have ups and downs in there. And so we accept that, and we know that for a sure. But the direction and the manner, if you want to fight a menace, is either the way you go about it could reduce that menace, or it could go a long way to dent the reputation of the individuals who are doing the business, or the profession. Our issue here is we do due diligence. I don't think any confident and bold thief, allegedly thief, will be able to come into the country with, you know, vehicles which are stolen, as we say, allegedly, and then approach this robust custom procedures that we have in our country. Come out, cleared, pay the required duties
on the
allegedly stolen vehicle, and then when we are fighting this complex nature of a war against auto theft, we will leave those institutions which are mandated and well resourced to undertake some of these checks. For instance, the GRA can't leave them out.
You always pay your duties and whatever it is.
Interpol out. You can't leave national security out. The Marine Police, the Ghana Standard Authority and all that, because why do I say this? We have their heavy presence at the port, the various ports of entry. So ask yourself, my brother, can somebody who has stolen a good be able to go through this
and still get in a position of the vehicle? But what steps are you taking?
And also display or parade those vehicles in garages. My brother, you and I, since I'm a young man, from younger age to date, I've never seen a thief or an armed robber or a fraudster who deals in business in broad daylight. I haven't seen some before. So who will have that guts to be selling stolen goods in garages?
I see that you're not happy about how Yoko is going about the issue, but for your members as well, are you taking steps, for instance, for the sake of your members, to, for instance, engage Yoko?
We've done that already. Okay. In fact, initially, we were expecting that since we have a union, even tomato sellers, sorry to say that, have a union or they have an association, how much more vehicle importers in the country? We do have. And Yoko knows us. They could have approached us with whatever material they had, purporting that we had stolen vehicles in our possession. And at least you talk to us, bring a document along, or you ask us on the point or the verge of you picking up those cars or seizing those cars. You ask us for the kind of documents we have in possession, at least purporting that those vehicles are ours and they are not stolen. You don't come in a Rambo style, take these vehicles away, about 39 vehicles or 38 vehicles initially, take them away, and then later release have a press
release,
and then emphatically telling us that you have been able to clamp down the syndicates of this auto theft.
It's as though they are roping your association in.
That is it.
And that's why I want us to look at the remedial measures. Okay. What measures are you taking going forward to address this? The 38 cars, have you retrieved all of them, by the way?
Okay, so that Yoko was demanding for some documents
on the 38.
Yes.
On the 38.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come to that.
So we and the lawyers, our lawyers and then we went and we have gathered everything and we have submitted the documents to Yoko for almost about a month now. For even Yoko to receive, to write to us, we have received your documents as at now.
Nobody is responding to us.
Through the lawyer, through our...
So where are the vehicles, by the way?
The vehicles are impounded.
They are with them. And just imagine these heavy, luxurious vehicles. If you park for 2 weeks without attending to, just imagine what will happen to the damage. And some of the cars, the chassis they produce to us is different from the ones on the cars. So, Yoko, are they being... What is the rationale behind what they are doing? Because if we are importing over 80,000 cars to the country every year, and we are looking for 400, do you go out and telling the public they should, where are they going to look for? You should give options. Oh, when you are buying a car, this is the process. Have they given any alternatives? It's the same alternative we are using to sell the cars, is you are giving to the general public. What we mean is, now the Ghanaian people, we are dealing with
the public.
The public. And the Yoko is there without doing anything. He will just issue a statement and you go and relax. We will do it, we will take it to court. They will say, go to Yoko, do the... We are doing everything possible, but Yoko is not responding.
But what systems do you have yourself? I mean, of checking the vehicles. You're talking about some of the auto check, some of the platforms you have.
My brother.
Have you given those systems out?
You see, with the procedure of buying cars from outside the country, anybody in our business will attest to the fact that you can't buy a stolen, you can't stay in Ghana here and buy a stolen vehicle.
Why are you so sure about that?
Because of where we get our cars from.
Okay. Yes. You are sure, 100% sure of the source?
The procedure through which a car can be imported through the various organizations which are the various ports and crossing borders of these countries of origin. That is our issue. Okay, we have privately organized, privately sponsored organizations. Right. We have government-sponsored organizations, all checking this auto. This thing is not an issue of. It's not a small thing where you can just impound 3 or 4 cars or 100 cars, and then you go to sleep thinking that this menace will just cease automatically. We are talking about a yearly stealing of about 1.2 million in US alone.
Yeah, so Yoko has every right to be concerned, isn't it? That it does happen.
If you have a right to be concerned, we don't doubt it. But what is the procedure that you are using to clamp down
on these vehicles? Do you know someone who's personally been affected out of this, or have you?
We have a victim.
You also been affected?
Yes. We have a couple of members in our union who are affected by this auto theft issue. And as a matter of fact, a couple of cars have been seized. I initially told you, we were talking about 39 cars which were impounded. About 38 or 37 of them are from members in our union.
Because they came for it at the garage.
Okay, and you asked us to produce legally the documents, and you gave us the requirement you wanted. You asked us to either produce the sale or purchase agreement, produce ship manifest, bill of lading, or a proof of payment of duty.
And all of these?
All of these have been provided to you as at 28th March 2023 this year. Until to date, no response has been heard from their courtesy, either through our council or our legal counsel.
I'm interested in what next steps you'll be taking, legally speaking, because we don't know what your options are now. I'm sure that you've tried You keep trying to reach out to Yoko. There's no response. Are you heading to court on this? What are you?
We are already in court about this. But we wouldn't want to sit aloof and watch the source of our livelihood just collapse and go down the drain anyhow. Because as we speak, the union has a membership of about 7,000 plus nationwide. And we
7,000 dealers.
Yes, and we have dependents on us as well. You know, when we don't import vehicles or when we are not in business, these auto sprayers, key programmers, what have you,
can also not deal.
Of course, they can also not be in business. Okay, and so definitely we wouldn't sit aloof.
Alhaji, I'm interested in your story, for instance. You were talking about the fact that, for instance, you've been affected. Is it the case that, so once the car is there, obviously you can't sell? So you are basically running out of business?
Yes, they have taken the car and they have taken the...
Are they that expensive? Or, I mean...
My brother, we have talked...
Luxurious vehicles.
Yes.
Very.
I have a friend which has a car. They pay the duty of almost about 410,000 Ghana.
That's a lot of money.
The car is selling for $200,000.
Wow.
And you have just taken the car just like that and packed. Said that allegedly.
The condition no one knows. Even if it's safe right now, no one knows.
So let's deal with you one-on-one. Okay, this is the process we want you to go through. We have done that. And what we are saying is that it could be allegedly fine. But what is the process? What is the... So Yoko sitting down and giving the media information without... We, the affected, from the group. They are not being fair to us.
Okay.
You demanded documents. We have given out the documents to you. In fact, what proves that those cars belong to those affected members have been given to you. Copy of those documents have been given to you. So what next? You wouldn't respond to us. 3 weeks down the line, we hear about it in the Daily Graphic. Something which initially, when we sat to meet with you, the Yoko boss, made it point blank that is something we shouldn't be on a media platform. We need to make sure the right things are done, right documents are being checked, and then the cars will be released. But what do we have here?
Okay, since it's affecting your business, we're wrapping up, but I'll give you the opportunity to speak to the general public on, for instance, what they should be on the lookout for when dealing with your members, and also perhaps reassuring them that the cars you're selling out there, they are not stolen cars. You have any message for them?
As a matter of
and perhaps what they should be on the lookout for. I'm sure that will be very helpful because so people can deal with the genuine groups such as yours, which is, of course, dealing in these vehicles.
All that we want to say and the information we want to pass out is they should have confidence dealing with us like they have done over the years. About 20-something years with the Vehicle and Asset Dealers Union of Ghana, who solely deal in used vehicles, slightly used vehicles from outside the country. As a matter of fact, there are solutions to which they can adhere to, because auto theft does not only go on outside this jurisdiction, it even goes on in here. And so we can only let them understand that since auto manufacturers have added this anti-robbery or anti-theft technology into almost all the cars, those criminals have also upgraded
a way of doing things.
Doing things. And so all we ask is that make sure when you are buying a car, like they always do, because let's say about 10 years, 12 years down the line, I believe your car, when you are even about buying your car, you take the chassis, you go online to these websites, either Interpol, their database, they have this stolen motor vehicle database, which is being accessed, and instantly you have a result. You can also go to this VEN searches platforms, the notable ones. I don't want to mention names to beef up there.
Oh no, probably you want to give the information out there so that
you give a little token,
check.
You pay a little online, and then they will do cross-check of the last sale that took place, even how much the person bought the car for, will be reviewed during those searches, and they do it. Our customers know about this.
But are there some meetings coming up in the course of the week that should be engaging your core on this while you also pursue this what else is happening in court? Yeah.
Okay. After the holidays, our lawyers are going back to Yoko
Okay.
to the response because we gave them the documents.
The documents
we are
for
waiting
the
for them
38 counts.
yes. But we are assuring the general public we want our worry is the government is silent.
Okay.
We don't know because paying card.
Have you tried the trade ministry?
We have petitioned the chairman. Select committee
we are
on
working
defense and interior. That was
when was that?
24th of February. We are yet to receive a response. We copied even the ranking member, Honorable James.
So you've been working really hard.
Yeah, yes, because it's something which is affecting our business. Because no one wants to be tagged as somebody who has stolen. So you know Ghanaians and our typical. If somebody said, this man is a thief, do you think that people will come? That is why we are so say, Yoko, you have the right to do your job.
Something.
But we also have the right to do our business.
You see,
and
we
it's
are
affecting us.
We are being made to think that maybe it's another way, another tactic to, cause disaffection to our customers, and also to bring down the patronage of the home use vehicles, and if possible, hop onto this new assembly.
Okay, but we don't want to go into that. That's another controversial area. We don't have the evidence for now.
That's how we feel. Because over the years,
we don't have
we import
100,000
vehicles are imported into the country yearly.
I get the point.
Yes, and
but I'm just saying we don't have the evidence.
Account for 90,000. We account for 90,000.
Okay.
And you are telling me that because of 35 vehicles which are allegedly stolen, you want to blacklist our business? No, you don't have to do that.
I see. Well, definitely the conversation will go on. We'll still be watching the space. After the holidays, of course, we're getting an indication that the vehicle dealers will be back to mount pressure. Alhaji Said Rahman is the Administrative Secretary for the Vehicle Asset Dealers Union of Ghana, and Joshua Opoku Antiman is the General Secretary of the group. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And, of course, we'll keep following up on their concerns. Well, it's just a week to that. Of course, celebration that many in the Central region are on the lookout for. And here in Ghana as well, it's about the Abuachiri Festival, gear hunting. What's the significance and what do you need to know about the festival? We'll tell you about it, plus some other stories here on The Pulse. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Fortune rice, it needs just a little water. The grains don't stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA approved.
Mothers go above and beyond to give us 5 times the love. Tell us how much your mom means to you and let's HD Plus make it feel like 5 times the star this Mother's Day. From 13th April to 1st May 2023, record and send a 30-second video about how amazing your mom is. Feely to the WhatsApp number 020-0044-420. The video will compete with other entries to win one of the 65-inch NASCO flat screen TVs with an HD Plus module for mom. HD Plus, the feely.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
And it's just about a week to this year's edition of the Abuachiri Deer Hunting Festival in Winneba. And already the excitement is building up ahead of the event. The Asafo groups, as we understand, have started parading through the Winneba township as they of course, energizing the populace in anticipation of that festival. Well, with a history of clashes during the festival, the organizers have stepped up security to prevent any of such occurrence this time round. Let's bring in Bismarck Odum Saki. He is, of course, manager of one of the media houses there in the area, also an enthusiast about this festival. Nice to be speaking to you, Bismarck, and thank you for joining us here on the Pulse. Let's start off by talking about, first of all, how the euphoria is going into this festivities.
Thank you so much, Blessed, and thanks for having me on your program. It's been great. It's been exciting down here in Winneba. You can imagine, that's why I couldn't come to the studio. I just couldn't see myself leaving the excitement and coming to the studio.
I see.
But it's fun here. We are warming up to arguably the biggest festival in Ghana, the Agbeko Festival, the Deer Hunting Festival, the festival that we all learn about when we are in school. So it is coming on the first week of May, and already plans are in place. Like you rightly said, the Asafo groups, that is the Trafo and Dentifo, are already parading through towns. The Asafo songs are being sung at various houses, at various locations, in various radio stations in Winneba. In fact, the chiefs and elders, the traditional council, everyone is poised for this year Agbeko Festival. And this year, I'm been amazed. The excitement is unprecedented. So are we looking forward to a successful celebration of the Agbeko Festival 2023?
And for those who may not be aware about the history of this festival itself, how exciting is it? And tell us about it.
Okay, so the Agbeko Festival is the deer hunting festival. Actually, it didn't start as a deer hunting festival. History tells that the festival started with human beings. I mean, the gods requested that we should sacrifice human beings for them. At a point in time, it got to a point in time, our elders complained about that. So they said, okay, fine. Then why don't you do tiger? Then they realized that before they catch one tiger, actually, the tiger might have killed a lot of people. So they went back to the gods and they arrived on deer. So the Deer Hunting Festival has been a festival for the people of the Futus for a long time. A long time. A lot of stories are being told. This is one aspect that I know about and I've been told about. A lot of different stories are being told about that. But I came to see the Deer Hunting Festival, where the two Asafo groups go in search of live deer from the forest to bring it to the chief to step on it and to do the rituals around it. So basically, the Deer Hunting Festival is the festival of the people of the Futu, precisely Simpa, the people of Winneba, and it is about catching a live deer from the forest to the town.
I see, interesting history there. And how about the processes marking the event? What's a normal process, the expectation? What starts off or kicks off the event? Is it just about the Asafo groups making some, doing some parading around the community?
No. There are a lot of activities that will go on. In fact, we have two sides of the whole thing. We have the rituals and the traditional events, which will go on and which will be done by the traditional council. We also have the entertainment aspect of it, which the youth definitely will take ownership of. So for the ritual, we have a lot of gods in Winneba. Winneba, I would say, is a town of gods. So the Winneba, we carry gods as part of the festival. So during the festival, we will parade the gods through the principal streets of Winneba. So if you allow me, starting this Saturday, which is 29th of this month, on the 29th, in preparation for the festival, we are going to do planting of trees at the Trafo hunting grounds. Because of the modern age and other things, some people are encroaching into the hunting grounds. So we want to reverse that by planting of seeds, and that has continued. That started a long time ago, about 3 years ago. Nenyi Gate the 7th, and the traditional council has been doing that. So that is on the 29th. On the 30th, we will have a musical concert, gospel musical concert at Liberation Square. On Monday, that's 1st May, there will be a sanitation. And then on Tuesday, sanitation, clean-up exercise through the town. On Tuesday, there will be a health walk and a regatta. Boat race. You know boats, right? So the fishermen would use their boat for a race, and there will be a tug of war between the two Asafo groups. That's the Dente and the Triafo. The tug of war. You will see who is stronger, which group is stronger. Mostly the Dente and the Triafo. This is an interesting event that you should watch. On Wednesday, we have a football tournament. Already, what we call the Abuatre Cup started a month earlier, and we've played. The 3rd place will be played on Wednesday. On Thursday, there will be a cooking competition. The Friday is a beautiful day that each and everyone should be in Winneba. It's the parading of deities. So on the Thursday, the dance people will carry Basa. It's a god, and that god, when he's carried, you see tons of people following the god. On Friday, the Triafo people will carry Jamisi, and the Dentefo people will carry the Eskama. All of them will happen on the Saturday, which is the main day. That is the day we go to the forest to hunt for the deer and bring it to the Deba ground. After that, we do what we call the Akusia Lontuba. One lady, one man in a queue. Those who catch the deer first, that is our celebration. That's our way of celebrating the Abuatre Festival. This one is for the youth. Very interesting. Okay. And then on Sunday, we continue with the rituals and then the Abuatre Cup finals.
Okay, I see. Earlier, you were talking about how, of course, there are concerns about deforestation, the forest in which the hunting is even done. How bad is the situation now?
Okay, so there are two causes to that. We have some cattle rearers around the area. So the cattle have been feeding in that area. Two, development is happening. So settlement is encroaching into the forest area. It is worrying. However, for some years now, we are mitigating that challenge by introducing the planting of trees. As the traditional council has introduced the planting of trees. And for Assad last year, they had planted about 8,000 trees. And they are looking forward to also see how they can dialogue with the cattle people and give them another place to get their cattle. So that is it for now. For now, I would say it's getting better.
Okay. And then this is supposed to open up the area to, tourism opportunities and all of that. Would you say that businesses in the community are doing that, adjusting themselves to it?
Definitely. The whole, when it's Abuatre, when it's time for Abuatre, from Winneba Junction to Winneba, there are a lot of businesses. New businesses spring up, a lot of things, right from run-of-by and restaurants to the beach. People come there to sell. In fact, corporate Winneba is ready. Nightlife in Winneba is ready. We have a lot of pubs, Biggies, Tempest, Gloriaca, all of them. They are ready. Heritage, they are all ready. And of course, hotels too are ready for the event. To start the event this Saturday, my media house is doing what we call the Rep Your Jersey. Everyone is wearing the jersey of the team he supports, and we are moving through the principal streets of Winneba just to create the awareness that Abuatre is coming. So from there, the entertainment activities goes on and on. Monday, we are doing the ride with JKA, James Kofi Annan, and then it goes on and on like that.
Okay, I'm grateful.
In fact, it's going to be interesting this year.
Right. We'll have to leave it here. Thank you for joining us here on The Pulse. And one of the conceptions in the public domain about the Anopheles mosquito has been its ability to withstand extreme temperatures. But is it really a true situation? That's the question we're asking, of course, in the second of our series on unraveling the Anopheles mosquito. JoyNews medical correspondent Dr. Neta Passam looks at the insect's, of course, temperature resilience. She spoke to Dr. Kingsley Beidou, Vice President of Pan-Africa Mosquito Control Association of Ghana.
What time is it? 7:30. time the Anopheles stephensi is usually out. We've already spoken about the peak biting times of the Anopheles stephensi, that is from 6 p.m. to around 9 p.m. But is it just about the peak biting time? What about temperature? We have heard that it's able to withstand high temperatures. Really?
For extreme temperature, I'm not sure we can say it is adapted to extreme temperatures. What we do know from knowledge available is the fact that it has high tolerance. I mean, the spectrum of tolerance for temperature is broader compared to that of the Anopheles gambiae. For example, it's been reported that it's able to endure temperatures about 3.4 degrees Celsius lower and higher than that of the Anopheles gambiae. So which means that if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive somewhere 16, 17 degrees Celsius, is able to go lower, 3.4 degrees lower than that. And if Anopheles gambiae is able to survive 33, 34, 35 degrees Celsius, it's capable of going 3.4 degrees Celsius above that. And so, I mean, perhaps that gives it the ability to adapt to broad conditions of temperature. And perhaps one of the reasons why it's able to invade Africa coming from.
So, protect yourself against the Anopheles stephensi mosquito by sleeping under insecticide-treated mosquito nets, wearing long clothing, making use of insect repellents, and using indoor residual spraying. For Joy News, Dr. Detta Pasram.
And now let's focus on the security situation in Sudan, because over 60 Ghanaian students have fled Sudan's deadly fighting after two opposing forces refused to call for a ceasefire. The 62 students of the country from Ghana here heading to the Ethiopian border were rescued, and aid will be offered. Meanwhile, some 23 other students are still caught up in the shooting and shelling in the country's capital, Khartoum, after more than a week's fighting. The Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars, the mother body of the Ghanaian students studying in the diaspora, have been working their links around the world to support the students who are currently terrified. President of the Union, Lord McMenza, has been updating Joy News on the situation. Well, it appears we don't have that. But fortunately, Lord McMenza is joining us now via Zoom. Thank you, sir, for joining us at this crucial moment. What updates are you receiving on the status of these students? Have they made their way finally to the border?
Well, not to the border, but they have left Khartoum. Hello and good afternoon to your listeners, to everybody as well. First of all, thanks for having us, and thank also for your concern and prayers for our student in the situation currently as we have it in Khartoum, Sudan. We also want to thank everyone who is contributing towards, helping our student to safety. So the situation is, the updates we have now is that the final batch of Ghanaian students and scholars has now left Khartoum and are on their way towards a city close to the border. And there they will assemble, and then we'll organize how to get them across the border safely.
Okay, you say that you've been trying to work out your links to at least establish contact with these 23, as we understand, who are stuck within Khartoum. Have you been successful?
Oh yeah, I just spoke to, I'm in constant communication with them. We are in constant communication with them. And let me use this opportunity to, first of all, thank the Ghanaian student leaders in Sudan, particularly the president and the ex-president Kassim and Latif, Mr. Latif, who have worked tirelessly to get our students out of Khartoum and on their way. We are in communication with them. A minute ago, I spoke with them again. So they're on the bus heading towards a city close to the Ethiopian border.
And the idea of even studying in Khartoum itself, knowing that this is a flashpoint, I'm not blaming the students, to be fair to them, but what would motivate Ghanaian students to, for instance, study in that area?
Well, I think if you are aware of the history of Africa, you will know that Sudan has, in the past, been one of the focal point of education. They have very good universities there, except for a few, close to a decade or more that they've had unstable governance in Sudan. Apart from that, Islamic scholars have always been attracted to study in Sudan because of their religion and also with the structure of education in that country. So I think it would be unfair to underestimate education in Sudan. But again, if you say why Ghanaians are there, well, everyone has their own motivation why they want to study in a certain area or a certain country. Plus, we also understand that some students were given partial scholarships, so maybe that might also be an attraction for some of them to go there. Yeah.
Right. Have we identified the identities of all these 23 students, just for safety purposes?
Yes, exactly. We have a list. We have their name, their date of birth, and everything, the university they were studying in. We have a list of all the students, including 4 footballers who were not students but were playing professional football in Sudan. They have also joined students, and they are on their way to safety.
And initially, the impression was that this evacuation exercise was a coordinated one that was supposed to be run by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Do we know why that's not happening?
So I think we underestimate, a lot of the time we underestimate how diplomacy and governance work. People tend to blame African countries, but I think it has to do with logistics. And also most of these countries, we don't have the capacity and also the influence to just go in somebody's country and start organizing evacuation, just like America and UK would do. They have what it takes. And so a lot of the times, it will have to be that our government to go through diplomacy, negotiations, and also rely on some other missions abroad to help our students.
I'm not asking about what the ideal situation ought to be. I'm asking based on what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration has told us, that they were carrying out a coordinated evacuation exercise in consultation with Cairo and then through Ethiopia. That's why I'm asking the question as to where their role is with what's happening. Okay. That's why I'm asking the question. Are you doing this independent of the efforts that we're seeing from the ministry? That's my question to you, sir.
No, not at all. There is no embassy in Sudan in the first place. So Egypt is the one communicating with the students. But as it stands now, they cannot do anything for the students as the students are in Khartoum. So that's why they're asking the students to move towards the borders. So once they cross over to Ethiopia, then there will be proper provision to get them to safety, either by airlifting them or whatever means they use to get them.
Okay, so if I'm getting you right, this is a directive officially from the Foreign Ministry or through our consulate or embassies around the area asking students to move by themselves towards the Ethiopian border. Is that what the students tell you?
Yeah, this is what the situation always is. Like also in
no, I'm asking about what the students have told you as their personal account.
Yes.
They've been asked to move towards the borders.
Yes, they've been asked to move out of Khartoum and towards the borders. Then arrangement will be made to safely evacuate them.
Okay, how far is this journey? And have you, of course, you've been trying to trigger some links and networks around the area to ensure a smooth passage. How far is the journey? Are we certain that all these 23 will be safe?
4 hours from Khartoum to where they are assembling now.
I'm asking the question about safety because if it's 4 hours, have you triggered enough sufficient routes for these students to use and to get to the border safely?
So they're not directly going to the border now. We are asking them to assemble somewhere town close to the border. Then they will be escorted towards the border, and an arrangement will be to get at the borders. So where from Khartoum to where they are going now is 4 hours, and I think the fighting is currently in Khartoum. It is intensified in Khartoum. So once they leave Khartoum, we are hoping that there would not be any danger on the way going to the borders. One of the reasons why they couldn't travel, the remaining couldn't travel last night, was because they were afraid that something might happen. They might be hijacked, or the buses may be attacked on their way. So the driver decided against it, that they were not traveling nights, but set off this morning, and so they are on their way. So for safety, yes, I think we've not heard anything yet. Those who set off yesterday have arrived safely. So the remaining will also be arriving soon.
Is it your estimation that besides these 23 individuals, that's the full complement? We don't have any other Ghanaian, Ghanaian students, since that's your interest, studying in Khartoum?
Yeah, there are 4 universities that we are aware of that our members who were, the list that was given to us, 4 universities that we have Ghanaian students in, they are all based in Khartoum. So I have asked the president to check and be sure that we don't have any students in other cities or towns in Sudan apart from Khartoum, so that if there are, then we will also find a way to organize safety route for them to leave Sudan.
I see. Since this is your own civil initiative, how much is this costing you, for instance?
Monetary-wise, we have not tallied any sum of money yet. I think when they get to where they are now, before we will look at the cost. Initially, if they were to leave 2-3 days ago, it was going to cost them $25,000 a passenger or a student leaving Khartoum going. But as I'm speaking to you now,
sorry, you mean 25,000 US dollars, you say?
No, Sudanese dollars.
25,000 Ghana cedis. Is that the point?
Sudanese dollars.
Oh, Sudanese dollars. 25,000 Sudanese dollars to move.
Yeah, but it's costing them now 85 instead of 25. So that's a huge jump in cost of transport alone. And when they get to where they're going now, and I spoke to them, they were complaining about food arrangements. So we are also organizing to see how we can get food stuff to them where they are before they arrived, so that they will not be hungry and exhausted.
Well, let's see about that, Lord Mensah. We need to, of course, laud your initiative as the Global Union of Ghana Students, helping our nationals there in Khartoum. We'll definitely get in touch with you later on to get some updates on them. Grateful for your time. Now, over 100 people who were displaced by tidal waves at Moray in the central region are yet to receive support. Many families are struggling to find shelter and food after their homes were affected when the tragedy struck last week. Richard Kojinyako visited the community and has come through with this report.
The strong waves swept through the town and displaced many. Days after the tragedy, the affected persons are still struggling to find shelter and food. Kwekwata Penyin is a resident here at Moray. More than 15 houses have been destroyed. Where the women used to smoke their fish have all been flattened. There was a filling station where I'm currently standing. It's been taken over by the sea. We are appealing to the president to intervene and help us out of the situation.
and you paying for our account would say, yes, someone. Now, you are the crew, but obeying a kumotu, the Guani, Echian Sana, Yelba Bohe, the daughter, the baby of Fibe. Yabana and the Drew. Minucation, why in soon.
Sofoku Ekuteria is Embrentahin of Mori.
We all ran away when the disaster struck. When we returned, we saw that our buildings had collapsed. Now many of the people don't even know where to lay their heads. As I speak, a woman and her daughter are sleeping under a shed. The strong waves went beyond 100 meters of the shore into our homes. The Premix fuel station here and many of the canoes of the fishermen have all been destroyed.
The regent of Mori, Nana Obokesiampa the first, is distraught.
We had a very catastrophic event here. If not for God, Ghana would be mourning the entire Mori community. The sea waves, the tidal waves, and it was just crazy. And it's not the first time. This has been happening. We have been trying to reach out to government leaders to support us, to no avail. So last Monday, what happened is like the last straw that broke the camel's back. You see these households, they've all been displaced. Now we have hundreds of people with no shelter. When you come to Mori, you have what we call patasi. Every community has patasi. So these people has been reduced to sleeping under the sheds. Some are mothers, some are feeding their young babies. It's just sad. It's just so sad. If I should walk you right now to the community, you see people carrying their babies with no place to stay. So as a matter of urgency, this is an emergency. We need government to pay attention to us. We feel neglected. We feel like we have been so marginalized. No one is really concerned about the plight of Mori. But Mori is a very powerful community.
The Chief Executive Officer of Kwa Mixture, Professor Ato Duncan, who hails and resides in the district, called for government intervention to help support the community.
So this is the time all of us must stand up and see what we can do to help this community. I'm coming from the Center of Awareness Global Peace Mission point of view. This is an institution that seeks to address issues confronting peace. And I believe that this is a very serious issue confronting peace. Now about 100 people have been displaced, and you don't know what will happen in the next few weeks and few months. So I think that something must be done as early as possible. And this is a huge task. No individual can take this upon himself to fix this particular but there's a need to build a defense wall. So I'm pleading with the government to come in with immediate effect as early as possible. I'm also pleading with the World Bank also to consider if something can be given out for this particular project to be done as early as possible.
He donated some items to help assuage the suffering of the affected people. From Mori, Richard Kujanyako reporting.
And some Muslims in Dubai, of course, they use the Ramadan season to seek God's intervention for the growth of our country. With the current economic turmoil, many of these Ghanaian students join locals of some Sharaj Al-Qasima University to pray for the turnaround of the country. My colleague Jackson Osei has been monitoring events closely from the United Arab Emirates, narrates how some of these students express optimism that their call to Allah about Ghana will yield results.
Eid-ul-Fitr is being celebrated across the whole world. Today, JoyNews, we are here at Al-Qasima University in Sharjah State in the UAE. We've come to talk to some of our Ghanaian brothers here in the university. We want to find out how education is ongoing here and even how the whole fasting went for them. What are the benefits they got to from the fasting, and also how education or everything here in the UAE is treating them. We want to find out if they are ready to come back to Ghana to help with the knowledge they've acquired here in Al-Kasmiyah University, or they would want to go to a different country.
So far, I would say Alhamdulillah, it's been great. Because, getting the opportunity to travel outside and study, not everybody gets the opportunity, so we are thankful, inshallah. If we come, do they use us? No. If you put us in position that we can affect change, I think we are all happy to help because it's our country. If it's good for all of us. If it's bad for all of us. So if you put us in places to affect changes, I think it will help. But the problem is when you come back, there are no opportunities for you. So you come back and then continue your life where you left off. So that's the problem we are facing. Give the youth the opportunity. Because there are people who have ideas, who have many things to contribute to the economy, to the nation, on building the country, things we learn outside. But there are no opportunities. So if you don't have the opportunity, you cannot do anything. So you'll just be sitting there, doing nothing. In Ghana, I keep praying. All things will be possible. Things are possible. Things will be possible. We just have to keep praying and then working hard towards our goal. Everything will be fine, inshallah. As for me personally, let's see where the lower life takes us, inshallah. I cannot say for sure. But if life takes us back to Ghana, inshallah, we are happy to contribute to the nation. If it takes us somewhere else, maybe someday we come back and contribute some other way.
My name is Haruna Saibo from Ghana, the northern part of Ghana, Tamale. We are at Al-Kasmiyah University in Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. I came here in the year 2019, 4 years now. We give thanks to the Almighty Allah for making it possible for us to begin the fasting right from the beginning up to the end of it, which ended yesterday. And today marks, the first of Shawwal, which is, the happiest day of, all Muslims across the globe. We have come today, to thank the Almighty Allah for making the Ramadan possible for us. And we also come here to thank the Almighty Allah for, for His bounties and for His blessings upon us and all Muslims across the globe. Actually, comparing the system here to that of the system in Ghana, I would say that maybe because of, technology, I would say that the system here is, a little bit better, compared to, the level of technology here, the advancement, in technology. Because we come and realize that, when we started online classes, online lectures, we came to realize that we are lacking behind. As Africans, we are lacking behind as people who doesn't know how to, use the technology or the methodology of teaching and learning, in our online teaching and learning. But right now, we are getting used to the system. That is the online teaching and learning system. We extend our greetings to our brothers and sisters in Ghana, all Muslims, all brothers and sisters in Ghana. We also thank especially people, who came to, who put barakah in our lives, people who changed our lives, especially where we are standing right now, Al-Kasmiyah University. Our thanks goes to the financier. Our thanks goes to the founder of this university, Dr. Muhammad Sultan Abdul Qasim. May Allah bless him and bless his entire family.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Abdurrahman Rahimov from Uzbekistan. Ramadan is very nice and beautiful in UAE because all things we can do, and as a student we have scholarship, and there is no any issue with food and other things. And actually I prefer to eat fruits and some liquids like water or other things, and they are also different in UAE. So there is no any issue with fasting, alhamdulillah. A happy Ramadan for all. I wish all the best for you, and taqabbalallah minna minkum. Hayat mubarak bo'lsin, hammamizdan Alloh rozi bo'lsin.
prayer for the Eid-ul-Fitr has come to an end at Al-Qasimiyya University here at Sharjah in the UAE. We got to talk to some of our brothers from Ghana, and they've made us know what will go into this Eid-ul-Fitr celebration and also what they expect from Ghanaians, even as they are here in someone's state. Reporting from Al-Qasimiyya University here in Sharjah in the UAE. My name is Jackson Osei-Ntiamo. JoyNews.
While staying on the festivities, Ashanti Regional Minister has advised the Muslim youth to conduct themselves righteously to reduce the worrying trend of the deviant practices which hampered national development. Simon Osei says that admonition comes at the heels of the increasing numbers in teenage pregnancies, thievery, cybercrime, and substance abuse amongst the youth in the region. He's encouraged the community to ensure peaceful coexistence. Emmanuel Bright Kuku has more.
The Ashanti Regional Minister blames the spate of deviant behaviors on child negligence, leniency of parental control, and streetism. He urged Muslims to reflect on the essence of the Eid celebration to conduct themselves righteously in ensuring tranquility and development.
I wish to draw your attention to some other social cankers that have remained a bane in our society. Of much interest to me are the issues of teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, cybercrime, armed robbery, which have reached alarming proportions in our communities. Let me say that some of these deviant behaviors are developed because of child delinquencies, lack of parental care and control, as well as streetism, which were unchecked during early childhood development. Let us use this occasion to reflect on how we can conduct ourselves better for the benefit of the nation. Our conduct should guide the younger generations to shun vengeance, violence, indiscipline, and other negative attitudes.
Representative of the Asante, Nana Abdul Rahman Bodi, is worried over the affiliation of the Muslim community to misdemeanors in the country.
Musa Mohammed, Ibrahim Tanku, Tiababu Bahani Aquacobo, Kwakuyabu Abako, Afra, and Zango Paninfu in Yinala. Miss Lamo near Henfo, Miniamo Henfo, Ame Batomo, in Yinala, Miss Lamo, Monemo Mano Etna, Namono, Tuamofo. Reports
suggest the emergence of jihadist activities in neighboring countries, with about 200 Ghanaians integrated into 4 notorious jihadist groups operating in West Africa. Deputy Director of Counter-terrorism at the National Security, Daniel Osebonso, prevailed on the Muslim community to support the government to curtail jihadist activities.
Gone are the days when people came to live with us and they went to the elders to seek for advice or seek for permission. Now it's done no more. So we have engaged the leaders that they should pay attention, given that there is an emergence of jihadist activities around us. But we know that the bond and the security we have created in this country, it remains robust and resilient. Hence, we require your cooperation. We require that you support us so that some of our brothers and sisters will not be recruited. We are here to ensure that we build Ghana together with you. National security cannot do the job alone. We need you.
Some Muslim youth welcomed the message, advising their brethren not to fall prey to such social misbehaviors.
What I have to say to them is we have to bring ourselves down and keep on praying, that, hoping that inshallah it shall be well. Yeah, giving yourself out so cheap wouldn't be something that will help in the future.
When the youth are educated as to what to do, and when they are engaged in so many things, it abstains them from indulging themselves in illegal activities.
People decide not to go to school, and then they want to force on them. If someone decides not to go to school, there are other options. You can let the person learn other works. But then if you tend to force school on them, and they don't want it, they will end up following bad friends, skipping school, doing a lot of stuff.
If everybody talk to him, chat inside the house, so I believe inshallah outside we cannot get any cases like the way the Otunfo this thing Chami talking about.
The Eid-ul-Fitr celebration is marked by Muslims globally to end the holy month of Ramadan. The month-long prayers and fasting is traditionally climaxed with observatory prayers for all Muslims, after which families gather to share meals, exchange gifts, and engage in charitable acts. We thank God for a new year. We are going home to make merry, but we pray to God to bless us with long life and prosperity. I'll be preparing tuzafi for my husband and his friends. Happy Eid to everyone. There are lots of foods and drinks at home. Everyone is invited.
So for the Muslim community here in the Ashanti region, they are grateful to Allah for a successful Ramadan. They are hoping the new year brings in peace, joy, and prosperity. From here at the Kumasi Central Mosque, my name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku. Eid Mubarak.
And Eid Mubarak to our Muslim brothers. That's all we have for you here on The Pulse. I'm Blessed. We're going to log on to myjoyonline.com. A number of stories making the rounds there, including our top story on the illegal mining martyrs. Check them out. That's all we have for you. We'll see you again. Bye.
Hi there, my name is Evans Mensah. I would like to tell you about the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards and why you should be excited about it. Because you see, there are people who dedicate themselves to a cause they care deeply about. These are everyday people who go the extra mile to make their communities better. I'm talking about the people making real impact on humanity. The JoyNews Impact Award is about these individuals. Many of you have nominated that person you feel truly deserves to be celebrated as a JoyNews Impact Maker. Our panel of judges is receiving the entries. In May, 10 of these amazing and outstanding people will be selected at an event that would celebrate their remarkable dedication and service to humanity. This is the JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, where we celebrate ordinary people who are making extraordinary impact. Join JoyNews and the Multimedia Group to recognize, honor, and support dedicated people and their inspiring work. JoyNews Impact Makers Awards. It's time to celebrate greatness.
Hello, it's the holiday edition of Business Life, and you're welcome to the program. My name is Pakwesi Shandoff. In our headlines tonight, government commits to unwavering regional integration despite current economic challenges. We'll hear from the Vice President, Dr. Baumia, at the 53rd General Assembly of the World Trade Center Association.
Recognizes the importance of trade and investment in promoting growth and development. And we are committed to working with our African partners to create a vibrant, integrated continent.
Also, World Bank makes guarantee payment of $372 million on behalf of the government of Ghana for the 2030 Eurobond. Plus Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana issues discussion papers to caution government on new bond arrangements under the debt exchange program.
ICA Ghana has issued 4 discussion papers to direct the treatment of accounts for all accountants, auditors and finance people who have the authority or have the mandate to work with this new bond or new debt arrangement.
There's more on this half-hour bulletin. Do stay. Now to our very first story, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has indicated that government's commitment to regional integration is unwavering despite the current economic challenges. According to him, the government remains committed to creating a vibrant, integrated economy within the African continent. He was speaking at the 53rd General Assembly of the World Trade Center Association. There's more on the following report.
53rd General Assembly of the World Trade Center Association was held under the theme Towards African Economic Integration and Enhanced Global Presence. The meeting is set to provide actionable insights and various tools for financing businesses in Ghana and Africa. Delivering his keynote address, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia said Ghana recognizes the importance of trade and investments in building vibrant economies on the African continent.
Ghana recognizes the importance of trade and investment in promoting growth and development. And we are committed to working with our African partners to create a vibrant, integrated continent. However, we also recognize that Africa can only achieve its full potential with the support and cooperation of the international community. Ghana is fully committed to supporting this initiative and working with the World Trade Centers Association to enhance African investment and trade. Enhancing Africa's global presence requires a concerted effort by all stakeholders, including governments, businesses, and civil society. We must work together to promote Africa's unique potential, attract foreign investment, and create sustainable partnerships that benefit Africa and our international partners.
Paramount Chief of Asogli Traditional Area, Togbe Apede, added that Ghana and Africa has the potential to address challenges related to food security across the globe.
I believe the world can draw comfort from Africa's potential to help solve many of the problems of today, in particular, problem of ensuring food security across the world. Africa is gearing up and is on the journey to fulfill its promise. With 20% of the world's landmass and 60% of arable but uncultivated land, we believe Africa can be the answer to food security across the globe. We have so much of the world's resources, a very disproportionate share. If you just suppose the fact that we command 30% of the world's nominal resources, 20% of the land mass, 60% of land that is fertile but not cultivated. against the fact that we control only 3% of global GDP and 2% of world trade, then it tells you the potential that abounds in Africa.
General Secretary of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wamkele Meni, said the integration of economies will contribute to the growth of GDP and reduce poverty in African countries.
The integration of this continent is already advancing. The World Bank tells us that by the year 2035, where we implement the AFCFTA in a manner that aggressively addresses our challenges, by the year 2035, we will lift 100 million people out of poverty, abject poverty, moderate poverty. We will contribute up to $450 billion to Africa's combined GDP, and more importantly for me, we will close the gender salary gap, and we will be able to produce and establish an alternative supply chain so that when there's another pandemic, our continent is able to stand up straight on our own.
The 53rd General Assembly of the World Trade Center Association includes delegates from 64 countries and provides businesses with the opportunity to attract investors.
Away from that, the International Development Association of the World Bank has made a guarantee payment of $372 million on behalf of the government of Ghana for the 2030 Eurobond. This follows the country's inability to redeem its coupon payments on April 14, 2023, due to the debt moratorium announced on December 19 last year. There's more, the following report.
The payment was done on April 20th, 2023. In 2015, the nation faced difficult market conditions. It had large financing needs, high debt levels that were maturing soon, and no access to international financial markets. The Finance Ministry then sought help from the World Bank to meet these goals and requested a policy-based guarantee in combination with a credit from the International Development Association to be able to mobilize the volume of financing needed to settle upcoming debt repayments. A policy-based guarantee was then secured. In this case, Ghana issued a $1 billion Eurobond series due in 2030. The 2030 Eurobond was backed by the International Development Association's guarantee, covering up to $400 billion in both principal and interest. Since then, the government has bought back and cancelled $70 billion of the 2030 Eurobond, reducing the amount of guarantee to $372 million.
Now, Finance Minister Ken Oforiatta says that Ghana may have to wait some 2 or 3 years before returning to the international capital market. According to him, the country's temporary obstruction from the international capital market is an opportunity to finally pursue its homegrown agenda. Speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Oforiatta said that in the interim, Ghana would leverage local resources to generate some revenue.
So what happened when there was no sense of where we were going last year, and the currency took a nosedive, etc., and people were just not sure, and there was lack of confidence. Obviously, there's been some stability with these discussions going forward. The market responds to, any system that is looking at its, expenditures and revenues. And as long as we keep at it, I think the market will be positive. In terms of returning to, let's say, the international capital markets, I suspect it to take, some 2-3 years or so, if not more, for us to get back to it. In the interim, we should be able to generate local resources to do that. But I think what's also significant about the program, if you look at the Ghana Cares program, is our policy to be self-sufficient in poultry, rice, tomatoes, etc., which we began to do. So that will reduce your foreign exchange demands and actually, hopefully, also begin to export those products.
Zambian currency jumped to become the best currency in Africa as soon as they got the program. Are you waiting with bated breath on the positives for the economy when this program is closed and the announcement is made?
I'll be very excited about the announcement being made, that's for sure. Yeah, I think really we should just be calm about it, you know, let's get into the discipline of working hard, the discipline of not relying on imports, but looking at an export-driven economy to put an end to the importation of food, that's for sure, and just not waste the resources, you know, and our own maybe senses of entitlement, you know, should be abated some and work for what we want to consume.
In a related development, the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana, is cautioning the government on the treatment of newborns under the debt exchange program. According to the Institute, this must conform to international financial reporting standards to ensure consistency and transparency. Speaking at a health walk and fun games to mark the Institute's 60th anniversary, President Senadake said that the Institute has issued some policy imperatives for onward consideration by the government.
ICA Ghana has not been on the bench in this matter. From December, when the announcements were made, ICA Ghana had a breakfast meeting. We issued a communique to government on our views and what we expect government to do. It somehow coincided with the release of budget, so we had contributions made in the budget preparation and to some of the controls and financial disciplines that had been put in the budget. We contributed, we made input in that. Beyond that, it's good to have it passed by Parliament, but it's another thing implementing. So at the level of implementation, we are encouraging our members who are accountants in all sectors and in the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana and all the other sectors to ensure that they abide by standards. So how to treat the newborns, how to treat the losses are things that are very fundamental in our financial standards, international financial standards. And so ICA Ghana has issued 4 discussion papers to direct the treatment of accounts for all accountants, auditors and finance people who have the authority or have the mandate to work with this new bond or new debt arrangements.
So from the accountant's perspective, what is your word of advice to government in this whole negotiation process?
The negotiation process, we wish government well. We want the best for Ghana. We know Ghana is a very peaceful country, and so investors should still have confidence in us, irrespective of the fact that we are having some challenges. But the most important thing for all of us, not only to government, to everybody who is interested in seeing Ghana grow, is reduce waste. Let's reduce waste. That is very important.
In a related development, further analysis of the domestic debt restructuring indicates that 23 banks operating in this country will lose about 6.1 billion as a result of reduced coupon rate and the extension of the maturity period from 5 to 15 years, according to the liquidity gap analysis by Dr. Richmond Etuahene and KB Frimpong. The 23 banks would have to generate positive cash flow of about 10.1 billion cedis over the period from the original coupon rate of 19.3% per annum. But following the implementation of the domestic debt exchange program, the extension of maturity period and the reduction of coupon rates will impact heavily on their earnings from investment in Ghana. One of the authors of this report, Dr. Richmond Etuahene, spoke on the marketplace.
Coupon rates from 19.3 to 9% and extending the maturity profile from 5 to 15 years. When you use the MPV values about the returns, it means there will be a drop in the returns. And that is how we calculated this by using the MPV.
And so how much will the 23 banks lose over the period of 5 years from the domestic debt exchange program? I'm seeing 6.1 billion Ghana cedis.
If there hadn't been nothing, if the debt has not been restructured, they were going to make about 10 point something billion. But as to the structured debt, then you get about 4 point something. So the difference between the 10 original and the new one gives you about 6.1 billion.
And how will these losses impact on the real sector?
In a real sense, with the setup of the financial stability, if all ceteris paribus, all things being equal, if it's set up, then I don't think there will be a rush for the liquidity that people will go and take their money. Like it happened in Jamaica. Jamaica set a similar funding, the stability by 1.2 billion. At the end of it all, it was not utilized. And it's also about information asymmetry. Because of financial illiteracy, a lot of people don't know what the bonds, the reduction of these bonds and the coupon actually is meant. But those of us doing finance and economics and accounting, when we dive into it, that is it. So all things being equal, it may not directly affect the banks per se. That is why Bank of Ghana has decided that they will set the financial stability of 15.2 billion. If things get out of hand, then they will be able to rely on the liquidity, the difference to support the system.
Still to come, economic hardships is affecting dressmakers in the Techiman municipality as Muslims celebrate the Eid.
Customers are complaining due to the rising cost of materials. Everything in terms of the materials we use in line of our work is being sold at higher prices this time around, and so our job is...
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm the rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Thanks for staying. This is the holiday edition of Business Life. My name is Pakwisi Shandoff. Now, as Muslims across the world observe Eid-ul-Fitr festivities, which effectively mark the end of the month of Ramadan, some dressmakers in the Techiman municipality of the Bono East region are lamenting low patronage, saying that customers are struggling to cope with high prices and the rising cost of clothing. They say that the current economic downturn, coupled with the high cost of electricity, is having a toll on them. Correspondent Anasabet has more. The full report.
The cost of living crisis continues to severely impact lives, putting financial pressure on many individuals, families and communities, and tailors and seamstresses are not left out as prices of civil materials continue to skyrocket, thereby affecting their trade. As Muslims mark the Eid-ul-Fitr festivities, tailors usually make a lot of money during this period, but the situation isn't the same this year, as they say the rising cost of materials is adversely affecting their tailoring businesses. Salu Mekankana is the CEO of MKK Executive Fabrics. Our customers are complaining due to the rising cost of materials. Everything in terms of the materials we use in line of our work is being sold at higher prices this time around, and so our job is affected in diverse ways. He noted that some clients are unable to pay for their items after they are being sold due to the high cost of materials.
Wani ma kuyi price ko kare bayan ya zo an sa ce a rage mishi ka gane kuma dole an yi an kare ka rage mishi don ba shi ya je
clients are unable to pay for their items after we are done with them due to the cost involved.
Dole a duba ne a rage mata an yi an kare.
Isaac Nsietabiru tells me that aside the high cost of materials, the sharp rise in electricity tariffs is also contributing to their hardships.
Hey, light today. Hey, light is today.
The cost of electricity these days is higher, and our machines are being powered by electricity, so we spend a lot in purchase of power. Yes, we have no choice but to buy, but we are appealing to them to do something about it. Abakar Omar on his part says several others who wish to have new clothes for the Eid are being forced to celebrate the Eid festivities with old clothing due to the high cost of materials in the market.
Game da batun sadan kaya komai yayi sanani a nan Ghana. Komai abinda kasan ana sayarwa a last year ana sayar da shi at least mu roke shi kamar 60 Ghana.
The prices of goods in the country have skyrocketed. What used to be sold at 60 Ghana cedis a year ago is now times 2. So life is hard these days. There are others who are currently being forced to put on their old clothing because they can't afford new ones. They are all appealing to those in authority to come to their aid by helping stabilize the economy.
Dole den ka ji akwai daidai naka dai amma batun kudi ne karfi ya gane
ai so mun waye ne yantin no man suka krama yi and they are this ready to be for no
Reporting for Joy News, Anas Sabit, Tichima.
Now, Ghana's nuclear power program has been left idle nearly 60 years since independence in 1957. In 2008, Cabinet took a decision to include nuclear energy into the country's energy generation mix and paved the way for its inclusion into the national energy policy and strategy. This led to the establishment of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization to oversee the implementation and coordination of the nuclear power program. Over the weekend, Nuclear Power Ghana and the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a two-day engagement at the Ho Technical University in the Voto region to exchange discourse and knowledge on this particular subject. Yet more, the following report.
A major research of nuclear research in the mid-1950s showed that nuclear energy could produce electricity for commercial use. Nuclear Power Ghana and the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission held a two-day engagement with the faculty and students of Ho Technical University to share knowledge, connect and learn opportunities in nuclear energy and to demystify the myth associated with nuclear energy. The two institutions entered into a tripartite memorandum of understanding on the 15th September 2022. The Director of Planning and Quality Assurance at the Ho Technical University, Engineer Dr. Mosque Nyatuame, in addressing the students said plans are far advanced to introduce a curriculum in nuclear power.
For NCU, what we intend to do as part of the agreement is to build capacity. So we are already being started looking at a curriculum on nuclear power. That is going to be run. We're going to get a foundation course. That's like we run a PQ. I know some of you remember PQ. What is PQ? Decision quality. I went through that. We're going to be composing for the second years. So we're doing a foundation course.
The Director, Nuclear Power Institute of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, Professor Sadebra assured the general public that the use of nuclear power is safe.
If nuclear, I've worked with the nuclear fraternity for 15 years. So my first assignment as a national service person was at the Confanotti Teaching Hospital, where I did more radiotherapy calculations. Because I'm a physicist, I did more radiotherapy calculations to cure people of cancer. And we use nuclear technologies to do that. You go to the hospital, we use X-rays. It's been something we've been using in this country, even in the industry. You go to the hospitals, everywhere you go, there are applications of nuclear. The only place we've not stepped as a country is power. And it's just a natural progression into power. We've taken all the precautionary measures. We are not doing this in isolation as Ghana. We are doing this in consultation and in partnership with the International Atomic Energy Agency to make sure that we do this and we do this right. Because they are the UN arm that is responsible to make sure that the framework is laid out and countries are actually following the framework. We've already gone through what we call the integrated nuclear infrastructure review missions. The first one and the follow-up for phase 1 of this program actually have 3 phases. So we've already done with phase 1. And we've had very good reviews from the International Atomic Energy Agency and other international bodies that we are working with. So the message simply is this: we are safe as a country. We need to do this as a country. If we want to propel ourselves as a developed country, as an industrialized country, we cannot actually overlook nuclear. We need to do this because our hydro resources are almost gone. Solar or the renewable resources are not stable enough. We need a new base load. It's either we go coal, which we know we are not familiar and we don't actually like, or we go nuclear. So if we want to survive as a people, we need to go nuclear. We are not the only country doing this. There are other countries.
Public Affairs Manager of Nuclear Power Ghana, Bellona Gerard Victor Kwao, expressed her excitement at the level of awareness.
It shows me that the level of awareness even has gone a lot deeper. It wasn't so much what is in need for them, but what contributions they can make. And I think it's a very positive thing to note, that what contributions they can make as against what they will gain from it. So with this background, it makes it a lot better for us to move them on to the next level as to what benefits they will get from it, not only as individual, but as an institution. And it is that collective support we look for in attaining the social license, which is a requirement for the nuclear power plant.
Some of the students shared their experiences after the program.
So they always say that catch them young. So them bringing this program to HT was a great opportunity for our students to also know actually what is going on in the country. And also when they spoke about this nuclear something, we all thought it was something like atomic bomb, just as compared to Russia, how they used to produce bomb and others. But at the end of the program, we got to know that it is an energy that will give us the same electricity that the hydroelectric also produces. So it is a good feeling, and it is our prayer that it comes to stay. It shouldn't just be a teaching that should be going on in the country, but it should also be something that will be inculcated in all other institutions, which will help us to be able to generate more energy for Ghana to be on a safer side.
Ivy Satoji, JoyNews.
That's all for now. There's more on myjoyonline.com. My name is Pakwisi Shandong. Do enjoy the rest of the holiday. Bye.
Grant, thank you for talking to JoyNews. You're in Cape Town now. You are participating in the first session. We know that you'd also be speaking in the course of the week. But let's talk about the Continental Free Trade Area. How is the GIPC positioning Ghana to take advantage of the free trade area?
Well, I mean, definitely for us, the AFCFTA has such significant relevance for Africa's economic transformation and growth. And Ghana already championing a new narrative on the continent, starting with the Ghana Beyond Aid, resonates quite well with what's happening here today. And it's a business forum, so there are lots of private sector business people here, but there are policymakers as well. And for us at GIPC, of course, we believe that first and foremost, we must work to the benefit of country. But to the extent that country extends into continent, is have a regional focus and try and bring them through Ghana. But without a doubt, I mean, the bigger, wider market is a much more attractive proposition. But that is the reason why we want to position ourselves as a hub in many sectors, and I believe that we are well on course to do that.
I'm just reflecting on the theme, for example, which talks about accelerating AFTA. It does suggest that the free trade area has not fully taken off. Do you share the same view?
Well, yes, it takes a while. I mean, if you look at the history of the EU, for example, many years ago when the architect of it, a young man called Jean Monnet from France, put it together, it took almost decades, loads of decades post-war to actualize it. And I think what we have in Africa is that there are lessons to learn from that and pitfalls to avoid, but to ensure that we can do it. I think that there's no point reinventing the wheel. We can leapfrog into action almost immediately. And I believe that, as somebody said on the panel today, Africa is not bereft of policies. We are very wealthy with policies. Now it's the implementation that almost always is a bit of a drag. But there is a tacit agreement and recognition coming up that we need to accelerate a lot of the things that we are asking for. For example, how do we improve value chains? How do we add value to our raw materials and resources? Africa is resource rich, but it's also population rich. So it's just not adding value to those resources, but also creating demand on the continent, such that whatever we produce, we can market and sell within the continent. And I think that's very, very important.
You were raising some concerns about the bottlenecks earlier, and part of it has got to do with the visa requirements. For instance, between Ghana and South Africa, there was an agreement in principle to try and do visa on arrival and other considerations. Why is it taking so long for some of these bottlenecks to be removed?
I'd say even Ghana's relationship with South Africa is in an advanced form. And just this morning, I spoke to the Minister Naledi van der Oyen. She's spoken to our foreign minister, so I think there are some slight issues just to resolve. We do have that in operation. But that is the least of our problems. It's the other countries for which you need visas and what it would take to unresolve some of these bottlenecks, because they are real barriers to trade and movement of people and goods and services. And we do understand that there are certain foundational stuff that would need to be resolved. For example, security, for example, goods of origin, nations of origin for goods and services and all that. But I mean, as I did say, it's really, it shouldn't be rocket science. And quite recently at the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, President Akufo-Addo was almost overwhelmingly, pleaded to lead this, charge to unresolve the bottlenecks we have with the free skies policy that we've almost all signed on to. When I had to go to an African country that I won't name for good reasons, even with a diplomatic passport, I needed a visa, and it was something that I had to do in a short time, but we had to delay the program because it took a while to get the visa. But I believe that these are some of the issues that we need to unresolve, because then it makes the architecture of trade on the continent easier and people can move freely, etc. But of course, like I said, the primary issues have to deal with foundational issues like security, identity, etc. Right. But once we solve that, I believe that it will open the doors, because businesses need to move, people need to move. Traders are always moving and need to get their goods across borders. And you heard recently on the panel how in some places you have days, weeks that trucks are stuck behind borders, waiting to cross just to do trade.
But in the context of Ghana, are you pushing hard? Have you been speaking to the president and those in authority to waive the visas, revise the requirements?
Well, you know that Ghana already is working to do an e-visa which will facilitate a lot of these, travels. And we are quite well advanced. And I suspect that by June it will be operational. And so we are advanced in ensuring that we have a real practical solution which traders and business people can, use to enter Ghana, of course, within the rules that we have under AFCFTA. So we are quite well advanced, and the president is very well aware of it. I mean, he's the biggest champion of AFCFTA, saying that, look, we have to make it active. Indeed, he goes beyond that and says, we need to make our countries rich, and the only way we can do that is to activate trade, activate economic partnerships, and all these will start when you can easily interact, travel, go and come, etc. But it's just not that. It's also access to infrastructure. So are there any airlines that can easily get you across? It's easier, as a friend of mine said to me, it's easier to travel to Paris or France or Amsterdam than it is to get to some African countries, even within West Africa.
So that's the challenge.
So that's also a major challenge that requires investment, and that requires also the purpose of mind to say we need to just not have open skies, but we need to operationalize it and make sure that the airlines can.
And we know that you're wearing two hats here. You're also representing the group of investment promotion councils from across the continent. What position, collective position, do you have on the free trade area and how to accelerate it?
That's a big question. That's a big question because, of course, I mean, sovereignty is an issue there because every country is at a different level of economic development and priorities are different in what sort of investments you want. But without batting an eyelid, we all recognize that key critical investment into infrastructure, into energy, are very, crucial into actualizing or operationalizing the AFCFTA. Because if we produce and you can't move your goods, it's a major stumbling block. If you don't also stimulate consumption within the African market, then all your investment goes to waste. So you have to look at them in tandem. And I think the real push that needs to happen is consistency and consonance in policies to make sure that the policies work in tandem. And if there's a policy that you're activating, it's because you want to open up the market or you want to create consumption and demand within the African market that will make sure that the investment pays itself. Those are very critical. So for us at the IPA levels, we are looking at how can we come out with a common purpose, and the AFCFTA itself has the African Investment Protocol signed up. How do we come to a common purpose to ensure that we have facilitation rules and standards that will make it easier to invest in Africa, and of course in countries in Africa, and that those investments may also have a regional focus, because there are investors who want regional focus because of size. The African market is approximately 1.4 billion people with a current combined GDP of 3.4 trillion. If we are able to invest and activate a lot of the activities that we foresee, we are going to create by 2050 plus a $7 trillion economy. And there are steps that are happening. For example, I mean, the Pan-African Payment Platform is one that would enable Africans even invest within the continent. Intra-Africa investment today is pretty low. It's still less than 5%. And that in itself is a big trigger to also attracting foreign direct investment from outside the continent when they see Africans investing. So for example, you're looking at things like how is pension funds investing into the economies? How are they creating opportunities for private sector and SMEs and SMIs, and particularly women, to be able to invest and then trade? So there are many questions, but from the IPA point of view, we need to look at a regulatory reform that inures to our mutual benefit, and not just as countries, but between the investor and his destination country.
Finally, we're wrapping up on domestic issues. Of course, Ghana is seeking an IMF bailout, but it's also having a toll on businesses, for instance, with the new revenue measures that are being introduced. You've heard from the business community ask that you intervene, for instance, talk to those in authority, so there'll be, quote, a friendly business environment.
Absolutely.
Have you taken notice of the concerns being raised by the business community?
Yes, we have.
And how are you ensuring that after the IMF program, we do not lose investment?
Well, you know, it's interesting because investors, every investor knows that there are tax regimes. They also know there are tariffs, there are this, there are that. Most investors look for markets for growth and return and stability. And for us in Ghana, I think it's not even the tax environment that may be a problem. I think Ghana is fortunate to be politically stable, has a very friendly economy, and I keep saying on the lighter side that because we are in the center of the world, we are very well placed for logistics. So we are in a very good position to attract investment. Also, we have one of the best, should I say, investment, platforms or areas or the opportunities there. We are open, we are optimistic, and so when we create conducive and attractive investment opportunities, it's easier because the regulatory framework is constantly under review to make sure that there's mutuality in the foreign direct investor coming to Ghana. It's just not that they bring their money and then they take it out, but there's mutuality. Ghana also benefits from it. And many of the ways that Ghana benefits from it is you set up a business, you're running your business, you're going on well, you're taxed. And for me, I have a simple equation. The more investments you have, the more businesses you create. The more businesses you create, the more employment you create. The more employment you create, the more the ability of the state to claw back its taxes, to create the infrastructure, to let you grow. So it's a bit of a circular economy that we need to pay attention to. And yes, we've had quite a number of business people come back to say, well, the tax man is harassing us. I said, no. That is not what it is. For your ability to operate in this country, in our environment, of course, I mean, you have to pay your dues. And the thing is to understand where the taxman is coming from, to ensure that we correct abuses of the past and make sure that people pay the right taxes. And we all ought to be responsible to that, from the business person to the ordinary person on the street. It's important because if the government doesn't collect those taxes, it can't rectify the shortcomings of the infrastructure or even the trade architecture. It can't. It has to collect the monies to create the roads, the hospitals, the schools, and fuel the economy as well. And all of us who operate in the economy are part of that fuel mechanism. And so businesses need to pay attention to the requirements of the tax authorities. And I dare say that I think now we have a better regime where the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority speak to the business people and try to come to a common understanding of what the expectations are. But obviously, even as we take the bold step of going to the IMF, and being a member of the IMF, we contribute to it. So it's not like, it's a death sentence or a noose around our neck. It's rather to open the doors for us to go back and then create a more conducive economy for growth, go back to macroeconomic stability, and then we can grow at a rate that we're growing pre-COVID back again. And that requires that we ourselves are disciplined within our own economy to ensure we collect the revenues that are important and necessary, but also to grow the businesses to pay back our debts.
Very critical.
Very critical. And government is who pays those debts.
And I recall being at a news conference about a year or two ago where you were announcing that you had exceeded the foreign direct investment targets that you had set for yourselves.
Yes.
Are you shoring the numbers up?
We intend to, but it's difficult, especially post-COVID and in the advent of the Russian-Ukraine war. Because there was still a further, disruption to global supply chains and global economies. And a lot of the monies that would erstwhile be used for investments are staying home or looking at other things. But there are significant opportunities for us as a country, Ghana, on reshoring, onshoring industries, and we are looking forward to attracting small and medium-sized manufacturers to come into the economy. But even more important to us is how we can plug into the global value chains as a manufacturer. And we have started the whole architecture for that with policy. So, for example, when people talk of free senior high school, they don't understand the impact on the future economy. But it's important to create a new cadre of young, better heeled, better educated people who can then accelerate to higher economies of higher earnings and higher demands. Right. So that's very important. If you don't have the manpower, you can't industrialize the way you want to. You have to create the manpower. But beyond that, then you need the policies to bring about industrialization. That's why we have the 1D1F policy. Today is 1 district, 1 factory. But who knows? In the near future, it might be 1 district, 10 factories, 1 district, 20, 30, 40, 50 factories. Then you are now industrializing. But thirdly, we are very resource rich as a country. We have gold, diamonds, timber, bauxite, iron ore, and lithium, oil and gas. So even in energy transitions, Ghana can play a very important role because we have all the mineral resources required for transition energy. And so we are speaking to quite a number of investors who are looking at that space, but we did declare that we want to add value to our raw materials and resources, which is very important because then you move further up the value chain of business and then you export and export more than you import. And I must say, we do have a very interesting trade balance. Now we are exporting more than we are importing. So trade balance is being gradually addressed. Right. Now we need to work on how to stabilize the economy. And that means that we need to work more. We need to export even much more than we were before, or we are now. And we are going to leverage on the resources we have to do that.
Yufi, thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
I have in my hands grains of paradise. So they are a bit red in color and they are very small. And in Ghana, it is called riechuru. Riechuru. The Hausas call it yaji. Others also call it awuza. And in Twi, it is called femwusa. Femwusa. It is mostly used in traditional medicine and it can be used to season your food as well. I remember when I was growing up, we used to stay in a certain house at Adaraka, and this woman will always, when you are coughing, she will tell you, hey, baby, and she will just put this in chewing sponge. When we are chewing the sponge, she will just put some in the sponge and tell you that chew it and swallow the water whenever we are coughing. So from time to time, if I'm coughing, which is a mild one, these are some of the things that I use to treat cough at home. What I have in my hands are coriander seeds. They are round in shape, and when you want to use it to spice your meat or use it to flavor any dish, you just have to crush them. You can also just lightly toast them. So because when you toast them, it is able to bring the bold flavors out. So you can just include it in your smoothie or, just once in a while sprinkle some on your meals and then eat. Some people also steep it in order to drink the tea because it has a lot of nutritional benefits. So these are coriander. When you taste it, it is sweet and it has this mild aromatic flavor. This is prekese, which we call Eden fruit. I love prekese in my soup. Oh my goodness. So you can use prekese in your soup, in your stew. You can use it in your palm nut soup, groundnut soup, or light soup. At times there are some insects in the prekese, so cut them into pieces and see if everything is okay. Then you put it into your soup. Some people also, roast it in order to bring the flavors out before they put it in their soup. We can also boil prekese and drink. So you can boil prekese, you can add ginger to it, and you can add hwentia to it and boil it as a tea. You can add to your soup whole, or it can be in a blended form. So if you want to blend it, just cut this side, which is a bit softer, and then cut them into smaller bits and dry them, and then you can blend and keep them in an airtight container and keep it in your freezer. So whichever food that you are eating, be it smoothie, be it soup, be it whole meals, you can just take some, sprinkle it on the food, and then you are good to go. What I have right now is fenugreek. Fenugreek looks like small stones. They are brown in color, and when you taste it, it tastes a bit bitter. It's a bit bitter. And usually, fenugreek is used in the cosmetic industry, and it can also help, you know, for hair growth. So just find out more about how you can use it. Some people also use it for traditional medicine. They, you know, you can roast the seeds a bit and grind it into powdered form and use it, you know, in smaller quantities in your meals. And please, I will admonish you, find out more about how you can use this fenugreek seeds to boost your overall immunity. These are cloves. In fact, they are one of my favorite spice. I recommend that every home must have cloves. You know, in Chi it is called pepper. In Ghana, I think they call it peple, and then the Fantis also call it prekuamba because they look like small nails. They are spicy and hot, and it has an intense burning taste when you taste it. So if you are using it in your meals, you just have to use them in moderation. You can use it in your drinks as well. If you are preparing sobolo, you know, you can just add a bit into your sobolo drink. It's still burning on my tongue as I bit into it. So, you know, when you have an emergency toothache, you know, it has the ability to, you know, relieve pain. So in case you have a toothache and it's so severe, you just have to pop one into your mouth, chew, and then, you know, keep it at that place for a while. It will relieve the pain. In case you have prepared a meal and the meal has left your kitchen with an unpleasant odor, you can combine cloves and cinnamon together with orange peel and put it on fire and boil. It fills the whole place with this beautiful aroma. This is also cinnamon. Cinnamon tastes a bit like cloves. It tastes so sweet and has this aromatic flavor too. You can crush it into a powdered form, grind it into a powdered form, or crush it and use it in your drinks. If you are boiling some drinks, you know, at home, you can just crush and use it. Or you can also grind it and use it in your smoothie or sprinkle some on your food. Cinnamon powder can be used also in baking. Cinnamon is harvested from the bark of a tree. It is strong, it has a pungent and aromatic flavor. I have in my hands nkete, which is anise seeds. It can be used to season meat or fish. And when you pop one into your mouth, oh my goodness, it has this strong aromatic flavor. So when you are using it, please use it in moderation. You know, you can use it together with other spices to season your meat or your fish. And just, you know, explore and know how best this flavor will be to your taste. You know, what I might like will not be the same flavor that you might like. So explore and know which one works best for you. This is turmeric, just like we harvest ginger. That's how turmeric is. But what I have here is the powder. If you are doing like fries, you can just get some of this powder and sprinkle it in your fries. Or if you are, you know, drinking a smoothie, you can just put some into your smoothie. Or even in powdered form, you can just sprinkle some on your food and eat. It has lots of nutrients in it. So each spice that I have put here has nutrients that, you know, when you consume it, it helps with your body. There are some that helps, you know, with arthritis. There are some that helps with, you know, your blood pressure. There are some that helps, you know, with your general well-being. So, you know, you have to know which one works for you and what you are consuming. And one thing I just want to share with you is that, you know, don't say that, okay, spices has a lot of benefits, so I want to combine all spices and use. Just, you know, identify about 2 or 3 and be using it. Let your body get to know to that particular spice and know that, okay, this is what I am using to boost my immunity. The others can be consumed in, you know, smaller quantities. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira. I believe you have learned a lot, and I thank you so much. Please go on YouTube and subscribe to my channel and follow me also on Facebook. And please, when the video is out, kindly share with others so that they will also know this information. It's a bye-bye from me, and stay positive.
In the 80s, we used to have a mosque at Accra, the Rollins Park, which it was demolished, and this is the replacement of the land. It's about 4 acres. With the will of Allah, the Turkish NGO came in to support us to be where we are today.
I feel very honored, like praying here in a national mosque. It's a symbol for unity. It's a coming together of Muslims here as one.
This is my first time coming here. I've been seeing the pictures around and then people telling me about here, but I've not been here before. So today actually being my first time. So nice. The place is very, very beautiful. It's very beautiful. Then the wardens, like, they are welcoming. They are so, like, cool. They talk to you nicely, with respect. Yeah, the place is actually nice. It's very nice, comfortable. Yeah.
This place is a tourist attraction place. Anybody, whether you are Muslim or you are Christian, you are free to come to visit the place, to see the wonderful architectural work that they have done here, to see a place, such a beautiful place like this.
My name is Albert Sori in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolgatanga, and this is JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
This year, the NDC and the MPP elect their flag bearers
and parliamentary candidates for the crucial 2024 general elections.
Your election headquarters is rolling up its sleeves to bring you the most comprehensive coverage.
We will be your eyes and ears on the ground, bringing you the breaking news.
I'm not here for future, I'm here for now.
The NPP will do times 10 what we did in 2020.
From constituencies, regions and across the length and breadth of the country till the delegates decide.
On Joy 99.7 FM.
Joy News, myjoyonline.com.
And across all our social media platforms.
Your election headquarters. Don't miss a thing.
I am Martin.
Takabalalahu minna wa minkum, meaning may God accept from us and you our fast and deeds. Eid Mubarak to our Muslim brothers and sisters and the entire Muslim community. Welcome to this edition of The Probe. In focus tonight is the annual concern surrounding plans and preparations towards the Hajj by Ghanaians. The Hajj is the fifth pillar of the fundamental Muslim practices and institution. Don't forget, the Hajj takes off from June 26 thereabouts to July 1, 2023 this year. And that's not all. We'll also focus on Zangos in Ghana and how various variables, including space, ethnicity, class, citizenship, migration, and environmental processes intersect to form and sustain Zangos in Ghana. Plus also the poor state of these communities and efforts to bridge the development gap. We attempt to tap the Zango resource for development, among others, with the presidential coordinator, Zango and Inner City Development Secretariat. He's also the chairman of the Ghana Hajj Board, Alhaji Ben Abdallah Banda. This is The Probe. We are live on the Joy News channel. We are on Joy 99.7 FM, on myjoyonline.com, our YouTube channels, on all other social media platforms. As always, your thoughts and views are welcome. But since we are speaking about Zangos this evening, also about Hajj, let's take a few, data on what we know so far. Many of you have been calling it Zango, but it emanates from the Hausa word Zango, which means a temporary settlement, a temporary sojourn, or just a traveler stopover. But it looks like it's become more than just a stopover for many. So going on, we'll take a look at the Zango and Inner City Development Secretariat in itself because we have the coordinator with us this evening. It is primarily tasked with the implementation of critical interventions to ameliorate the challenges of the Zango and Inner City communities. So we'll delve deeper into it this evening once he joins us. We'll also take a look at the development fund, because we know that there's a fund also that's been set up to take care of education, entrepreneurship, health, amongst others, sports development and tourism promotion. We'll take a look at that as well. And then also going on, I'll look at the budgetary funding shortly. But before the budgetary funding, we'll take a look at so we've been talking about these interventions already, and we know that the Zango Development Fund is established by the Zango Development Fund Act 2017, which is Act 964, to address the historical neglect of Zango and Inner City communities in Ghana. And then the budgetary funding for it, this is what it looks like over the period. So 2018, it was 107 million Ghana cedis. 2020, we've had 100 million. Then in 2021, a drastic drop to 83 million. Then we've seen in 2022, 154. Then in 2023, this is what it's looking at, 26 million. I'm sure we'll get some explanation as to this particular undulating curve that we have when it comes to budgetary allocation to the Zango Development Fund. How do we bridge the gap if indeed we are looking forward to doing that for the Zango development communities? So 2019, also, since we'll be talking about Hajj, this is the quota that we've seen. 2019, we had 6,000. 2022, 3,069. Then in 2023, 6,000. All these and more will get our attention tonight here on The Probe. I am Emefa Apau. When we return from the break, we'll get talking. This is The Probe. Once again, you're welcome.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent. Emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial *770# for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
Welcome back. This is The Probe, and tonight we are focusing on Islam, we are focusing on Zangos, we are focusing on Hajj, and the coordinator at the Office of the President in charge of Zango and Inner City Development. It's my guest tonight here on The Probe, Alhaji Ben Abdallah Banda. Once again, you're welcome to tonight's edition of The Probe.
Thank you very much, Emefa.
Okay.
I'm most grateful.
We are grateful for your time here on The Probe tonight. So let me first find out, we are in the spirit of, celebrating Eid-ul-Fitr, Eid Mubarak once again to you. Let's talk about the season. How has it been, you'd say?
Thank you very much. Let me see this opportunity to wish all Muslims Eid Mubarak, starting from the President, though he's not Muslim, but he was with us during the celebration of the Eid-ul-Fitr. His Excellency the Vice President, our chiefs within Zangos, our imams, and each and everyone that fasted or didn't fast, though a Muslim, and then celebrated the Eid-ul-Fitr with us. I wish all of them, the celebration went on well. We started, about a month ago. I believe that in this particular month of Ramadan, we did 29 days, okay. But some others may have done 30 days. Some celebrated their Eid-ul-Fitr on Friday. Majority of them celebrated their Eid-ul-Fitr on Friday, but the National Chief Imam and some of us did celebrate ours only yesterday. So we've brought the fasting to an end, and then we've also brought the celebration of the Eid-ul-Fitr almost to an end. But I know some people are still in the process of celebrating, more especially so when Monday is a holiday.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to that. We are all in the spirit of celebration. But we are focusing tonight on some key concerns that we have, especially in the Zango community. And once we're done with this first batch of celebrations, we are looking forward to embark on the pilgrimage, which is Hajj. So we'll take a look at these and then also bringing our audience questions, a number of them. But I know that you've been in this outfit for close to, let's say, about 2 years or so. And you've been visiting all the Zango communities in all 16 regions. Let's talk about a general overview of the state of these Zango communities in this country. What would you say would be your description of what you've seen so far?
The general overview of the Zango communities cutting across all the sectors of our country is that Zango is a community characterized since from the colonial era through independence, and I think until 2016 to 2017, when the Zango Development Fund was brought into being by high levels of illiteracy, poverty, unemployment, sanitation issues, slums, and some levels of violence. This is how I will describe our Zango communities right from the pre-colonial era to colonial era, right into independence and even beyond independence. And this has come about as a result of whether deliberate or unintentional neglect by the colonial authorities themselves, and after independence by successive governments until 2016, prior to the 2016 elections. The NPP government saw this as problematic and promised the people of Zango, and for that matter, the people of this country, that when it was voted into power, it was going to create a special purpose vehicle, which is the Zango Development Fund, to take care of the political, to some extent, economic, social, and civil issues of the people living in Zangos. And then before that, before the creation of the Zango Development Fund, a Zango Development Ministry was brought into being. That is the Zango Development, Zango and Inner Cities Development Ministry, which was at the end of our first term restructured into the Zango Development Secretariat, of which I'm now the presidential coordinator of SAME. So from 2017 till 2020, the Zango Development Fund and the Zango Development Secretariat carried out massive infrastructural development. I think pretty soon we'll go into the nitty-gritties of what the Zango Development Fund and the Zango District then did. And when I took over as a presidential coordinator, there have been a number of interventions that we have also carried out and that we continue to carry out.
Okay.
So I would say without hesitation that from 2017 till now, there has been a shift or a departure from the Zango that we used to know at first and the Zango that we know now.
So what you say is there's been an improvement over the period. Well, you've talked about your manifesto, your pledges when it comes to the Zongo community. We've heard at least some that were made, some campaign promises that were made at least on the campaign platform or during the campaign trail. The issue about transforming a Nima, for instance, and other Zongos into, you know, a modern city, to so to speak. That is yet to materialize. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly so. That is yet material. But you know, Rome was not built in a day, but we need to put certain structures in place. For instance, how do we ensure that the majority of the Zongo youth are educated? So lack of education bears unemployment, poverty, and other related issues. So if you don't tackle the root cause of the problem within Zango, and you decide to tackle other areas which are of importance though, but are not do not find the priority in it, then you'll be missing the point. So I think that our critical area that we thought or we still think that we should tackle is education and also skill development. We also have to look at the issue of sanitation. We also have to look at the issue of infrastructure development. We have to look at the issue of sanitation, the issue of health facility development. So it is after we've done all this that probably what we are talking about, then begin to look at that issue and see how we can develop Zango into maybe a different environment altogether. But in the meantime, this has been our focus since the creation of the Zango Development Fund and the Zango Development Ministry, which has now been restructured into the Zango Development Secretariat.
I'm sure this Zango transformation will come up again when we get into the audience questions. But let's tackle the issues about crime rates in our Zango communities. Really, I'm sure this is of concern to your secretariat. What exactly are we doing to tackle this situation?
Okay, so I will not agree to the assertion that crime is everywhere within Zangos. But I will admit to the fact that there have been some pockets of violence, which is also a crime within Zangos. For instance, you can talk about the incidents at Asawasi, the incident at Ijura, the incidents at Mamobi, and so on. But as we are talking now, there hasn't been any specific data as to the rates of crime within Zangos. Be that as it may, we know that poverty and, to some extent, illiteracy, unemployment can give rise to the rise in crime. So what we have been doing right from 2017 till now is to sensitize the Zango communities with respect to the dangers involved in the commission of crime. What we do is to engage the community stakeholders. For instance, our chiefs, the elders in Zangos, the imams, the malams. They have been very instrumental in making sure that message and education from us goes straight to the youth. At times, we also engage the youth on the issue of crime prevention, which to a large extent has borne some fruit. There is a program that the Zango Development Fund, together with the Zango Development Secretariat, has been rolling out. In fact, this program was even started as far back as in 2017.
Okay.
Now we're still doing it. Zango for Peace and Development. Zango for Peace for Development is a program that we engage the Zango communities. We started within Accra. We've done same in in Kumasi, specifically, in the Ashanti region, and we intend to roll it out to the other regions of the country. We engage stakeholders who matter. Like I said, our chiefs, the imams, the youth, the magajes, and we sensitize and conscientize them about the significance of maintaining peace, security, and order within this country, and the relevance and the significance of ensuring that we don't disturb the peace that we've been enjoying since independence.
Okay.
We also try to let them know that it is very important as Muslims and Christians, we try to live together, to promote religious tolerance, and to make sure that Christians, and it is a collectivity of Christians and Muslims that make Ghana what it is at the moment. And we believe that this sensitization and conscientization has gone a long way in minimizing, to some extent, the rate of crime that you have mentioned.
Okay. Well, but the issue about sectarian discrimination, you've been touching a bit on it, but I think it's a good time we bring in our audience questions, because a number of them, and they will definitely touch on some of the issues that we were hoping to talk about. Then we can delve into the Hajj board issues as well. So yeah, if you're ready, let's get into the first part of questions. And this one says, what's your assessment of the Zangos and the current state, and has the state harnessed the potential of such communities? That's Mavis's question. We have this one from Randy. He says, your government promised to give Nima and adjoining communities a facelift almost 7 years into this administration, and no such thing has been done. Has the government abandoned the plan to modernize Zangos into other inner cities? He's asking. And this one says, do you agree that the Hajj fare of 75,000 is too expensive for the average Ghanaian Muslim to be able to embark on what's a pillar of Islam? That's Mavis's question. Fusaini is asking, what effort has your outfit put in place to increase the Ghanaian quota to Saudi Arabia so that as many Ghanaians can go for Hajj annually? Okay, and Jay says, does the government still sponsor politicians and other persons to embark on Hajj using state funds? That's Jay. And Marian would give us the last one for this batch. He says, do you agree with the president's decision to scrap the Zango Development Ministry and make it an agency under the office of the president? That's Marian's question. So let's start with, we'll clear the issues about the Zango, then we can get into the Hajj issues. So Alaji, so let's start with Marian's question. The issue about, this Zango Development Ministry now becoming an agency under the presidency. Marian wants to know your take. Really, what's the thinking process or the thought process behind this? I'm sure you've been finding out. Tell us more.
You see, there's a distinction between the Zango Development Ministry then and the Zango Development Fund. The Zango Development Fund was set up by an act of parliament. And I want our audience and listeners to know that the Zango Development Fund is the implementer of projects and programs. Funds allocated from the Ministry of Finance are sent straight into the coffers of the Zango Development Fund. That is the process of implementing projects. That fund, or the Zango Development Fund, has not been scrapped. But what has been structured, or what was structured with the Zango Development Ministry into the Zango Development Secretariat. And at all material time that the Zango Development Ministry was in existence, all that did was to formulate policies, ferry those policies to the Zango Development Fund and ensure the implementation of same. That mandate, even after the ministry was restructured into the secretariat, has not changed. So the mandate remains the same. So the point that I'm making here is that the Zango Development Fund is the main driver of implementation of projects and programs within Zango. So you realize that all the massive infrastructural development that have been undertaken within Zangos were so undertaken by the Zango Development Fund with the supervision of the ministry and to some extent now the Zango Development Secretariat.
Okay.
So nothing substantial has changed except that the ministry's name and the ministry's, structure is what has been changed into the secretariat. But the mandate is the same. And that hasn't in any impacted negatively on programs and projects. That's what we rolled out within our various zones by the Zango Development Fund.
Okay. Well, it's a good time to bring in Mavis's question also. She's basically wanting to find out the current state, and would you say that the state has harnessed the potential of such communities? We've seen some big names come out from Zongos. So, and the resources, how are we tapping that kind of resource in such communities is her question. Your assessment, and then how you're hoping to harness these potentials.
Okay, the assessment of the Zango now, I gave a historical background, starting from the pre-colonial era, colonial era to now. Zango we know today is not the Zango that we used to know at first. Now, I can tell without any hesitation that previously it would be difficult for one to enter a Zango person's house and to find maybe a one graduate, a one university graduate. But now it's very common. Every single household that you enter within any Zango in any part of this country, you find at least one person who's a graduate. So the story is not the same. You also realize that in order to harness the talents of the Zango communities in Ghana, we have built astroturfs. And you with me that Zango people are very endowed with sporting qualities, and this fact cannot be disputed in the sense that if you have studied our various national teams in Ghana, some sizable number of Zango youth play and perform so well, taken from the youth team up to the senior team.
Okay.
So the intent for this AstroTurf is to unearth their talent.
Okay.
And quite apart from that, we have put in place a very strategic measure to ensure that now free basic education is free, senior high school is free. It is the university education which, to some extent, is not free. But even there, the president, MPP government, has put in place a guarantee-free loan system or scheme where every university student who want to access this loan can apply without even have to back it with a guarantor.
Okay, I'll take you back to the AstroTurfs, Alhaji, if you can hear me. I'll take you back to the AstroTurfs. Would you say that now, as we speak, we have it in all the various districts or constituencies? What's the figures looking like when it comes to these AstroTurfs? Because I haven't seen one in my area just yet.